All right, everybody, good morning and welcome to News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. You're taking a live look at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. A gorgeous Tuesday morning for sure. The sun is rising on the East Coast. It looks absolutely positively gorgeous. So when we get the live pictures, we call them beauty shots from across the country. Of course, we bring them to you. We get to wake up together and watch the sunrises together. Absolutely positively beautiful for sure. Again, everybody, good morning. My name is Pilar Arias. I'm coming at you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for starting your day with us. I have your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about from across the country, so you can talk about with your family and friends today. So again, thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Let's get underway. First and foremost, we are going to head to Minneapolis, Minnesota. We have been gavel to gavel live streaming the Derek Chauvin trial, and now we're going to get the latest on the deliberations that have happened as well, or the deliberations that are now underway. Again, the prosecution and defense teams have done all they can. Now the jury has the final say over whether Derek Chauvin is guilty or innocent in the George Floyd murder trial. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Minneapolis as the jury gets closer to reaching a verdict.
A verdict could come at any time today as deliberations resume in the murder trial of former officer Derek Chauvin, accused of killing George Floyd. The fate of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now in the hands of a diverse 12-person jury. 6 white and 6 black or mixed-race men and women, all entering their second day of deliberation in the murder trial of George Floyd. The list of
All right, everybody, I'm going to work to try to get a better audio story for you to air here on News Now from Fox. It should be coming momentarily. Meanwhile, I do want to take a live look at XRAD radar to see how the current weather conditions are in the state of Florida. We saw some pretty heavy storms here in Central Florida yesterday, and I believe we're going to be expecting some more rain a little bit later this afternoon. But as of right now, it looks like South Florida is getting the majority of the activity. Speaking of South, we're going to head on over to the U.S.-Mexico border to get the latest on what many are calling a border crisis. The latest, there is ongoing confusion over whether President Biden feels the situation along the southern border is a crisis. He used that word Saturday for the first time in public, but his top spokeswoman seemed to contradict that. Fox News White House correspondent Kristen Fisher takes a look.
After weeks of administration officials describing the situation at the border as nothing more than challenges.
We are challenged at the border.
Over the weekend, the president himself described it as a crisis when explaining why it's taking so long to raise the refugee cap.
The problem was that the refugee department was working on crisis that ended up on the border with young people. We couldn't do 2 things at once now. Now we're going to increase the number.
Is that now the official White House position, that there is indeed a crisis at the border?
The president does not feel that children coming to our border seeking refuge from violence, economic hardships, and other dire circumstances is a crisis. He does feel that the crisis in Central America, the dire circumstances that many are fleeing from, that is a situation we need to spend our time, our effort on.
As the White House downplays the president's use of the word crisis, his predecessor is calling it a horrible situation.
There's never been anything like what's happened at our border. And people are coming in by the tens of thousands. They're walking in. All he had to do was leave it alone.
On Friday, it appeared the White House was leaving alone the cap on refugees that was put in place by the Trump administration, only to walk it back a few hours later after enormous pushback from Democrats on Capitol Hill, from Senator Dick Durbin to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Does this have anything to do with the pushback from Democrats on Capitol Hill?
I don't think you've articulated what our change in policy is, so go ahead.
That's not my job to do that. That's not my job to do that.
It is if you're asking a question. Go ahead.
I'm asking about the pushback from progressives on Capitol Hill.
So you can see the White House press secretary never fully answered the question. Jen Psaki insists that this was all a misunderstanding, noting that the initial order included a caveat to potentially raise the increase in refugees past 15,000, which is the current threshold once that limit had been reached. But Jen Psaki also noted that it is now seeming very unlikely that the president will be able to keep his initial promise of raising the refugee cap to more than 62,000. at the White House. Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at New York. New York, you can see the Chrysler Building there, front and center. The sun is rising there. You see it just barely starting to peek out from the horizon. Absolutely positively gorgeous this Tuesday morning. Matter of fact, I'm curious, so I'm going to head on over to fox5newyork.com. Remember, News Now from Fox would not be possible without the Fox owned and operated stations from across the country. Currently 54 degrees in Manhattan, and woo, talk about spring-like temperatures. They're going to be warming up all the way to 74 degrees today. So good times there. I'm going to take you guys back out to Minneapolis here in just a second. Actually, right now. And that's because we do have that Derek Chauvin trial latest for you right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in.
A verdict could come at any time today as deliberations resume in the murder trial of former officer Derek Chauvin, accused of killing George Floyd. The fate of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now in the hands of a diverse 12-person jury. 6 white and 6 black or mixed-race men and women, all entering their second day of deliberation in the murder trial of George Floyd.
What takes place today and the days after as the jury deliberates really sets the tone on where our country goes forward.
The list of Chauvin's charges: second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. He's pled not guilty to all. But prosecutors are hoping they've done enough to convince the jury that Chauvin is responsible for George Floyd's death last year.
The defendant was on top of him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and he had to know.
Chauvin's defense argues the former police officer acted with reasonable force, claiming Floyd was under the influence of drugs and resisting arrest.
The state has failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, as the nation awaits a verdict, cities across the country are preparing for any potential aftermath.
His fate will be decided by the jury. We'll decide our fate in this state.
A few hundred protesters marched through the streets of downtown last night. Many of them say they'll be back today demanding justice. In Minneapolis, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, everybody, I'm glad we were able to get that story on for you this morning here on News Now from Fox. It is Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. Thank you so much for tuning into the show, starting your day with us right here. We are in what's called your morning brief, the top stories from across the country that you want and need to know about as you start your day. Perhaps you're heading to work, school, both. You're virtual, you're in person, you're hybrid. Regardless, we've got everything that you want and need to know. So grab your cup of joe, your coffee, and join us each and every morning here on News Now from Fox. We launch at 6 a.m. Eastern Time, and News Now from Fox is now a 24/7 operation. All you have to do is go to newsnowfox.com. But again, everyone, my name is Pilar Arias. While I have a moment, I would like to invite you to please join me on social media. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I would be happy to connect with you outside of the hours that I'm hosting the show, and I do not just post breaking news stuff. All right, so we are going to continue on this top story I've already seen several times this morning. It's a pretty serious one out of Chicago. A 7-year-old girl is shot and killed at the drive-thru of a McDonald's in the Windy City. Fox's Brittany Garzillo has more from the community who are pleading for the violence to stop.
Please put the guns down. Our kids want to play. My kids can't even go out the door.
7-year-old Jaslyn Adams killed in a shooting late Sunday afternoon at a McDonald's on the city's west side.
Real sweet child.
Chicago police say the shooting happened at about 4:20 in the afternoon in the 3200 block of West Roosevelt. Video of the scene shows a car in the drive-thru riddled with bullet holes through the back window and trunk. Jaslyn's grandmother says she was with her father, Jonte Adams, when the shots were fired. Police say the two were inside of the car when the man was shot in the torso and the little girl was shot multiple times.
Every parent done took a child to McDonald's to get something to eat, not to get some bullets. So the shooter, why? Why? If you had any kids, have you ever took your kids to McDonald's? Have you ever took your kids to eat?
A CPD unit on the scene rushed Jaslyn to the hospital where she died.
You got cowards out here killing and shooting babies in Chicago. Totally, I want to say it another way, but it's totally unacceptable.
Isn't that a gorgeous sunrise, everybody, over New York City? No better way to start a day than to take a look at all these live pictures, not just across the country, but across the world. We've got hundreds of cameras everywhere, anywhere you can think of, the communities that you are living and waking up with us from. Again, we are continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about. We are moments away from a live report with Fox 9's Alex LEHNERT out in Minneapolis in terms of the Derek Chauvin trial. So we've got time for a couple more top stories before we're going to go to a commercial break. So I'm going to try to switch things up just a little bit here, go from a serious story to a little bit lighter one. A lot of these headlines, oh, look at that, everybody. They just changed the live picture. Now they're showing us a bridge, heavy traffic with the sun rising over it. It seems a return to normal is not making everyone happy. Fox Business Network's Jackie DeAngelis has that story and more in this most recent Fox Means Business report.
Not everyone is looking forward to getting back to normal. According to a new survey from healthinsurance.com, 9 out of 10 Americans will miss some aspect of life during the pandemic, led by all that extra family time during the lockdowns. But it doesn't look like people are ready to rock and roll, at least right now. Bankrate.com saying that 81% of Americans have no plans to attend a live concert or sporting event in the near future. And get this, only 16% of people have bought tickets for an upcoming live event. Meantime, after a few days of relief at the pump, gas prices are driving higher again. The national average for regular unleaded rising over the weekend, a gallon now costing $2.87. That's up more than $1 in the past year. And to Wall Street, a rough start to the week for your money. The Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500 all closing lower on Monday. That's business. I'm Jackie DeAngelis.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Looks like a bright Tuesday out there for sure. I'm going to head on over to fox5dc.com, let you know it's 43 degrees out there. They are also expected to have a very nice springtime high today of a comfortable 74 degrees. I'm checking their radar as well, not seeing a whole lot of activity in the area. So yeah, pretty nice morning for lots of the East Coast. All right, everybody, I think we have time for one, maybe two more top stories before we got to go to a commercial break. So we're going to switch to some coronavirus headlines here on News Now from Fox. As the country continues its vaccination efforts, some doctors are warning about a new side effect that appears in women and can only be seen through a mammogram. Fox's Michael Konopasek has the story.
Doctors are still learning a lot about these vaccines and how they impact us. Of course, we all know that many of us will feel sick after being vaccinated, but what does it mean for women right before they're about to get a mammogram? Mammograms are key to early detection of breast cancer. Radiologists are trained to look for some cancer warning signs, including swollen lymph nodes. But for some, it appears the COVID vaccines also make lymph nodes larger.
So far in the early observations, we think this is about 15% of women can have enlargement of their lymph nodes.
Dr. Stephanie Miller is a breast surgeon with Health One's Rose Medical Center and North Suburban. She says the COVID-19 vaccine lymph node side effect is not unexpected. She stresses that the vaccine will not lead to breast cancer, but it can lead to some confusion.
Is this just the normal reaction from the COVID vaccine, or are we finding a new breast cancer?
Miller says patients may try scheduling mammograms before being inoculated if possible, or wait 4 to 6 weeks after completing the vaccine schedule. However, she worries any delay could jeopardize people's busy schedules and lead to people not getting their mammograms as often as they should. For those who have enlarged lymph nodes during a mammogram and after being vaccinated, Miller says don't be surprised if your provider schedules more follow-up, like an ultrasound in a few weeks' time, just to be sure. In Denver, Michael Konopasek, Fox 31.
Likely a lot of news surrounding COVID-19, studies, top stories, and the like going to continue. So we will follow it all for you right here on News Now from Fox. All right, everybody, I do want to switch things up a little bit lighter before we go to a commercial break. We have Ashley Dvorkin joining us here on News Now from Fox, one of my favorite Fox reporters, and that's because with some getting ready to return to the office, getting the wardrobe ready after a year at home may be part of the process, and that comfy wear may be making its way into the new workwear. Again, here's Fox's Ashley Dvorkin.
Going back to work may mean back to work clothes, but after a year at home, are we ready to give up the sweatpants?
There's really two ways people are thinking about this. Where like, I've been at home for a year, I haven't been able to wear my clothes or get dressed up for this amount of time. And the other people who are like, but wait, I really like things that are a little bit more practical. The one thing I do think is when we are starting to go back into the office, I think that there's going to really be like a back to school feeling about it.
More in-person shopping has resumed. Retail sales were up 9.8% in March, according to the Commerce Department. And as for what people are shopping for, getting dressed up, waist up may still be a go-to.
I think that the Zoom top and a smart blazer, I know that jewelry is having an extra moment, which I love. I think that those things are going to continue. I don't think that we're all going to be overnight, everyone's back in the office 5 days a week.
Retailers like Bloomingdale's are ready with trends, which also include bright colors.
From what we're seeing designers putting out there and what we're seeing, it is a little bit more of an emphasis on having fun with your clothes, not necessarily more formal, but a lot of color, print, silhouettes that feel really joyful.
And it doesn't look like every day will be Casual Friday.
I also think things like sweatshirts, dressier sweatshirts are going to make their way into our everyday life. I don't think that the athleisure is necessarily going anywhere, but I think my prediction is initially it's not going to be the first thing you reach for when you have the chance to go back and see everyone again.
In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And from Hollywood to New York City, just outside of the Fox News headquarters. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we should have Alex LEHNERT from Fox 9, Minneapolis. All right, everybody, welcome back to News Now from Fox. Again, we are taking a live look just outside of the Fox News headquarters in New York City, but now we are going to depart the Big Apple and head on out to Minneapolis, Minnesota, where Fox 9's Alex LEHNERT is joining us live to break down the closing arguments we saw in the Derek Chauvin trial yesterday, what has happened since, and what's going to happen today. Good morning, Alex.
Yeah, good morning. Yesterday, closing arguments taking quite some time. Prosecution addressing the jury first. Their closing arguments lasted about an hour and 45 minutes. Emphasis was really trying to hammer home how many times George Floyd asked, or said rather, "I can't breathe," that the fact that he died was because of the knee to the neck of Derek Chauvin's knee on George Floyd's neck. After the prosecution wrapped up their closing arguments, the defense then took the stand and definitely took a little bit more time, about 2 hours and 45 minutes. In fact, Judge Cahill actually had to break up the defense's closing arguments because of the length that it was. And the defense's argument yesterday was really to try to get the point across to the jury that they believed that the state did not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, that it was the fault of Derek Chauvin that George Floyd did die, that it was the underlying medical conditions and his drug use as well.
Alex, is it true that the defense filed for a mistrial citing extensive coverage and Representative Maxine Waters' comments? And then what happened with that motion?
Correct. After the jury was sent off to go deliberate, the defense did file a motion for a mistrial. This case, no matter, their argument was this case, no matter where you look, even for the jury who's not supposed to look anywhere, it's pretty much unavoidable. So they said that that could kind of hinder the jurors' minds going into deliberation. But they also said that the comments made by Representative Maxine Waters, she said that if they do not convict Derek Chauvin, that protesters should get more confrontational and let their voices be heard. And the judge denied the motion for a mistrial, but did say, dependent on the outcome of this verdict, that they may have grounds for an appeal because of Maxine Waters' statements. Certainly, we'll see what happens today as jury resumes their deliberation.
Yeah, so the jury deliberated for 4 hours yesterday. They're going to resume again this morning. But you guys have been seeing more demonstrations overnight. Governor Walz calling for about $9 million to help ramp up security. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Last night, after the jury was sent to deliberate, more protesters kind of gathered here at the government center, and Governor Tim Walz did hold a press conference calling for more security. They need more funding, as you mentioned, about $9 million, trying to pull in law enforcement from Nebraska as well as Ohio to help our already really ramped up law enforcement here. So a big call for security increases in what is a much anticipated await for the verdict here from the jurors.
All right, Fox 9's Alex Lehnert joining us live from Minneapolis this morning. Thank you so much for getting us all up to speed. Taking a live look now, everybody, at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Thank you so much for being here. Well, welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We've been taking a live look at the X-RAD radar as well as the White House and Capitol Hill. I'm actually on NewsNowFox.com thinking that we already surpassed 2 minutes, but they're not back from break just yet, so I'm going to hang on here. All right, there we go. Now we are all back from commercial break. I have a really cool live picture to bring you, everybody. A lot of you know that we've got Fox 29 in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but very rarely do they put out the skyline like this current live picture. I've never seen the city of brotherly love this way. Philadelphia, Philly, however you would like to refer to it. You've got a huge Hilton hotel there. I see something that has the word Jefferson on top. I can't tell what that is, if it's Bourse, B-O-U-R-S-E. Regardless, it is a gorgeous picture of Philadelphia for sure. And I've been there and I've never seen it. I guess it's called the Bourse Food Hall. I just looked it up right now. It's like a food court. Very, very interesting. Okay, so in Philadelphia, what's the weather like? Currently 49 degrees. Remember, we're talking about up and down the East Coast today. Gorgeous spring-like temperatures. They are expected to reach a high of 74 degrees today. Very comfortable, very nice. Looks like there's plenty of sunshine out there. So likely a lot of people will be trying to get outdoors, enjoy the fresh air. Hopefully no allergy sufferers out there. I've got more top stories from across the country ready to go for you, and even from outer space. You may have known we've been following this story pretty quickly with NASA, right? There's a new flying object in the thin air of the red planet. NASA making a major breakthrough on Mars yesterday morning, flying a helicopter on another planet for the first time in history. Fox News correspondent William LaJeunesse has more from Los Angeles.
Confirmed that Ingenuity has performed its first flight of a powered aircraft on another planet.
A breakthrough rivaling the Wright brothers. NASA successfully launching an experimental helicopter from the surface of Mars on Monday, marking the first controlled flight on another planet. The vehicle, a 4-pound mini helicopter named Ingenuity, has been in development for more than 6 years and cost around $85 million. And NASA says today's flight was considered a high-risk maneuver.
I totally believe it's a Wright brothers moment. It is at the heart of kind of opening up a new dimension, the aerial dimension in Mars exploration.
The historic flight lasted only 39 seconds, but all mission objectives were accomplished. Ingenuity hovered for about a half a minute, 10 feet off the ground, and transmitted data back to NASA through the Perseverance Mars rover. No small feat because of the thin air. The rotor blades had to spin 5 times faster than they would on Earth.
That's like on Earth being elevation 3 times the height of Himalayas. So the air is very thin, and Ingenuity had to be really light, small.
The stage now set for more advanced flights on the red planet, and engineers say it could have a big implication back here on Earth as well.
That's the kind of partnership, the kind of push of technology and pull of science that we are now seeing to be very productive within NASA.
NASA says it's planning 5 more flights for Ingenuity with increasing difficulty, possibly laying the groundwork for a fleet of Martian drones. In Los Angeles, William LaJeunesse, Fox News.
All right, that was pretty cool and exciting times, everybody. When they got the transmission, they found out that it was a success yesterday. They're like, woo, we aired it right here on NewsNOW from Fox. It was pretty exciting. All right, so we are continuing on with your morning brief, the top stories that you want and need to know about from across the country. I've got some interesting ones upcoming. Trust me, you're not going to want to go anywhere. And please, I invite you to share News Now with your friends, your family, your coworkers, your neighbors, everybody, anybody you know. Be like, hey, I watch this really cool show called News Now from Fox. They've got an East Coast hub in Orlando. They've got their headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, and then they have a West Coast hub in Los Angeles as well. They are a 24/7 operation. If you want to find out all the different ways that you can watch them, just head on over to NewsNowFox.com. You can take us with you on your smartphones, your tablets, your laptops, wherever, whenever you are. You can turn us on Bluetooth in your car, kind of like you're listening to the radio. Yeah. Thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. All right, so this was news that happened yesterday. Americans are mourning the passing of former Vice President Walter Mondale. He died yesterday at the age of 93. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin takes a look back at Walter Mondale's life.
How many people get a chance to spend all those years in that kind of work serving the greatest democracy in the world? Can't beat that.
In 1946, at the tender age of 20, young Walter Mondale helped manage the U.S. Senate campaign of another young Democrat, the then mayor of Minneapolis, Hubert Humphrey.
We put together a movement, and the people that were on the other side got irritated with us and called us the Diaper Brigade, but we prevailed.
With his bride, Joan Adams Mondale, at his side, Mondale got his undergraduate and law degrees from the University of Minnesota and then went to work as an attorney. In 1960, Mondale was appointed to the vacant job of State Attorney General. 4 years later, Hubert Humphrey left his U.S. Senate seat when he was elected vice president, and Mondale, age 36, was tapped to fill the void.
And I am proud to go to Washington to join the Johnson-Humphrey team.
But Mondale quickly distinguished himself as a civil rights champion and as a politician, twice winning re-election to the Senate. Then in '76, when Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter captured the Democratic presidential nomination, Mondale got a call.
We had a talk about what he had in mind. I was not interested in a ceremonial job. I wanted to be a part of things, supporting the president.
And so the Grits and Fritz ticket was born, running against Republican President Gerald Ford and his vice presidential pick, Senator Bob Dole.
I remember I tried to stay up all night, and we were waiting for, the election to be over, and finally went to bed, and then someone banged on the door and said, "Get up, you guys, your dad's vice president." Wow!
The Carter-Mondale administration would face 4 extremely difficult years. The Soviets invaded Afghanistan, and the world oil crisis led to soaring gas prices and inflation at home. The tough times paved the way for Republican challenger Ronald Reagan to win the White House in 1980.
Thank you. When you work so hard, 18-hour days and so on, trying to make your case and just see it slip away.
4 years later, Mondale captured the Democratic presidential nomination. But America was in the midst of an economic boom, and Reagan had become a very popular president and a very good campaigner.
I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit, for political purposes, my opponent's youth and inexperience.
I like the campaign. I love campaigning. But I don't think I was very good at television.
Mondale did make history in the '84 campaign, choosing a woman running mate, Geraldine Ferraro, the first female vice presidential candidate on a major party ticket.
This might reshuffle the deck, and we might make a game out of it.
Instead, Reagan won re-election in a landslide. Mondale took just one state, Minnesota. Mondale later did a stint as ambassador to Japan, then returned to Minnesota, going into private law practice. It was a much quieter life until one late October morning in 2002. A small plane crashed in northern Minnesota. Among the killed was Democratic U.S. Senator Paul Wellstone. With less than 2 weeks to the election, the Wellstone family reached out to Mondale to take the place of the fallen senator on the ballot.
The next United States Senator from Minnesota, Walter Mondale.
At age 74, Mondale was suddenly in an abbreviated U.S. Senate race up against Republican Norm Coleman. But for the very first time, Walter Mondale lost a statewide race in Minnesota. In his concession speech, Mondale pinned the blame for the loss on himself.
I take responsibility for this result. It's on my shoulders. No, this is the way it should be. This is a result that the people of Minnesota have every right to make.
In his later years, Mondale would make occasional campaign cameos for fellow Democrats. To the end, Walter Mondale's love and loyalty belonged to his family, his friends, his state, and his country. In Chicago, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, everybody. Again, good morning. You are watching News Now from Fox. My name is Pilar Arias. This is what I like to call mission control. This is where all the beauty and magic of News Now from Fox happens. You don't just see or hear your hosts, whether it's myself, Regina Gonzalez, Rain Augustine here on the East Coast, or you've got Mike Page, Christy Larson, Andrew Kraft, Daytona Everett at the headquarters in Phoenix, and then you have Stephanie Weaver out in Los Angeles. We control the entire thing. I'm talking audio, graphics, the video, the live reporters. Yeah, there's no scripts. There's no rundowns. There's no teleprompter. It's all live, raw, unfiltered from right here from the News Now from Fox Set. So again, happy Tuesday, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm going to continue on with your top stories in the morning brief. We are just moments away from taking Fox 7 Austin's John KRINIAK to get an update on a story that we followed yesterday. But first, I'm going to take you out to a Target where you're going to see something, well, maybe for some of you it would surprise you, maybe for others it wouldn't. I know for me it would surprise me. You can find just about everything at Target, right? Even things you're not looking for. One North Carolina shopper learned this lesson when she spotted a long snake slithering through the canned goods section. Fox's Kristen Gutierrez has more on the encounter with the creepy crawler.
This is not something you typically find on the shelves in Target. A black rat snake slithering through the cans of Bush's baked beans.
I thought it was a child's toy. So I thought, oh my goodness, somebody's pranking me. Where's the camera? You know, this is a joke, because it was totally still.
Thinking the snake was fake, Diane Dupre grabbed some beans while grocery shopping at the Target in Beaver Creek Commons in Apex.
I was going to take a photo. The tongue came out. And that's how I knew. This is a real snake.
Alone in the canned goods section with a very unexpected guest, she called for help.
I looked up and down the aisle. I was freaking out. Calmly freaking out.
After getting another shopper's attention,
can't even look at this. Hurry. I'm telling the men to hurry.
Target team members got the snake out safely and released it back into the wild. Dupre and her husband are from upstate New York and aren't used to seeing snakes this size.
This is North Carolina, and this is snake season, and there is a snake on top of the baked beans here.
Experts like NC State professor Gregory Lubart tell us black rat snakes are harmless. He's not surprised it ended up in a Target.
These snakes are out of hibernation. They're moving around. They're looking for food. They might be looking for mates.
Despite how the snake found itself on top of the beans, Dupre tells us it's a trip she'll never forget.
Pretty exciting, and a story I'll be telling for years.
Yeah, I'd probably be telling that story for years, too. Taking a live look at the White House, everybody in Washington, D.C. We are moments away from Fox 7 Austin's John KRINIAK with an update to a story we brought you yesterday. More news now from Fox, 2 minutes away. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We're taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., but we are going to depart our nation's capital and head back on out to Austin, Texas. That's where Fox 7's John KRINIAK is joining us again this morning to get us all up to speed with the triple shooting that happened in Northwest Austin and everything that's transpired since. Good morning, John. How are you?
Doing well, Pilar. Good morning to you. Yeah, it has certainly been a busy 24 hours. Obviously, we all saw things unfold on Sunday, that deadly triple shooting in Northwest Austin. Since yesterday morning at this time, 41-year-old Stephen Broderick, the suspect in that shooting, has been taken into custody. He was arrested just outside Austin here in a town called LEHNERT. He had apparently walked there from the scene of that shooting. I believe we have video of him being taken into custody by police. That all stemmed apparently from a couple of bystanders who saw him walking by, who saw a person that they just saw as suspicious, not necessarily recognizing him along the roadway there. Police showed up in an unmarked vehicle, and he, according to police, complied with their instructions and was arrested peacefully. But that, of course, following a nearly day-long manhunt since this shooting happened on Sunday. This morning, we are also learning more about the victims, including Stephen Broderick's ex-wife, 35-year-old Amanda Broderick, her daughter, 17-year-old Alyssa Broderick, and Alyssa's boyfriend, 18-year-old Willie Simmons III. We're learning more about the circumstances surrounding those deaths on Sunday. Investigators say Stephen and Amanda Broderick were meeting for a visit with their young son when Stephen rammed his car into hers there, and Alyssa Broderick, Simmons, and that young child were all inside as Broderick allegedly began shooting at them. That young child was able to get to safety. He was the only victim of this shooting to survive, Pilar. So certainly a lot of folks breathing a sigh of relief that he has been arrested, but certainly a tragic lead up to all of this. And we're just, of course, now really kind of coming to terms with the loss of these really young victims, especially those two teenagers.
Absolutely, John. And what is it that we know about Broderick's criminal past?
So as we learn more about his criminal past, he does have quite a lengthy rap sheet. Notably, he was arrested for child sexual assault last year. He was charged. He went to jail for about 2 weeks. The victim was allegedly a 16-year-old in that alleged assault. He was released from jail on bail. He was ordered to have no guns. There was a protective order that was issued by his wife at the time, who then filed for divorce. But his bail was upped apparently when he allegedly began harassing that underage sex assault victim and their family. And it was a month after that charge came down that Amanda Broderick, Stephen Broderick's wife, filed for divorce. He also was ordered to wear a monitoring device, but for some reason 5 months later that device was removed. And this morning the DA here in Travis County, which includes Austin, is speaking out. He's saying that the fact that he was able to get out on bail, the fact that he didn't have this monitoring device, the fact that he was able to get together with what would turn out to be these three victims, really indicative, he says, of a broken system, a broken bail system. And as Stephen Broderick sits in jail this morning, the DA is asking for no bail in this case, Pilar.
Yeah, absolutely. We're being told that he's charged with capital murder. Fox 7 Austin's John KRINIAK joining us. Thank you so much for being here again on News Now from Fox.
Thanks for having us. Appreciate it.
Taking a live look again, everybody, at the state capitol in Austin, Texas. It is a beautiful looking Tuesday morning out there. They are behind time that we are here on the East Coast. It is currently 5:46 in the morning out there. Most of you are going to see another 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next. We went from Austin, Texas, out to the White House in Washington, D.C. Very spring-like vibes out there, everybody. The sun is rising. It is shining bright on the White House, and you can see all the hues of green out there. Plenty of it. Absolutely beautiful. Looks like it's a little bit windy. The flags are wavering just a little bit. Going to be a beautiful day up and down the East Coast. I am jealous of some of those places that are going to be in the mid 70s, because here in Orlando, I think we are expecting rain yet again. It is currently 66 degrees out there, and yeah, it is a Fox 35 storm alert day here in Orlando. And if you'd like to know when the storms might impact you, if you're out here in Central Florida, just head on out to fox35orlando.com. But since we're talking about spring and flowers and the sun, I'm going to take you out to Oregon. The last several days has brought warm temperatures to parts of the state as people gathered for the colorful Tulip Festival, which is now in peak bloom in Woodburn. Fox's Audrey Wheel has more.
It's absolutely gorgeous here right now with the tulips in peak bloom, and this weekend was entirely sold out.
A picture-perfect weekend with people taking full advantage of the sunshine and scenery.
This is beautiful. I haven't seen this many tulips in one spot ever.
The Wooden Shoe Tulip Festival was at capacity, albeit limited capacity due to COVID-19. This busy season will cap out at about 50,000 people, when in a normal year they'd see up to 150,000.
This is definitely not what I expected at all. It was just really nice to be outside and it actually be really sunny.
Organizers say tickets are in high demand with the amazing weather. Those are all being sold online. Last weekend, they had to turn away 200 cars who didn't book ahead. Cindy Brown knew she had to reserve a spot during her trip to see family.
Came to visit the in-laws, and I saw that there was a tulip festival and love flowers, and we don't have a lot in Utah and needed to come.
This wasn't the only hot weather hotspot. At Willamette Park in Portland, the boat ramp was very busy.
There's a lot of traffic out there. A lot of stand-up boards and some kayaks, but a whole lot of power boats.
We are enjoying the hot weather to do some kayaking, enjoy the river a little bit, cool down from the sunny after really cold weather in March, so it's really good to have it.
And though it feels like summer and spring, Portlanders know it may not stay this way.
It may not last, but if it gets the kayak out on the water and gets you thinking about it and gets you putting your sweaters away, then that's what counts.
Back at the Tulip Festival, again, tickets do have to be booked online in advance.
The festival goes until May 2nd. Reporting in Woodburn, Audrey Wheel, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, everybody, we're taking a live look now at Minneapolis, Minnesota. Right now here on NewsNOW from Fox. A gorgeous shot there. But I am going to take you out to Milwaukee, which is why I was saying Milwaukee, to take a look at this gorgeous sunrise we have going on right now out there. Courtesy of Fox 6 News out there. I have never been to the area. I love to travel, though. I never say no to new destinations, and that is definitely what I'm looking forward to the most about when the pandemic is over, is traveling. Got, I think one, maybe two more. Yeah, two more top stories ready to go for you before the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We're going to have a live interview via Zoom. You know me, I'd like to end things on lighter, happier news most of the time. But first, I'm going to get to a bizarre story. A shocking surprise for firefighters putting out a house fire in the state of Washington. Crews say they found an exotic African cat inside, and one firefighter was bitten in the hand while trying to rescue it. Fox's Kendra Kent has more on what happened.
That firefighter did have to go to the hospital after his fingers were bit by an African serval cat. Now, that's a medium-sized wildcat species that's native to the savannas in Africa, and firefighters do estimate it weighed some 60 pounds. Now, crews with Clark County Fire District 6 responded to the house fire off of Northwest 38th Avenue in Philida this afternoon. The flames scorched the back of the home, and the damage wasn't visible from the front of the house. The homeowners were able to get out okay, but firefighters told Fox 12 there were still several cats inside the house, which they did rescue after it was safe to go inside. all but one. That serval cat was scared and it didn't want to cooperate, say firefighters, and it did end up biting that firefighter's fingers in the process. Now that's when firefighters decided to close up the house and wait for animal control to arrive, as the flames were already extinguished. We spoke to the next door neighbor who told us he had no idea an exotic cat was living next door.
I was surprised at the size of the cat, yeah. And it had spots, not stripes or anything like that. So it was definitely a unique looking cat. Not something you'd expect to see in a house, more something you'd expect to see at a small zoo.
And the homeowners did not want to do an interview, but they did tell Fox 12 that they aren't able to stay inside their house tonight, and they can't take their serval cat with them to the hotel. Instead, the big spotted cat will be staying with a friend until it is safe for them to return home. And firefighters say the cause of the fire is still under investigation. Reporting tonight in studio, Kendra Kent, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, everybody, can't get enough of this sunrise out there in Milwaukee. Absolutely, positively gorgeous. Time to end the morning brief on lighter, happier news. A one-of-a-kind experience for a little girl suffering from cystic fibrosis. The Arizona girl teaming up with student fashion designers to create her own superhero costume. It's all part of an effort by Phoenix Children's Hospital to help kids use play as part of their healing process. Fox's Anita Roman tells us more on how the project got started.
What was your favorite part about Power Play?
Designing my outfit.
Designing your outfit and meeting all the fun people? Yeah, that was the funnest part for her.
The pink camo superhero costume Super Ava is wearing is something special, something Mom says she created herself.
That's why she has the pink camo, and then on her shoulder, she has her brother's name on an army patch for him. So she wanted to include him because he's been gone now for about a year. He's stationed for 3 years in Germany.
According to Mom, the entire journey was an incredible one for Ava, who was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at birth, a genetic disease Mom says affects Ava's digestive system and lungs.
Ava has more of a problem with her digestive system, so she's had about 8 surgeries now on her bowels and her stomach. No real bad issues with her lungs, but she does take 2 breathing treatments a day and vest therapy. And takes about 14 prescriptions every day.
It all started a couple of months ago.
A couple months ago, our social workers from our cystic fibrosis team at Phoenix Children's Hospital approached us with the opportunity for Ava to work with a fashion designer at Power Play and get to create her own superhero costume. They followed Ava and she got to work with 2 different fashion designers and make 2 different costumes. To be a superhero because she has been through so many things at Phoenix Children's Hospital, a lot of surgeries and stuff.
The movie premiered Friday night.
You know, we have to go to Phoenix Children's Hospital quite often, and she has a number of doctors that follow her. Most of her experiences at the hospital are tough. You know, blood draws, very, very long appointments, x-rays, screenings, breathing treatments. Not a very fun experience for her. So making something with the hospital that gets to be so fun was a really good experience for her.
Oh my gosh, so adorable, everybody, am I right? Okay, we have to get to one more segment here really quickly before we have a live interview at the top of the hour. So I'm going to take you out to Milwaukee for this next top story, actually, if I will, to talk about COVID vaccination myths here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Millions of people have been given COVID-19 vaccines, which are proven safe and effective at preventing serious illness or death. But public health experts telling Fox 6's Bill Miston that misinformation, disinformation, and myths can hurt vaccination efforts.
The source of that misinformation can be anywhere. Disinformation, is misinformation that's spread deliberately.
UW-Madison Dr. Ajay Sethi studies the intersection of public health with conspiracy theories and myths, and says that COVID-19 vaccine myths can often spread faster than the virus itself, sometimes perpetuated by hostile foreign governments seeking to sow discord.
Not everybody has our interest at heart.
So it's important to arm yourself with facts. COVID-19 vaccines are proven safe and effective, and that the science behind the vaccines have been researched and developed for decades.
It wasn't rushed per se. It just feels that way because we didn't hear about these vaccines in development until COVID-19, hit us really hard. But once when you do a little research, you realize that the science, has been going on for a long time.
And that vaccines like Pfizer, Moderna, and even the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which was recently paused to look at possible side effects, are still extremely safe and effective. Nearly 200 million doses administered in the U.S. alone.
We now have had people who have been vaccinated with all three of these vaccines that are available for over a year in some cases. And they've been widely used, as you know, since December worldwide.
And while those who had COVID-19 may have developed some immunity,
the research is showing that you probably won't have long-lasting immunity after getting COVID-19, especially if your symptoms just weren't very serious, and it maybe no symptoms at all.
and that vaccines provide better and longer protection than natural infection. And Sethi says it's science, facts, masks, and vaccines that will help guide us out of the pandemic. Myths will make it worse. In Milwaukee, Bill Miston, Fox 6 News.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Hi, good morning. This is Pilar. Can you hear me, Mr. DeAngelis? Okay, perfect. I've got your audio as well. If you could, please, I need to make sure I get it right. Can you spell your name for me? Okay, perfect. I appreciate it. And today is the 22-year. Do we call it an anniversary, remembrance, commemoration? What do we call it? All three? No, I'm sorry. Let me take the music down, actually. Do we call it an anniversary, commemoration, remembrance? I want to make sure I use the right word. Got it. No, I understand. I really appreciate you joining us this morning. So we are probably less than a minute away from coming back from break. So if you could stand by for me, I will definitely introduce us before we go on camera. It won't just be a caught off guard type of thing. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We are taking a live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., but we have a very special guest joining us this morning via Zoom. Currently joining us right now is Frank DeAngelis. He was the Columbine High School principal at the time of the mass shooting. The remembrance now 22 years after it happened. Good morning, Mr. DeAngelis. How are you, and how are you feeling today?
Good morning. I'm doing okay. You know, we had coined a phrase back then, a time to remember and a time for hope. We'll always remember our beloved 13, but I think Columbine also represents hope, especially during these trying times.
You mentioned trying times. How are you feeling with the sentiments that we are currently in here in the U.S.? If it's at least once a week, we are probably hearing about a mass shooting lately.
Well, I think it triggers a lot of emotions. I know very close to where we are here in Colorado, we had a shooting on March 22nd up in Boulder, Colorado, and it does. I think for anyone that has gone through mass shootings, it re-traumatizes people, and there have been a couple of shootings, school shootings, since kids are back in school. So it does re-traumatize, but what we got to do is build upon the hope that we have and never give up.
I was in elementary school when Columbine happened, and I think regardless of where anybody was in the U.S. at the time, they were glued to their televisions, they were glued to their coverage, because unfortunately, would you say it still has the connotation of the first mass shooting here in the U.S. that really caught everybody's attention?
Well, I think what happened is everyone said Columbine was the first, but historically, shootings went back to the 1700s. And even within 1990s, there were shootings in Jonesboro and Pearl, Mississippi, and Paducah in Springfield, Oregon. But I think Columbine, the reason that we're still talking about it is it was really the beginning of the 24/7 news cycle. And what you just described, they really brought it into our living rooms, and there was 24/7 news coverage. In addition to what was happening on that day, we saw the memorial services of the 13 and just the follow-up. And so it is something that we always remember. And the response that I get so many times when I am out speaking and doing some other things, people will say, I remember where I was when Columbine happened. For me, I remember where I was when President Kennedy was assassinated, or the Challenger exploded, or 9/11. And so this Columbine, hopefully what we try to do out of this is, I made a comment, I never want our students and Mr. Sanders to die in vain, but there have been so many things that we have done, lessons learned from that horrific day, that we're doing things better, but we can never give up hope and continue to fight the fight.
I heard that you have a pretty strong first account of what happened that day. Can you please tell me and our viewers how it all unfolded 22 years ago to the day? What happened?
Yeah, well, it was a beautiful Colorado spring day, and I did not start out at Columbine. I was actually at a breakfast for some of our students that were being recognized by the Chamber of Commerce. So I'm getting to school about 10 o'clock, and I was looking for a teacher, Kiki Leba, who was a student taught at Columbine, and he was on a one-year contract, and I had interviewed him the day prior, and we were getting ready to offer him a job. And so I'm looking for him, waiting for him in my office, and he comes in, and all of a sudden my secretary comes running in, and she said, Frank, there had been a report of gunfire. Well, this is not registering. I've been at Columbine for 20 years, and just a fantastic community, fantastic kids, teachers, and parents support. And so when I run out of my office, my worst nightmare becomes a reality. And there's a gunman that's coming towards me. And everything seemed to slow down. And I sprinted towards the gunman. And people asked me, police officer said, Frank, unarmed, why would you sprint towards a gunman? One reason and one reason only. Some of my kids were in trouble. I had some young ladies that were coming out of the locker room to go to a physical education class. They were unaware of what was happening. And so I knew, and this was before the drills that our kids are doing now and what you grew up when, with lockdown, lockouts, run, hide, and fight. Well, the only drills we did in Colorado really were fire drills. But I knew the layout of the building. I had been there for 20 years, and I knew if I got them into the gymnasium and it was safe to get them outside, that we would get to a safe place. Well, everything was going as planned. I get the girls in this little hallway until I pull on the gymnasium door, and it's locked, and we're trapped. And the gunman is approaching us and trying to keep the girls calm. But needless to say, it was a very anxious moment. And then something happened that I can't explain. Reached into my pocket and I had about 30 keys on a key ring. And the first key I pull out off that ring, I stick it in the door and it opened it on the first try. And if I was not able to locate that key or put it in on the first try, I'm not sure what the fate would have been. And so it was a day that, I'll never forget. It changed my life and the life of so many. And, last year it was, or a couple of years ago, I was at a softball game for Columbine girls there in the state championship. And one of the girls that was with me on April 20th, 1999, she comes up and she hugs me and we're both crying. And she said, Mr. D, turn around. And she said, do you see that girl there in the outfield? If it wasn't for you finding the key that day, she wouldn't be playing softball for Columbine High School. And it made me realize, and I told her I had very little in finding that key that day.
You mentioned the 13. It was 12 students and 1 teacher who were killed, right?
Correct.
Many more were injured. And I understand the sensitivity. A lot of people do not want to bring up the shooters' names, and I completely understand that, and I will allow you to if you want. But one thing I would like to ask is, how did you feel when you learned that the perpetrators, the shooters, were students?
That was difficult. You know, they were 2 of my kids. It was haunting from the standpoint that it was the Saturday prior, which would have been, I think, April 17th. They were at prom, and they were with their friends, high-fiving me. They were at after prom, knowing in 3 days their plan was to, you know, basically blow up the school. And it was very difficult for us, you know, and these were kids that the narrative did really not portray who these 2 were. These were honor students. These were kids that were involved in activities at school. So knowing that they were involved, it made it so difficult.
You know, you just made an interesting point when you mentioned the Saturday prior and then 3 days later. Was April 20th, 1999 also on a Tuesday?
Yes, it was. It was April 20th. Yeah, it was on a Tuesday, 22 years ago.
Wow.
And yeah.
Do you think that we're forgetting about Columbine due to the fact of all the other shootings that have subsequently happened? Or how do you think we're remembering?
No, I think what we do is, I made it a mission that evening. One of the most difficult things for me, there were so many things that are etched on my mind, but one of the most difficult things is when I had to go down to the elementary school, which really became what is known today as the Reunification Center. And there were parents down there. And as the day went on, parents were coming up to me and saying, "Frank, did you see my son or daughter?" You know, they were in a math class or science class, and I had not. And there were buses that were transporting kids from Columbine High School down to the elementary school to be reunited with their parents. Well, as the day went on, a parent came up and said, "Frank, we haven't seen a yellow school bus in a while." And that's when a grief counselor came up to me and said, "Frank, you need to take these family members into another area, and you need to tell them there's a good chance their family members did not survive." And that's something that I struggle with till this day, you know. And I can remember making a promise that there's nothing I can do to bring them back, but I'm going to speak on their behalf. And the 13 give me the inspiration each and every day to do what I'm doing. You know, I stayed at Columbine for 15 years after the tragedy because I wanted to be the principal until every kid who was in the elementary school graduated. And so I fulfilled that promise.
When the Remembrance Day happens every year, now it's the 22nd year, is it hard to recount that day?
Well, what we try to do, and something happened at the 5th year remembrance, and up to the first 5 years, really all you knew about the 13 is they died that day. But it was Dawn Anna, whose daughter Lauren lost her life that day. She said, "Frank, we need to celebrate their lives." And so basically what we did at that service on that day is we shared family memories of those kids, and it really changed the attitude. We lost them at a very young age, but we celebrated their lives. And from that point on, I think what we try to do on this day is remember our kids, remember Mr. Sanders. And for the past 5 years, we have done a day of service. So the kids from Columbine, alumni, staff members go out and do acts of kindness, really in memory of the 13 who so tragically lost their lives.
The work continues, and I think it's going to continue, and out there in the community, those 13 will never be forgotten.
Thank you.
I know that you have a very busy day ahead, likely emotional. I don't want to speak for you, but I really want to thank you for recounting what happened 22 years ago with us and talking about the impact now and what's being done. So we really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and we can't give up hope. As I stated, I refuse to be helpless, I refuse to be hopeless, and I refuse to give up. But thank you for the opportunity to share my story.
All right, take care. We will see you soon.
Thank you.
Taking a live look now, everybody, at the White House in Washington, D.C. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More news now from Fox is next. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We went from the White House out to this street in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Looks like a little bit of a downtown area. Very quaint, very nice to look at on this Tuesday morning. We are going to stay in the area, take you out to Summers, Wisconsin, where we are hearing that the man in custody in connection with a shooting at a southeastern Wisconsin tavern that left 3 men dead and 3 others injured was involved in a fight at the bar before coming back with a handgun and opening fire. Let's get the latest from Kenosha County Sheriff's Office right now on News Now from Fox.
Sheriff Beth will take a few questions. He does have new information regarding the victims today. I'll provide a copy of the media release in print form to everyone after this with that information, and then I will send out a PDF later. Questions, please remember that everyone, that this is an active investigation. Sheriff Beth will not be able to answer a lot of questions about the specifics of everything. Okay? Sheriff Beth.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a difficult day in Kenosha, and recently today I found out that there have been something like 40 mass shootings in this country in the last month, and to think that Kenosha is part of something so tragic, it just breaks your heart. But we're doing our best to put resolve to this. We've actually captured our suspect. He's in custody, and it was a long day, and we had I'd like to give credit to the agencies that assisted us yesterday. Again, this all started at about 12:42 in the morning in the village of Summers in Kenosha County Sunday morning, and without hesitation we got a lot of resources sent our way. Kenosha Police Department sent us a lot of manpower. UW Parkside Police, the Racine Sheriff's Department, Racine Police Department, the Village of Mount Pleasant, Village of Caledonia, the Wisconsin State Patrol came in and mapped the scene with, we call it the total station and technology. And the Wisconsin Department of Justice, the DCI, they came and they processed the scene of evidence that we had there. And it was a rather large scene. It was inside a bar that's located on Sharon Road. There was a lot of evidence they collected there, and outside there was evidence out there too. There were over 200 pieces of evidence that I was told yesterday, and they probably found more since. It started off a little bit before 12:42, and the first call came in that there was a scuffle between the three people that are now deceased and our suspect. Management kicked out the suspect out of the establishment. He went outside, came back in, and pulled a gun and shot the three people that he got in an altercation with. And then the call started coming in. 3 other people were injured in this incident, and I've been told that we don't believe that these 3 people who were injured were actually intended to be shot. It just it was part of what occurred as bullets were flying. The first 2 people that passed died inside the bar. The third one was shot in gunfire outside the bar east of Sheridan Road across the street, and that subject was fatally shot. Got into a car with other drivers, drove a few blocks, and the drivers of that flagged down law enforcement to help with this person that passed away at that time. Our suspect isn't on this sheet. Our suspect's name is Rakayo A. Vinson, V-I-N-S-O-N, and if I remember right, he's about 24 years old. Our victims, which we're identifying, the medical examiner said that we can identify them. We're going to give you these names, so if you don't get them, it's a Cedric Gaston, 24 years old, resident of Kenosha. Akeem Stevenson, 26 years old, resident of Kenosha. And a Kevin Donaldson, 22-year-old resident of Kenosha. The other people that were injured, a 26-year-old male from Kenosha, a 22-year-old male from Wonder Lake, and a 23-year-old male from Wonder Lake as well. Our suspect, of course, left the scene. Our detectives and the city police department and other agencies, we canvassed the area, and they're out. They pulled video from the Summers House Tavern, and they were also able to get video from other locations near the incident yesterday. And they're piecing all that together. As the Sergeant Hannah said, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff you guys would like to know the answers to that I can't answer for you right now. But it's an ongoing investigation. It is Channel 9, I apologize for that. It's an ongoing investigation. I'll do the best I can on that one. It's an ongoing investigation, and there are truthfully hundreds of people that have been involved since the very beginning of this. Thank you. Since the beginning of this, that started a day and a half ago. We're very thankful that we had people calling in names, and just in case you have any more information that you can give us, please don't think we have all the pieces. It's a huge puzzle, an absolutely huge puzzle, and we're trying to put all the pieces together so we can put our suspect away for the rest of his life. In case you have any information, you can call Crime Stoppers. Do it anonymously at 262-656-7333, or our non-emergency number here at the Sheriff's Department, 262-605-5100. But we're piecing all the information that we have, that we were given, and we're Evidence has already been shipped to the crime lab. Some of the information we're already getting results back, trying to do our best to tie in our suspect into the homicides that occurred here. What questions can I answer for you guys real quick?
Sheriff, can you clarify, was there an exchange of gunfire outside the tavern before law enforcement arrived?
Yes. The suspect came inside the building, shot what is believed at this time, 2 of our suspects, killed them. One fell immediately, another one staggered outside into the parking lot. And the third victim, we believe, at least from what I'm being told, he may have exchanged gunfire with that suspect across the street where they found casings.
Can you tell us, the 3 victims, they were friends. They were there together, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So did the suspect, Vincent, have any prior, did he know them at all? Or was this totally, the only reason they were targeted was because of the confrontation?
It's a really good question, and to be honest, I can't even give you that answer. Even if I was told not to say it, I really don't even know that answer. I don't have all the pieces. And if you can just picture the dozens of people that are looking into this, some of the stuff I just don't know.
Sheriff, what are your thoughts? In the past couple of years, we've had a shooting in Twin Lakes. We've had a shooting that caused tragedy for our community with the Judah family, and now we have this. And it seems like the shooters are becoming younger and younger. What are your thoughts on this trend in our county?
When I started as a deputy sheriff in 1982, if we had one homicide every other year, that was huge. That was, I remember, gosh, it's got to be 25, 30 years ago, we had an ice cream place on Sheridan Road that one of the employees, a young employee, was shot there. And that crippled our city. Everyone talked about it. Everyone was up in arms. Everyone wanted that to be resolved quickly. And today, and I don't know all the reasons why. Today we can handle a shooting and we can brush it off. It doesn't. As sad as this is, a lot of people in Kenosha aren't even aware it went on, probably. So things are different now than it was for me when I first started as a deputy. And we're not Mayberry anymore. Even not too long ago, I would describe our community as an island inside of Zion and Waukegan to our south, and Chicago and Milwaukee and even Racine to our north. And I thought we had a pretty good handle on. We have a great police department and gang unit and drug unit, and the schools are fantastic. And I thought we had a pretty good handle on trying to deal with issues that were out there that we could handle before they got bad. And it seems like we're becoming more of like the northern suburb of Chicago. A lot of those problems are moving up here. A couple of years ago, we had a triple homicide. And the victims and also the suspects were all out of Joliet and Chicago. So a lot of the issues, they're coming to Kenosha, and it's not a trend I'm happy with.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the suspect's weapon in this case? What you do know about
It's a handgun. The caliber, I can't share with you that at this moment, but the weapons that were used at the scene that night were handguns.
The suspect is listed as homeless. What else can you tell us about him?
I really can't tell you much more other than his name. I don't know.
Was he living in Racine or was he living in Kenosha?
I don't know where he was living. He's living in the jail right now, and that's the best I can tell you right now.
Sheriff, to clarify, is there a search for other suspects at this time, or can you tell the public that this is the one suspect that you believe is the sole perpetrator of this crime?
We are not ruling out that other people may have been a distant part of this. I feel pretty confident that we have our suspect that did the shooting. Could someone have given him a ride? That page hasn't been closed yet. We're still looking into that.
Is he expected to face charges for all 3 homicides and the 3 victims that survived the shooting?
I'm sure he'll have many more charges placed on him. To hold him in our custody, they had to come up with at least an initial charge. So that's why you'll see, I think he was charged with 1 homicide. I'm sure that he will he will face, as we piece all this together and we have the names now, and as we do all this, I'm sure he'll be facing many more charges.
Sheriff, can you tell us how and where the suspect was arrested?
He actually went up to Racine, and the specific details I don't have, but he went up there and he stole a car. I believe it was from people that he knew. And then I think they contacted an agency up in Racine. And then when this guy brought the stolen car back to the people he stole it from, and they called the Mount Pleasant Police Department and said, this guy is here, come and arrest him. He's the one that stole the car. So they went and picked him up. And when they identified him, they called down here by us and said, are you looking for a person that resembles this person? And we said, yes, we'd love to talk to him. And now we're piecing those pieces together.
Arrested in Mount Pleasant, you said?
Mount Pleasant, I believe, is where that we picked him up, or that was picked up.
If you don't mind, if we could go back to the third victim who was across the street.
Yep.
May have fired back, exchanged gunfire. Can you tell us which victim that was? Which was it? Cedric Gaston or Stevenson or Donaldson?
Yeah, I don't know that, which one was which. I know I remember someone saying he was tall, but that's the best I can answer for you right now.
And the suspect, Vincent, it looked like in his mugshot he had a black eye. The district attorney at his hearing just a short time ago said that this was literally over nothing, and that Vincent did get punched in the process of. Can you talk a little bit more about the confrontation?
I don't know that much more. I just know that inside the three people that were involved, that are deceased, I believe that all of them, or most of them, played a role in the altercation. And I believe that Vincent had some facial injuries, I think, from that altercation. But the extent of them, I don't know.
Sheriff, you said yesterday in the press conference that the suspect knew the victim, but the victim did not know the suspect. Is that still true?
That's a really good question. Yesterday I knew that these people were targeted, so at the level that he knew these three people, it may just be that there was a confrontation in that location and he knew he was coming in for those three people. How long he knew them? I don't know. I can't tell you if he knew their names or anything like that at this moment. That's a really good question, but I don't have that answer for you either. But yesterday, what I wanted to convey, I guess, is he went in there for these three people. It wasn't a random act.
How long will that crime scene be taped off?
Until our district attorney says that we can clear the crime scene. We're going to hold it just in case we need to do any more investigation, if there's any more questions. It could be as early as today. It could be a few more days.
Family I spoke with Gaston say that they're not happy that one suspect is in custody because they believe there's another suspect out there that did the shooting. What would you say to them about that?
I'm going by what my staff and the hundreds of officers that were out there, and I'll go by what they tell me.
Any information about how Vincent left the scene?
No, that's a really good question too, and at this point, I don't have that answer. I don't know if that's where he was able to drive away or something, or someone picked him up. I don't have that answer for you right now, and I'm sure that'll come out.
Is that on video, you think?
I haven't heard that it's on video. I've not been briefed. The only thing I know is he was there, and he was up then in Racine basically stealing a car. How he got between the two, I don't have that answer for you yet. I'd like to know that one too.
So he stole the car from Racine but was taken into custody in Mount Pleasant?
Mount Pleasant's in Racine.
Okay. Gotcha.
Racine County.
Have you identified anybody else who may be looking for an accomplice of sorts?
Not yet. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You guys will get, if you haven't yet, you'll get the names and the spellings of all the people involved here.
Again, everybody, we're taking a live look now at Milwaukee, Wisconsin. You're watching News Now from Fox. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to News Now from Fox. We're now taking a live look at Tampa, Florida, and that's because this next segment I have for you is from Fox 13. They're talking about Mars Ingenuity. It was an exciting day yesterday, and we streamed it for you live, raw, unfiltered here on News Now from Fox.
I'm Linda. And I'm Chris Cato. And have you seen the history that was made almost 300 million miles away? Look at this reaction from NASA here. They just took another giant leap on the surface of Mars. Yes, that tiny Ingenuity helicopter, which really isn't that tiny, I guess, just took mankind's first controlled flight on another planet. How about that? Let's bring in Craig Patrick now, who has followed this Mars mission from the beginning. Craig, kind of put today's, it was a 30-something second flight, but boy, how big was it?
Well, let's put it this way. NASA likens it to the Wright brothers' first flight. Yes, only a few seconds, but keep in mind back in 1903, the Wright brothers, they didn't go that far either, and the first test flight wasn't that long. Same goes here. Even though this was a very brief test, it was a very momentous one. It shows exactly what we can do from such a great distance and what we can and will do next. The Mars Perseverance is the world's most advanced probe for extraterrestrial life. And it carried the most advanced helicopter we've ever built to explore other planets. It's called Ingenuity, and NASA put it to work early Monday morning.
That Ingenuity has performed its first flight, the first flight of a powered aircraft to another planet.
Here's Ingenuity hovering on Mars, taken from the Perseverance. And here's a shot from Ingenuity itself. You can see its shadow on the ground. And here are the engineers at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory in California at the moment of triumph.
This flight control confirming that we have EVRs from Ingenuity. Ingenuity is reporting having performed spin-up, takeoff, climb, hover, descent, landing, touchdown, and spin down.
This means we just made the next giant leap in the search for extraterrestrial life. Ingenuity can glide over boulders and craters and sharp terrain that ground rovers can't. And this is a striking feat of engineering given the challenge of flying in such a thin atmosphere in which there's little or nothing to push against. It required building a super light helicopter, only 4 pounds, with super fast rotors that spin in opposite directions at 2,500 RPM, and with a processor that can maintain balance in flight.
Congratulations. Take that moment, and then after that, let's get back to work and more flights.
While this first test flight only took Ingenuity 10 feet off the ground, it sets up 4 other flights for Ingenuity. It'll explore areas around the Jezero crater, which used to be a lake with an inflow channel and an outflow channel. If there were microorganisms on Mars, scientists believe this could be a good place to find it. And now that NASA engineers have proven they can do this, it sets up plans for building and launching many more, perhaps in fleets that can scout other planets. They could help us figure out the best places to land future rovers and manned missions, and eventually build colonies. And in terms of the cost, Ingenuity was an $85 million project. Very expensive for sure, but in broader context, keep in mind that Perseverance was a $2.7 billion project. This was a comparatively small piece of the cost of this broader mission, and it shows NASA again what it can do to scale ultimately over the course of time. And let's not forget, of course, that Perseverance still has a lot of work to do too. It will in time actually collect samples from the Martian soil, store them, at which point they can eventually in the coming years be returned to Earth for analysis.
Yeah, they're definitely playing the long game here because it will be, we won't know for years if they have detected any kind of past organic life there on Mars. Craig, in the meantime, how does NASA communicate with Ingenuity?
Well, it's autonomous. Of course, they're not controlling it with a joystick, but they have to send the commands in order for it to fly and for what it to do with its own processor. And they have to do that, of course, from Earth to the Mars orbiter, and then from the orbiter down to Perseverance, and then from Perseverance over to Ingenuity. And then when you're getting signals from Ingenuity, it goes back around that entire path. It's why it took several hours from the point this test flight actually occurred to when we could see it here on Earth.
Still just amazing that they can communicate with it, even if it takes those
steps in the complexity.
Yeah, the relays. Yeah. That's remarkable. All right, Craig, thank you for bringing us yet another amazing accomplishment there for NASA.
Sure.
I'm Linda. All right, we get to travel from city to city here on News Now from Fox. We are currently in Southeast Texas. This is Houston. Houston. Not quite sure what freeway that is, if it's Interstate 10 or another in the area, but the sun is rising. You can see the Houston skyline. It's a beautiful live picture this Tuesday, April 20th, 2021. We have jumped in viewership, so good morning, everybody. If you're just joining us here on News Now from Fox, we are so happy that you are here. We've got top stories from across the country. We've got live events. We've got coverage from the Fox-owned and operated stations from across the country. We've got tons of stuff going on. So from Houston out to Los Angeles for this next segment. This is from Fox 11 Los Angeles. We are talking about graduating seniors. Anybody out there preparing to graduate? Fox 11's Rita Garcia chats with executive coach and author David Noor on advice.
Graduation season upon us, and millions of graduating seniors will be entering into the workforce during the height of a global pandemic. It can be daunting, right? What do they need to know? How can they ace the interview? Joining us now with some tips on how to put your best foot forward is executive coach, best-selling author, by the way. We've got David Noor with us this morning. David, it's great to see you. Welcome to Good Day LA.
Rita, it's good to be with you.
So let's just begin with the basics. Like, how do we even start? We put our resume together. I don't even know if cover letters are a thing anymore. So what is your expert advice there?
You and I are going to date ourselves because we used to mail out cover letters and these trifold resumes. So in some ways, Rita, I believe resumes are dead. They're not going to remember your points. They will absolutely remember your stories. So we've all been this pandemic. You know, the job market is competitive again. You have to show up. You have to show up with the best version of you. So I'm a big believer of storytelling. They may not remember your points, but if you bring that resume to life and tell great stories, you have a much better chance of being remembered and repeated.
Wait, but how do you do that when you're trying to get your foot in the door to even land the interview without the resume?
Sure. So most resumes, I found some great statistics that they get looked at about 6 to 8 seconds. So you really want to leverage relationships to identify the hiring manager or find ways where you can get recommended into that opportunity to set yourself apart from others that are competing for the same role. But stories about where you've been successful, stories about what you've done in the past that's relevant to that organization is going to do a much better job than some stale resume.
What's the importance of networking? We always say that.
It's critical, and it's as much about who knows you as who you know. So I'm always looking for opportunities within LinkedIn or opportunities through your network to say, look, here are the companies I'd love to learn more about. Here are the jobs that I'm pursuing. Do you know someone there, or can you help me with a brief introduction?
Okay, David, so you have one of your tips here that says look through the lens. What exactly does that mean? How do we look through the lens?
Sure. It's very difficult to do these not in person. So what you have to do is stop looking elsewhere and don't worry about what they look like on your screen. You want to look at the camera like you're speaking to the person through that lens. And likewise, you want to give them a chance to get the best version of you in that interview.
Okay, so let's talk about, you have here as well, neutral background. That's always important. Even when we do these live interviews, I like your neutral background. David?
Yeah, nobody, especially in an interview, wants to see your bed or see the kitchen or see other things.
It's very awkward. You're right.
Too personal to you, number one. Number two, if the light source is behind you, it makes you look like you're in the witness protection program, right? So neutral background that really focuses on you, again, is part of that digital footprint. It's part of putting your best foot forward for every one of those interactions. So actually like natural ones better than the virtual ones where part of your shoulder is going to go missing. So create a neutral environment where you're the focus, not anything else that might distract them.
So here's the other thing. I love this next tip that's coming our way here is you suggest standing up as opposed to taking a seat and doing this interview via Zoom. Why?
Absolutely. So you would show up energetic in that in-person interview pre-pandemic. What's the best way to do that? Through a camera and through the square? Stand up. Have one of those standing desks, but you can also put a box, under your laptop, and good lighting, good energy. Be excited about the opportunity. Again, an interview is a series of yeses that leads to that job. So gain that next yes for them to want to see you, want to consider you for the position.
You know, David, can I just add something? Because I'm standing. I have the option to sit. And oftentimes when we get to the 9 o'clock hour, I always stand. For that reason, I feel like I get re-energized. But here's my other suggestion. I'm no expert, no author. I would wear shoes during the interview as well, right? It's like a mental thing.
And you wouldn't show up with a torn shirt or mud on your shoes. So it's the same thing. It's put your best foot forward to, again, set yourself apart from others that may not pay that much attention to the details.
Very good. Executive coach and best-selling author David Noor. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much for your time. And hopefully these tips help someone and somebody will get a job. And if you do get a job by using these tips, hit us up. We would love to hear from you, maybe feature you right here on Good Day LA. David, thank you.
A lot of good tips there, everybody, for graduating seniors, those trying to secure a gig. We are taking a live look. North Texas, Dallas, Texas metro area. A lot of traffic out there for sure. Texans heading to work, school, and the like, getting their day started. Again, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We are approaching the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Regina Gonzalez is going to join you for 2 hours, and then I will see you again from 10 to 11 right here on News Now from Fox. Happy Tuesday, everybody. I hope you're having a great morning. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to head on out to Minnesota, where the governor has declared a state of emergency and asked for more security while we wait for the verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial.
Talk a little bit about what are the next steps in that. It's become kind of cliche to mention this last year has been incredibly difficult, and that is true across the country, particularly true here in Minnesota. Our pain and our trauma were videotaped and displayed for the world. The world watched George Floyd die with a knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. And they've seen it replayed so many times that the spectacle of a black man dying, I fear that we desensitize just the horrificness of what was witnessed on that Memorial Day last year. And we're here this week because of that act, plain and simple, at the end point, where we watched a man's humanity be taken, and then we watched his life be taken. Last May and June, we watched that pain, that anger, and that heartbreak pour out into our streets here, across the country, and around the world. That civil unrest that followed here in Minnesota left nearly 1,000 businesses in ruin, and the life stream of many with them. Many of those were businesses owned by people of color, the very people that are traumatized by what we saw with George Floyd. Our state was shattered. The fierce urgency for change was upon us. And we came together bipartisanly, and we passed a small package of reforms, a beginning. But we stalled. We weren't able to pass a package to fund and rebuild those businesses, to make sure that we provided those opportunities in those very communities that were traumatized. We all know that what you're seeing right now is reactive. It's not proactive. Communities have been demanding change. They've demanded that it wasn't enough. And they very clearly stated if the systemic changes that need to be made aren't made, that things would repeat themselves. And when I say things, I mean the horrific deaths of young black men over and over, and a systemic feeling in this state that not everyone gets the same opportunities. And just a week ago on Sunday afternoon, we in the world watched again as Dante Wright's humanity was taken from him, and then his life. And now we're here with our justice system. Just put the decision for Derek Chauvin will be decided by that jury. His fate will be decided by the jury. We'll decide our fate in this state. We must acknowledge two truths. We cannot allow civil unrest to descend into chaos. We must protect life and property. But we also must understand very clearly, if we don't listen to those communities in pain and those people on the streets, many of whom were arrested for speaking a fundamental truth, that we must change or we will be right back here again. And so in this moment, it's our goal together, the mayors, the community organizers, people across this state, from law enforcement to ministerial associations, is to try and make sure that we strike that proper balance of making sure that the peace and stability is upheld, but that equally as important is that rage that will be on the street regardless of what happens is channeled into a positive way. And that positive way means change. We have to have that change. We can't live like this. We cannot continue to live like this. Systemic and fundamental changes will need to be made. It needs to be started with systemic public safety reforms. Some very simple truths that I think we can all agree on, and let's work from there. No one should die for a simple traffic violation. There's enough smart people out there and enough agreement around that we should be able to find some answers. Because to be very clear, if we don't find that answer, we're going to be right back in this situation. And I'm going to continue to say it. We cannot continue. We cannot live this way. Communities need to be heard. They're frustrated, not just out on the streets and say, why are you doing that? Because they're not being heard. They're demanding that these changes be made. They told us last year, change cash bail, change how you do traffic stops. It didn't happen, and look what we got. I was speaking to a woman today, a black mother, and I was explaining how frustrating it is in our political system to try and find consensus to get stuff done. And she said, wait a minute. She said, you're frustrated? She said, you're the governor of the damn state. Think how frustrated I am. What power do I have to change this? Her point was, listen and make the changes. Don't find a reason you need to go home. Don't find a reason to adjourn. And don't say it's hard. Hard is Katie Wright having to stand in front of the press and the shame that all of us should feel to watch her talk about why her son died. She doesn't need our pity. She doesn't need our sympathies. She doesn't need us talking to her. She needs us to do actions. And I say us, me and everyone else are a part of it. But let's be very clear. George and Dante and Philando and Jamal, we can go through anything in Minnesota. The names, say their names. I hear that in front of my house as I should. Say their names. They need to know that I better go to bed thinking about say their names of who died. What's unfortunate is it wasn't on 38th in Chicago or out in Brooklyn Center where their destinies and fate were put into play. Their destinies and fate were put into play before they were even born. Health disparities are apparent prenatal. Almost catastrophically, the number of women who die in childbirth or from it is simply unacceptable. Their fate was set when they get expelled from schools for disciplinary actions at a rate much higher than their white classmates. Educational attainment levels, home ownership disparities, economic disparities. It's simply a miracle that more don't end up there because of the system that's set that way. And we expect our police department to fix all of that. We expect that when it gets to there, they're going to make those corrections that go all the way back to pre-birth. So yes, we need to make systemic changes to take away the immediate danger, but we also need to have this recognition that if we can figure out a way to fund to get ready for this so that we don't burn down our buildings, then we can find the money to fund summer school and meals for these kids and do the things that are necessary. We can't keep making this a false choice. And we can't keep expecting that through more training and things like that, we're going to fix it all. We can remove a lot of the threats, but these will continue to manifest themselves unless we tackle that piece of it. The things that we need to do on systemic racism, I said, we're a proud state, but we're a state that needs to come to grips with our own history. We're a state that needs to have that conversation. We're a nation that needs to have that conversation. I pledge to do all I can. I think about that I'm hearing people say how stressed they are this week. Again, I had a mother say, that's how I feel every time my son gets in the car to drive to soccer practice, every single day. And the rest of us are waiting, tension, what's going to happen? Where is this going to come back? That's how people live their lives. We can't live that way. We can't allow our neighbors to live that way. Or young black youth. They apparently all know about it. There's a Siri app that the minute you're pulled over, you hey Siri, so it notifies your parents where you're at and starts recording right away. My kids don't have to do that. They don't have to think about that. What a diminishment of life if that's the first thing that's on your mind. You might have actually been 5 miles over the speed limit. Well, that's not the end of the world. We have to enforce our laws, but we have to have a sense of reasonableness here. And those are the things that are out there. So I pledge to do what we can do. And I want to say, I hear those concerns who fear for their businesses and their homes. We need to provide the security, and we're prepared to do so. But I also at the same hand want to hear, I hear those decrying their inability to protest and what they believe is heavy and too much that's out there. We need to strike that balance. I'll be the first to tell you, this is not the way to live. We need to fix those other things so we don't have to end up with National Guard on our streets. But I cannot allow those businesses to burn. I cannot allow people's livelihood or their safety put at play, but I will recognize what they're saying. You will continue to have to do that if you don't listen to what's being said and the changes that need to be made. And I'd like to take a moment and express this concern around our press concerns. I just want to say this. We don't need apologies when it becomes closing down press. It's easy here to give press access. And I want people to understand this is such a fundamental concern that it actually shakes at the heart of our democracy. We have seen press and press freedoms around the world under threat. We've seen journalists attacked and killed. We've seen those that diminish and say things like fake news and try and diminish. It's not fake news just because you don't agree with it. It's not fake news because it criticizes you. It's trying to get the truth out so that people can be informed on the decisions we make. And I know that there are situations, and our law enforcement tries to do the best they can, but this is truly a zero-sum proposition. We have got to get this right. And I'm asking, and we're hearing and trying to make changes in real time, but I think we need a national discussion about this, because the thing that always comes up, that it's easy to give press access unless it's chaotic. Unless it's chaotic, like you're seeing on the streets, unless something's happening. What we need to change our perception, we being those in elected office and Americans, we are not here to manage the press. The press does not need to be managed. We need to figure out at that time of most chaos, that's the time it's most important for press freedom. And we're not getting that right. And we're not getting it right out of malice. We're not getting it right because we don't believe this or our law enforcement doesn't believe it. We are apparently not using the tools necessary to make sure that that full freedom of movement so the story's told. And that's the story of how the police are responding. It's the story of how protesters are responding. It's the story that someone else can tell, not the story we want to tell or they want to tell. It's the story that's out there. So again, we have more work to do there. We will do the best in Minnesota to try and set the standard around that. We have failed this week. It's especially egregious to me when I hear stories of a black reporter having to be verified by a white reporter before someone will believe them, or an Asian journalist being asked if she speaks English. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable both in the time we're at. I know our law enforcement works as well as they can and tries to do this. We have to change the culture on how we view this. We have to make sure that it doesn't matter if you're the small town, one sheriff town, or you're a large police force or the state patrol or so forth. We all have to agree. And I know that's the core values, but we have to have results. So my commitment and ask of all of you is this is our moment, Minnesota, to draw around our common humanity. The jury will decide that fate. I don't know what will come back. But what I do know is that we're going to be shaped by the response, both in the coming days and in the months and years to come. So that commitment to protect your right to protest, we'll continue to do it and do even better. We will protect your life and property, and we will do so within the limits of the law. And we'll work to make sure, as we said, that these changes that have to happen will happen. With that, I'd like to introduce Mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you all for being here today. As we await the verdict, there are several inescapable truths. Over this last year, our Twin Cities have experienced a barrage of trauma, all culminating with this trial and then the verdict. There's been pain and anguish, anger and frustration that is undoubtedly acutely felt by our black and brown communities. Regardless of the outcome of this trial, regardless of the decision made by the jury, there is one true reality, which is that George Floyd was killed at the hands of police. I said it on May 26, early in the morning, and I'll say it again right now. Being black in America should not, cannot be a death sentence. It's on all of us to change that. But irrespective of the verdict, we understand that people will be feeling that anger and frustration, and they'll feel the need to express it. As we've seen over this past week in Brooklyn Center, following the tragic and horrible killing of Daunte Wright, as we've heard and listened to Katie Wright, Daunte's mother, what has become increasingly clear is that the foundation of anti-blackness and deep structural racism within our society is palpable here in Minneapolis and throughout our entire nation. And coming together as a community right now is more important than ever. None of this is straightforward, but we view that we as government have so many obligations. We've invested time, energy, resources, and money to make sure that people that want to peacefully protest, that want to express their First Amendment rights, are able to do so. That right, as the governor mentioned, also includes freedom of the press, a time-honored and storied tradition, indeed a constitutional right, and we must make sure that, especially over these next several days, that right is unvarnished. The bad, the good, and everything in between. We want people to see the truth in our city and in our region. Additionally, while law enforcement may be the most visible component as part of a comprehensive plan, it is indeed part of a comprehensive plan that is built around ensuring the security and safety of every single person throughout our city and in our communities. Earlier this week, our Office of Violence Prevention, led by our director, Sasha Cotton, instituted 7 community-oriented contracts that are all built around ensuring a two-way stream of communication, making sure that we can disseminate important intelligence and also receive important information on a timely basis. That's in addition to the formalized agreements that we have worked out with neighborhood associations, community leaders, and block captains. Those relationships, those formalized agreements will be all the more important over the coming days. This planning has indeed been undertaken to safeguard residents, our communities, and all of our visitors. It's also been made to ensure that those that seek to come into our city to cause chaos and destruction are stopped. We cannot have people that seek to use peaceful protest.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to News Now from Fox on this Tuesday, April 20th. You are currently listening in to the latest press conference from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz and local officials as they brace for protests that have erupted in the city and the area, specifically related to the Derek Chauvin trial, as the verdict now rests in the hands of the jury. And we also saw protests down the road about 20 minutes in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, all last week following the shooting of 20-year-old Daunte Wright. So I'm bringing you out live now to this full picture of Minneapolis, Minnesota, as all eyes are now on the Twin City. A state of emergency has been issued in the 7 counties that make up the Twin City metro area, as again they brace for protests that are following and happening as people wait for the verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial, the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. But thank you so much for tuning in to News Now from Fox, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez. I'm joining you live from the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida. We are going to stay on top of the Derek Chauvin trial closing arguments that we saw yesterday. We are just minutes away from bringing on Professor of Criminal Justice at UT Rio Grande Valley, Steve Romero. He's been on our show before and has been a great contributor to all of the police-involved shootings that we have seen across the nation lately. But
The Derek Chauvin trial. We saw hours of closing arguments yesterday from the prosecution and defense, and now they have done all that they can. The jury has the final say over whether Derek Chauvin is guilty or innocent in the George Floyd murder trial. Fox News correspondent Caroline Shively has more from Minneapolis as the jury gets closer to reaching a verdict. Oh, sorry guys, having some technical difficulties there. I'm going to get you this story here on News Now from Fox here in just a second. That's the beauty of our show. We are live, raw, and unfiltered, and the hosts control everything. So let's listen into the latest on the Derek Chauvin closing arguments here on News Now from Fox.
A verdict could come at any time today as deliberations resume in the murder trial of former officer Derek Chauvin, accused of killing George Floyd. The fate of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin is now in the hands of a diverse 12-person jury. 6 white and 6 black or mixed-race men and women, all entering their second day of deliberation in the murder trial of George Floyd.
What takes place today and the days after as the jury deliberates really sets the tone on where our country goes forward.
The list of Chauvin's charges: second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter. He's pled not guilty to all. But prosecutors are hoping they've done enough to convince the jury that Chauvin is responsible for George Floyd's death last year.
The defendant was on top of him for 9 minutes and 29 seconds, and he had to know.
Chauvin's defense argues the former police officer acted with reasonable force, claiming Floyd was under the influence of drugs and resisting arrest.
The state has failed to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
Now, as the nation awaits a verdict, cities across the country are preparing for any potential aftermath.
His fate will be decided by the jury. We'll decide our fate in this state.
A few hundred protesters marched through the streets of downtown last night. Many of them say they'll be back today demanding justice. In Minneapolis, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Caroline for that report. Like promised, we have a live guest with us right now. Joining us this morning from the state of Texas, we've got Steve Romero, professor of criminal justice at UT Rio Grande Valley, to break down exactly what we saw yesterday as far as closing arguments in the Derek Chauvin trial. So Steve, a good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us again. How are you doing?
Good morning, Regina. How are you doing? Just fine, thank you.
Well, you know, Steve, we have a lot to talk about. We saw prosecutor Steve Schlickler deliver yesterday a closing argument for 103 minutes, and that was even shorter than the defense. So he was ending by telling the jury this wasn't policing, this was murder, and then he began with a biography of George Floyd. So what can you say about his emotional references in this closing argument?
Well, what I can say is that what occurred on that day with Mr. Floyd was avoidable. The officer, once that Floyd did not resist, he should have got him up. He should have sought medical treatment for him. He should have got EMTs there. It was a sad day. It should never have occurred. It was avoidable. The defense is always talking about what happened before. That is important. But as police officers, as federal agents, we are taught once the individual stops any type of confrontation and they comply, we have to stop and render aid. And when he stated that he could not breathe, and when he stated that 27 times, I don't know how many times, they said something close to 27 times, after the first or second time, he should have done that. There was no reason for this officer to stay on top using a technique that is not taught. Police do not use that technique of putting your knee on someone's neck. There's too many dangers there. You put your knee on somebody's neck. Number one thing, you can impede the airway, which is what occurred here. Also the carotid artery that sends blood up to the brain. You do not do that. And Officer Chauvin used the technique that is not taught, is not one that any police department teaches. And once that happened, everything that the defense kept talking about, that you got to look at what happened before. That is true to a point, but as police, you can go from zero force to deadly force. But once you do that, you have to stop. Even if the police get involved in a deadly shooting, they shoot the suspect, they have to render aid immediately. That did not occur here. Once Mr. Chauvin was on top of Mr. Floyd, and when you have these bystanders coming by and telling him, hey, you need to get off him, he can't breathe. It's very emotional to go through this whole ordeal again. It's emotional for so many people to see a man gasping for his last breath on the ground, practically begging for his life. This is very emotional. It's emotional because it's affecting the entire country. It's having everybody look at how the police are treating people, specifically minorities. And so it is very emotional on what occurred, reliving this over and over and over. I feel bad for the family, Mr. Floyd's family, that this occurred. This should not have ever occurred. I do not see in any way, even though the defense is trying to throw everything against the wall, stating that, you know, his medical condition, that the drugs that were found in his system, that had nothing to do with it. Once the person is subdued, they're complying, there was no reason for Mr. Chauvin to continue to do what he did.
I was going to say, going off of exactly what you just said, the prosecution yesterday told the jurors that they need to ask themselves whether Floyd would have died that day if it were not for Chauvin and the other officers' action. And, you know, in the last couple of weeks, we've heard from medical examiners and people with the ambulance companies. So after listening to those testimonies, do you think that he would still be alive today?
Yes, definitely. I believe that he would have been alive. And again, once Mr. Floyd stated he could not breathe, he should have rendered aid. And I mean, he should have stopped doing what he was doing. The force was unnecessary. Once he complied, he's handcuffed. He's on the ground in the prone position. The prone position means that he's face down on the ground. Once he's in that position, he should have at that time stopped the force and rendered aid and stated, even when they started talking about in the defense saying they weren't sure if he was telling the truth, and because he was talking, he could breathe. That's irrelevant. The way that we taught our agents, I was an instructor for federal agents, and we taught immediately once an individual states they can't breathe or they're hurting, whatever the medical condition, stop and render aid, seek help for them. There is no need to take a chance. And so when Mr. Chauvin did that, he completely blatantly was against any type of police protocol. He should not have done that. I believe that Mr. Floyd would have still been with us if the officer would have just did his job correctly, which was once he stopped in any way confrontational with the officers, he stopped trying to get out of that position. He was just laying there. He should have done that. And I don't understand how this defense, as far as, hey, you know, we got to look at everything that occurred before. That is fine. It is true because it depends on how the individual's acting, what he's doing. If they're confrontational, they're not allowing you to put the handcuffs. I get that. But once you use the force, you are obligated to stop when they start complying. He started complying. He's on the ground. You have him pinned. You're using it. Again, that technique, you put your knee on anybody's neck, it's going to cause damage. It's going to cause them a problem. They aren't going to be able to breathe. When you put that knee on there, you have that airway. It's very, very easy to impede that airway. And so he should not have been doing that. So I do believe Mr. Floyd would have been still with us at this time if it wasn't for what Mr. Chauvin did.
And, you know, Steve, the defense talked about toxicology in the case, like you had mentioned earlier, telling the jury that he is, quote, not suggesting this is an overdose death, but it is part of a, quote, multifunctional situation related to Floyd's cause of death. So, you know, his main point is the fact that the state is not giving Chauvin reasonable doubt. So do you think that the state is failing to prove Chauvin's case beyond a reasonable doubt?
No, I believe they did a very good job. They had very good witnesses, starting with a pulmonary specialist expert. He stated on the stand that he died because of lack of oxygen. That's pure and simple. Then they brought in the expert from LAPD. He came in and stated that that was not an acceptable technique. It's not one that's taught. He should not have been doing that. Again, the rules of engagement with the police are once an individual complies, you've got to stop using the force. I don't see there in any time when he's on the ground, he's just asking, hey, he's asking to get up. He's asking for help. I don't understand how that could be interpreted as the person not complying. The person is sitting there. And this argument that they use that if he could talk, he was breathing, that is true. But if the individual states he can't breathe, he's having problems, he may be breathing, but he's having difficulty, why didn't the police go ahead and stop Mr. Chauvin and get him up? The other problem I have too is with the other police officers that were there. They should have intervened at the time too. First of all, that is not a top technique. There were several of them. The other thing the defense is stating is that they felt threatened by the crowd. I didn't see the crowd. The crowd was telling the officers, hey, this individual's having trouble breathing. You shouldn't be doing that. They were concerned. They were bringing their concerns to the police, but I didn't see anybody throwing anything. I didn't see anybody coming up and grabbing them. Or Mr. Chauvin's defense is that they felt threatened. But if they felt threatened, they could have called via the radio for additional help. That is common. You're supposed to do that. If you feel that there's a problem, it's going to get out of control, you bring in reinforcement. So if Mr. Chauvin and the rest of those officers felt so threatened, why didn't they call for additional help? That would have been easy to have done. So I don't believe that they were at the point. It is a high stressful situation. The job is stressful. It is true. Once you're in a stressful situation, you don't think as well. The clarity is not there in your mind because you're so stressed. Your blood pressure is going up. And so that causes you to lose some of your senses. The physiological factors kick in where you start having tunnel vision, auditory exclusion. But that's why when you have other officers in the same scene, they're supposed to intervene. Once they saw that Mr. Chauvin was on top of him, Mr. Floyd, and he was complying, there was no need for that force. And once he asked for that medical attention or he couldn't breathe, they should at least brought him up, sat him down, or brought him up to his, brought him up from that position. I don't think there would have been any harm. They were still in control of the scene. And so there was no need for that. So the defense is doing everything possible. And the defense is, in my opinion, based on what I've seen, what the defense has been doing is that they were just trying to get in the mind of one juror at least to seek to show that there was some doubt there. I don't believe they did it. I think the prosecution's case was solid. They went through everything methodically. They explained everything. It started off with the medical professionals down to the use of force experts, even the bystanders that were trying to tell the police, hey, this individual is in trouble. He's having trouble breathing.
I'm going to start playing some footage from yesterday. These are of protests that started erupting outside of the courtroom. Mr. Romero, my last question to you is, whatever the verdict is, how do you think that this has already and will continue to affect our nation?
It's already affected our nation. From the first time that video was showing across this nation, showing this individual being treated that way, inhumanely, especially with Mr. Chauvin on top of him, showing he looked indifferent to what was occurring. People telling him, hey, this individual can't breathe. It's like he wasn't even listening. He was just sitting on there waiting and waiting. I don't understand, again, once he complied, he should have got up, he should have sought medical help. So when you see this, everybody across the nation seeing how this individual was treated, and it happens to be that he's a minority, and this is happening all too often. And in talking with other experts, with other professionals, police do a pretty good job, but when it comes to the treatment of minorities, sometimes they fall short. And that's the first thing that has to happen, is admitting that we have to do a better job. Policing is like anything else. It's a hard job, it's a stressful job, but we need to find answers. And at this point, we're in 2021, we shouldn't be going through this. This was completely avoidable. It should not have happened. Police are not supposed to continue with force when somebody's complying. And so we need what is showing to the rest of the world, to this whole country, that we need to make some changes. In my opinion, it's about the training. We need to train individuals better, much better. Second of all, hiring practices. We need to get better minority representation in some of these departments. These are all things that can help. I'm not saying one thing is going to cure the whole problem, but we need to start looking in that direction. We need to have police seeking more bigger budgets for training. Training is where it's going to occur, because once you're out there on the streets, the stress level, you can't imagine when you go out there, once somebody is in a situation when they're confronted with some type of force and the police officer has to deal with it, it is a very stressful situation. And the only way to overcome it is better training and more training. A lot of these departments are too small. They can't afford to have an officer off the street. So that's problematic in itself. So police, in my opinion, need to start thinking about training much more often and under stressful situations, judgment type of training. This is what's going to help this situation. And this situation has been brewing for a long time. I mean, we've had these occur all too often. We just need to do a better job of training our police. And also, at the very beginning, hiring practices need to change. We need to vet individuals that are going to become police officers. And so those are things that need to be done. Sadly, this occurred, and there's no excuse for this to have occurred. Again, I always tell everybody this was unavoidable from the onset.
Absolutely. Well, Steve Romero, professor of criminal justice at UT Rio Grande Valley, thank you so much for joining us on News Now from Fox multiple times to talk about the Derek Chauvin trial. We're eager to see a verdict.
Thank you, Regina.
Have a great day. Thank you, Steve. All right, everybody, taking a live look outside of Minneapolis, Minnesota. A cloudy day out there. And again, we will continue to bring you all the latest on the Derek Chauvin trial here on News Now from Fox. We have been streaming it gavel to gavel. And yesterday, once they received instructions, the jury did deliberate for 4 hours yesterday, and they are expected to deliberate once again here at about 10 a.m. Eastern time. So stay with News Now from Fox for any updates. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Last but not least, I would be amiss if I didn't mention we're launching on Earth Day.
As Joel said, we've got many investigations on board the spacecraft looking down at the Earth, sponsored by our Science Mission Directorate. And we also have the crew, who have the best seat in the house for this event, and I'm sure it'll look great. Thank you.
And now for a weather update from our launch weather officer, Brian Cizik.
And good morning, my name is Brian Cizik. I'm a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron, and as Benji mentioned, I do want to emphasize that I'll be speaking primarily to the weather here in the launch area, so the launch conditions. Unlike the weather we've been seeing over the last few days here in Central Florida, the weather here in the area is looking pretty good for Thursday and Friday. So if we could take a live look at the satellite imagery. So this is the infrared satellite imagery. You can see a lot of cloud cover over Florida right now, and that's due to a front that's kind of just been stalled out over our area. We've just had some waves of low pressure riding along it, bringing some wet and stormy weather over the last few days. But there is some a strong area of high pressure up in the Montana area, and that's going to be coming to the rescue. That's going to be pushing to the south and to the east over the next few days, and that's going to be help clearing out all of that moisture and pushing that front farther to the south by Thursday and Friday. So if we could go to the launch forecast, and you can see we have a 20% probability of violation, so 80% favorable. The winds are going to be a bit brisk, 17 to 22 miles per hour coming from the north-northeast, as that high pressure is still centered fairly far away to the north and west, still in control, but it is going to create a bit of a pressure gradient. So the primary concern will be the liftoff winds, but just a 20% chance of that POV. And as we go to the backup day, looking even better, winds die down a little bit, 12 to 17 miles per hour, and as that high slides farther to the east, we are going to see the wind shift to more of an easterly direction, temperature at 70 degrees, and just a small chance of flight through precipitation, but just a 10% POV, so looking 90% favorable for that backup day on Friday. And that concludes my portion of the brief.
Thank you so much, Brian. And now we will open it up to questions on our phone line. I do want to remind folks, in order to get to as many of you as possible, we ask that you limit yourself to one question and also let us know who you are asking it to. So we will start with Gina Sunseri from ABC News. Gina?
Good morning. This one's for Joel. 11 people on the space station presents a certain challenge, sleeping, etc. What adjustments did you have to make for this?
I didn't quite, I think you said, can you repeat the question?
Did you ask what kind of adjustments do you need to make on the space station for this many crew? Was that the question?
Yeah.
And so, you know, there's a number of things you have to do. We have to fly some additional consumables for the extra crew members. Of course, you have to look at sleeping arrangements. We'll have some temporary sleeping arrangements for the crew members because we have so many people. We have to increase the capacity of our life support systems, so our oxygen generation, our carbon dioxide removal. We also, once we get the crew members on board, they'll first do an emergency kind of drill to make sure that the crews are ready for emergencies. But these are standard things that we've done for handovers in the past. So for this one, the cool thing again is that the added crew member allows another set of hands on board to help us with research and utilization, our technology development, as well as our low Earth orbit commercialization.
All right, thank you, Joel. Next question is from Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Marcia?
Yes, good morning. My question's for Benji, please. I'm interested in the reuse. When you're flying crews, do you have any maximum number of flights that you would use the capsule and Falcon for? And would you anticipate like reusing a Dragon capsule every year like you seem to be starting out to do? And spacesuits, can they be altered for reuse, or do you plan to donate the two behind you? Thank you.
Thank you, Marcia. Those are great questions. So first of all, I'm hoping that nobody notices when I take one of the spacesuits home with me after this briefing. No, actually, everybody here has asked if they can try one on, but I think there's a do not touch sign. So in terms of the suits, I'll start there since I'm making terrible jokes about them. But the reality is that the suits are somewhat custom tailored for each astronaut. So they are those astronauts' suits, and we don't really plan to reuse those. There's a lot of crew equipment, though, that we do reuse.
and as part of the overall system. And so again, we go through the certification and qualification process with NASA to be able to reuse those as well. In terms of your questions about the vehicles, the Dragon from the beginning, the Dragon 2 vehicle, which is of course has the crew and the cargo variant, designed for 5 reuses at least. We've been qualifying to that, and we've been working with NASA on a number of the components to look at 5. There are some components that we will put new on, we'll replace. Some will work through other qualifications and certifications to see how far we can go with reuse for those. Falcon, of course, we used to talk that was qualified for up to 10 flights, but we're continuing to push that for non-human missions, right? We want to see how far we can go, and really, again, the sort of the holy grail of space flight is reusability. So it's important that we do that. But in terms of human space flight for Falcon, right now we're working with NASA. We're certified for this upcoming reuse, and we're continuing our work together as a team to assess how many more flights we'd be able to reuse Falcons for.
All right, thank you, Benji. The next question is from Stephen Clark at Spaceflight Now. Stephen?
Thank you, Stephen Clark, Spaceflight Now. I was wondering if maybe the LWO or Steve Stitch can talk about, or Benji can talk about the forecast for the downrange weather. How are things looking right now? Is it looking good? Is it marginal? And when do you tag up to have a brief on the abort and recovery weather to make that decision whether to load the crew on Thursday morning? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take that question. So we have weather briefings starting about 48 hours out from launch. In fact, we had our first one this morning, looking at both days, primarily Thursday and Friday. The launch weather looks really good for both days, as Brian talked about. The only concern was really winds around the pad for that very first opportunity on Thursday. Downrange weather is a little bit trickier as this high pressure system moves over the Arkansas area. That combined with this front is causing some pretty high winds in some of the areas downrange and some pretty high waves, and so we'll have to watch those. Of the 2 days right now, I would say Friday looks a little bit better than Thursday. We'll continue to watch that weather. I have another briefing 24 hours out tomorrow and take a look at those 2 days, and then we'll figure out what the right time to make the decision is, whether it's tomorrow or taking it down a little closer into launch. So.
Thank you, Steve. The next question is from Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Irene?
Good morning. My question is for Benji Reed. With the HLS award, how will that impact the development and testing of Starship? And are there any lessons learned already from the commercial crew program that SpaceX plans on folding into the human rating of the HLS system? Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. That's a good question. And obviously, I'll mostly focus on crew and commercial crew, since that's the topic of today on our Crew 2 launch and Crew 1 return coming up. But I will certainly say that as we work with NASA, just like we do with everything, as we go through development for our use, for other customers' use, we always work closely with NASA in a very transparent and tight partnership. We like to say that we fly because of technical excellence and also transparency. And it's a key cornerstone of how we work together with NASA. So we'll always continue that path and do good things in that direction. In terms of lessons learned from commercial crew, that's a great question generally, and applied even here to Crew 2. Every flight we fly with people on board and every test that we do towards those flights is lessons and data that we use to make flights safer and more reliable for other crews in the future on whatever vehicle they may be on. So absolutely, we will leverage all information we have every time for future Dragon flights and for other flights. And even for all of our other customers, whether we're flying cargo or satellites or anything else, we'll always be applying those lessons to look for reliability.
Thank you, Benji. The next question is from David Curley with the Discovery Channel. David?
Thanks very much. Benji, I think we're hoping you could tell us a little more about Starship than that. And Steve Stitch, on the LOX issue, is it, can you give us a volume? We only heard inches. Is it less than 1%, 1 or 2%? What was the acceptable number of volume percentage-wise? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll address the LOX question first. So I don't have the exact percentage of volume. When Bill Gerstenmaier was here, Last Thursday, he talked about a few inches. I would say it's on the order of 2,500 or 3,000 pounds of extra locks. And so if you look at the mass of that vehicle, it's a very small percentage of the total weight of the vehicle. The system can handle that from a performance perspective. We can handle that extra weight on the vehicle. The tank can handle the loading from that extra locks. And then there's a vent system and a contingency that would relieve pressure on the tank if it needs to. It can certainly accommodate that lock. So we've had that. SpaceX went back and looked at their flight history, and it's been there potentially for some time, and lots of different flights with lots of different loading. So when we looked at our specific flight and the analysis for this trajectory we're going to fly, we felt very comfortable with going ahead and proceeding with the flight. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Stitch. Next question is from Ken Kramer from Space Up Close.
Thank you. Thanks for taking my question, and good luck on Thursday or Friday when it happens. I guess my question is for Frank Davina. I'd like you to talk a little bit more about the European robotic arm. What are you going to use it for? What missions will it carry out? And can you also talk about the cadence of ESA astronauts? Do you expect them to be there continuously? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, great questions. For the European robotic arm, this is a cooperative program that we have with our Russian colleagues from Roscosmos. The arm is built in Europe, but eventually will be operated by the colleagues from Roscosmos for the benefit of the Russian segment. I know that they have some airlock relocations, for example, that they want to do with it. There are a number of science payloads that they want to install at the outside of the Russian segment. So that are the initial operations that are planned for the next year and a half. And then we will have to see how the ERA will be used to further enhance the Russian the Russian segment of the International Space Station. And we are actually in support of our Russian colleagues for the operations and for the execution of all the tasks that they will plan for the European robotic arm. In terms of the cadence of the astronauts, yes, we will now have 3 astronauts in a row on board of the ISS. Our plan is to have at least 1 European astronaut mission per year, like we had in the past, to the International Space Station. And that is for us very important, of course, to continue our scientific program, but also to continue to leverage the support of our European member states for the ISS. As you might know, we are starting a new astronaut selection this year. We will have the new selectees recruited probably by the end of 22, beginning of 23. And then it's our hope that those new people can all fly to the ISS beginning in 25. So therefore, for us, the extension of the International Space Station beyond 2024 is, of course, key. And we are working with all our international partners and NASA on moving forward to the extension of the ISS.
All right, thank you, Frank. That will do it for our questions. I know our guests here today have already had a long day, and it's only 8:30 in the morning, so we will wrap it up now. As a reminder, our next media event for this mission is a briefing with the NASA administrator and others. That is happening at the countdown clock at Kennedy Space Center tomorrow, April 21st at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can, of course, watch it here on NASA TV. Following that is a NASA social event at 9:15 a.m. Eastern Time, and you can watch that live on NASA's Kennedy Space Center Facebook and YouTube channels. Launch, once again, is scheduled for Earth Day, Thursday, April 22nd at 6:11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Launch coverage here on NASA TV starts at 2 a.m. Thursday morning, just before crews suit up, and live coverage will continue all the way through docking at the International Space Station, scheduled for approximately 5:30 a.m. Eastern Time Friday morning. For more about this mission, go to nasa.gov/commercial crew. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
All right, everybody, you heard it yourself. They are launching this Thursday at 6:11 a.m. Eastern Time. be sure to watch that launch here on News Now from Fox, because if you remember correctly, we here at the News Now from Fox East Coast Hub in Orlando, Florida, are actually right down the road from Port Canaveral. So we will be airing the launch in its entirety, live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show, because that is what we are all about. But we are going to switch gears here. I'm going to take some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to be talking about the latest coronavirus headlines with Dr. Mike Sirigliano. So everybody stay with us. More News Now from Fox is coming up right after this commercial break.
I can. How are you? It always does. We just wing it, wing it. So you just fire away. I got all the stuff. Okay.
Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a live look at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because every Tuesday and Friday we have the pleasure of being joined by Dr. Mike Sirigliano of Penn Medicine to help us break down the latest news surrounding the coronavirus pandemic. And there has most certainly been some news surrounding the vaccine rollout and the side effects that we are learning regarding the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. So here to talk about it all is Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. Dr. Mike, how are you? It's so nice to speak with you.
Always a pleasure speaking with you, Regina.
Oh, so nice to speak with you as well. Well, we have a lot to talk about. First of all, this time last week, there was breaking news that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine was causing some blood clots in a couple of women, I believe specifically. So now researchers are working hard to understand the cause of those blood clots. So what has been going on?
Well, this week, actually on Friday, the vaccine advisory panel will be meeting, and they will have gone over all of the cases, all of the data, looking at whether there was a cause and effect with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and what to do about it. Now, there is some research going on. As we know, we saw a phenomenon similar to this with the AstraZeneca vaccine. And some researchers are now calling this a vaccine-induced immune thrombotic thrombocytopenia. You say that at a party, all right? VITT. And it is thought that the vaccine is causing an immune response leading to low platelets. Now, what is that? Platelets are these things in the blood that allow blood to clot. They go down, and the phenomenon leads to an increased risk of significant clotting in very unusual places, like in the veins of the brain, as well as other places. Now, the trick here is that we have seen this phenomenon before. There is a condition known as heparin-induced thrombocytopenia. That is a drug that we use to anticoagulate people to make their blood thinner. But some people develop an immune response to that that can lead to serious blood clotting and even death. So the big thing that I think is going to come out of Friday's meeting is that they will get the vaccine back online, but there will be warning labels, and it may be that women who maybe have been on oral contraceptives, women who are younger than 55, perhaps something to that effect, or everyone under the age of, no one, I don't know. The data will speak for itself, and we will come up with probably guidelines for people like me. Should someone have gotten one of these vaccines, if they develop symptoms like headache or a blood clot, we know how to diagnose and we know how to treat, because the treatment is different for this condition than other run-of-the-mill, if you will, blood clots.
And you know, Dr. Mike, as far as the Johnson & Johnson vaccine goes, we've seen a lot of people now have they had appointments to get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and then they canceled them and they ended up getting the first dose of the Pfizer or the Moderna. So in the last week, have you seen a lot of people become hesitant to now get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
Well, the good news is we had 3 vaccines. We had Moderna, we had Pfizer, and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. When one of them was put on pause, we have redundancy. So everyone, and it's been a complete turnaround from the beginning of the rollout. Now we have significant amounts of the vaccine, and for everyone that wants one, even from the age of 16 up, you should be able to get it. Now, that being said, Regina, you bring up the topic of vaccine hesitancy. And there are those who say, look, I am not going to get this vaccine. I've heard bad things about it, and it's not what I'm going to do. The problem is that if you look globally, the numbers of deaths of COVID-19 are going higher and higher, mainly in countries like Brazil and India, where they have no vaccine. And if you look at the numbers, when it comes to people who had a vaccine that were fully vaccinated, Regina, the number of people who come down with COVID-19 is very low. The people that are hospitalized, I think the number in this country is 400. And of those folks, only about 75 people succumb to COVID-19. Now, that is something that is horrendous and terrible. But when you look at that in vaccinated people compared to unvaccinated people, it's night and day. The mortality from COVID-19 is much, much higher. So you've got to get that vaccine. Got to get it.
Yeah, Dr. Mike, and as far as vaccines go, the other thing we heard last week is that Pfizer may now be requiring a third dose of the vaccine. So is that true?
Well, I think that we're all in store for boosters, no question about it. With the variants that are appearing, the fact that they're more contagious, and our vaccines are still good, but they could be even amazingly better. I think we will be getting a booster. I don't see COVID-19 being eradicated from the planet ever. I think it's going to become more of a nuisance, but people who are vaccinated will be okay. And remember, we need vaccines like Johnson & Johnson, especially because they are easy to give. They're one shot. They don't require subarctic temperatures to freeze and all of that. So we need to get the world immunized, and hopefully we will get everything back online.
Yeah, and Dr. Mike, now we learned yesterday that everyone in the U.S. is now eligible for the COVID-19 vaccine. So can we see a light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, we need to reach about 85% of the population being immunized. In addition to those who had the virus, we want to get that elusive herd immunity. That's where the majority of people are protected. They don't spread the virus that easily. And then, Regina, you and I and everybody else can go out and have a nice meal and not worry. So what we need to do is get vaccinated so that we can move on with our lives and say sayonara to COVID-19.
Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine. Is there anything else we need to know about the coronavirus pandemic before we send you off?
Well, we need to get young people, the Generation Z people. These are people that were born before 2012, I think, from 2007, something like that. They're much younger than me. Their futures are in front of them, mine behind me. But the bottom line is that these young people have not really been given the message that they need to get vaccinated. These Generation Z kids need to know that they can get sick, they can get very sick, and they are the key to reaching that herd immunity, especially if we're going to get people back to school, back to college, and have a normal life. So my parting statement as a father of two: listen, kids, you got to do what we say and get your vaccine, because it's going to allow you to be free of this pandemic.
Absolutely. Well, Dr. Mike Sirigliano with Penn Medicine, thank you for joining us on Tuesdays and Fridays here on News Now from Fox.
Love you, Regina. You're the best.
You're the best. And taking another live look outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. One day I'll get to Philadelphia and meet Dr. Mike in person. We all love him here on News Now from Fox. But guys, we will send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. And from coronavirus news to money and cleaning out your wallet, spring cleaning out your wallet, we are having one guest to another here on News Now from Fox this morning. So stay with us. We'll be right back. Hi, Trey. This is Regina Gonzalez. Can you hear me? Hello. Good morning. How do you pronounce your name? Trey Bodge. Okay. All right. We are in a 2-minute commercial break. And for those of you who are not in a 2-minute commercial break, you can hear me talking to our guest. But yeah, we will be taking this segment when we return. Thanks. Also, Trey, are you joining us from New York today? New Jersey. Okay, perfect. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. At 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, taking a live look over Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, because if you were just tuning into our show, we were speaking with Dr. Mike Sirigliano on the latest news surrounding the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, a potential third dose of the Pfizer vaccine, and if whether or not we are starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel in this pandemic. But from pandemic news now, this is really related to the pandemic, because when you think about it, we haven't been able to travel. We haven't been able to do a whole lot of things that we are used to. But at the same time, I constantly find myself online shopping. I constantly find myself out at the store buying things that I don't need with my mask on. So we are now in springtime, looking like a beautiful day outside there in Philadelphia. So when it comes to spring cleaning, do we need to spring clean our wallets? Well, joining us to talk about this exact topic is lifestyle journalist and TV commentator who specializes in smart shopping, personal finance, parenting, and retail, Miss Trey Bodge. Good morning, Trey. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I am doing great. So, I am a guilty as charged overspender, spending on things that I don't necessarily need. I'm a huge clothing shopper. So, Trey, why is spring a great time to take a good look at your monthly expenses and review essential spending needs?
I think springtime is a great time to do that because we're already cleaning out our closets. We're maybe cleaning out our basements and organizing and putting things out for donation. We're thinking about taxes. And so I think it's a great time to establish some smart shopping habits as well.
And as far as smart shopping habits, what do people need to know? Like I said, there's been a lot of online shopping because of COVID-19, but now as people get the vaccines, people are going to the malls. So what do people need to know?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Online almost doubled since the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't think that's going away anytime soon. And what's great about online shopping is it's actually easier to be a savvy shopper online because you can look for discounts, you can compare prices very easily. So I always say, look for sales, don't take a price at face value. So make sure you are getting the best price possible by comparing prices, and then also utilizing your memberships at the same time. So for instance, I have an AARP membership, and when I need glasses or contact lenses, I can use my AARP vision discounts to save 50% off prescription glasses at LensCrafters and 30% off frames and lenses at glasses.com. So that is a substantial savings that I'm able to access simply through a membership that I already have.
Yeah, and as far as smart shopping, how can shoppers maximize their spending power and take advantage of the best discounts possible?
Yeah, so like I was saying, it's always good to look for coupons and promo codes to apply to your purchases, and then see if you can do even better with any memberships you might be paying for already, or using the right credit card to get good points. So a good example of that, for instance, is when you go to Walgreens and you're buying health and wellness items. If you sign up for their loyalty program, you can earn points on your purchases there, and then you can also pair your Walgreens membership with your AARP membership and save even more. So that's a good way to save extra on something that you needed to buy anyway. For instance, your shampoos, conditioners, and medicines as well.
And Trey, I am a huge traveler. It's been so sad to not be able to just hop on a plane and go wherever you want. So many countries and destinations on lockdown or how they have certain restrictions. But again, now as vaccines are more readily available and places are opening up, are people spending a lot of money on travel now, especially with Memorial Day coming up? What are you seeing as people's travel expenses?
Yeah, so I am expecting to see a big jump around Memorial Day. I myself am planning to go away as well. And like you, I've been itching to go. We might be a little bit rusty in terms of our deal-seeking behaviors around travel. So just wanted to put the word out for everyone to make sure to look at multiple travel sites as you're comparing prices. Go straight to the airlines and see what they're offering as well. And again, utilize your memberships. My AARP membership benefits give me discounts on hotels, car rentals, activities, even an oil change at oil change of Valvoline is 15% off, which is a great preventative measure if you're planning to take a long road trip like I am around Memorial Day. So taking that extra moment to look for savings can save you thousands of dollars if you're taking a big trip in particular.
All right. Now, can you tell us, you mentioned AARP. So can you tell us a little bit about why AARP benefits are, beneficial?
Right. So I love them because they're so easy to take advantage of all the benefits, and there are benefits across everything from tech to home to wellness and travel, so many opportunities. And the membership is only $16 a year or less if you commit to multiple years, and you can actually be any age to join AARP. There are certain benefits that apply at certain ages, and so you want to be mindful of that. But I'm 52 right now, and I'm enjoying a lot of AARP membership benefits, and proud to say it.
Awesome. All right. Trey Bodge, lifestyle expert. Is there anything else that we should know about spring cleaning our wallets or expenses before we send you off?
Yeah, the one thing I would say is that Memorial Day is coming up, and 3-day weekends are really great for big savings, especially on large, expensive items. So if you're considering getting a new appliance or a new mattress, hold off until Memorial Day. On those big expenses.
All right. Well, Trey, thank you so much for joining us here on News Now from Fox. I personally learned a lot.
I'm so glad. Thank you.
Absolutely. And a huge thank you to our live contributors, I can't speak, for being a live guest on our show and giving us such useful and important information, especially as, we kept saying things are starting to open up. So it's important to start saving your money for the right things. Maybe take a trip, maybe buy yourself something nice, spend it on your family, do whatever makes your heart happy. Taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City, right down the road from where Trey was joining us. She joined us live via Zoom from New Jersey. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. We've got more top stories coming up after that. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. 9:12 a.m. here on the East Coast. Taking a live look over our Fox News headquarters in New York City. But I am actually going to take you from New York back out to Minneapolis, where we have been all morning. This is live footage from outside of the Hennepin County Government Center, specifically the courtroom and location where a jury will be deliberating the fate of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. They will begin at about 10 a.m. Eastern time. They actually already deliberated for 4 hours yesterday after closing arguments were over. So we are keeping track of any news that breaks out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, as the fate of Derek Chauvin is now at the hands of the jury. Meanwhile, as the nation braces for this verdict in the trial, the White House is preparing to respond. And I'm actually going to take you out there live right now. That is because a member of Congress could be disciplined for her explosive comments related to the trial. Douglas Zader has more from Washington this morning as we wait for the jury's decision.
Maxine Waters have created even more tension as we wait for this verdict to come down.
And you've got to take the power.
The California Congresswoman Maxine Waters wading into the demonstrations in Minnesota, urging protesters to vote. But she didn't stop there. She also called for more confrontations on the street, which many saw as a call to violence. And the judge in the Derek Chauvin case did not hold back.
I wish elected officials would stop talking about this case, especially in a manner that is disrespectful to the rule of law.
And Judge Peter Cahill suggested that Maxine Waters may have put the entire trial of former police officer Derek Chauvin, accused of murdering George Floyd, in jeopardy.
Congresswoman Waters may have given you something on appeal that may result in this whole trial being overturned.
Maxine Waters believes there's value in violence. This is the first time she's done something like this.
Many Republicans are calling for a censure for Waters, a formal rebuke. There's even one call for her removal. But House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says Waters does not need to apologize. The White House wouldn't directly say whether the president agrees with Waters.
But as he also always says, protests must be peaceful. That's what he continues to call for and what he continues to believe is the right way to approach responding.
And the White House is considering whether the president should address the nation after the verdict comes down. In Washington, I'm Douglas Zader, Fox News.
Thank you to Douglas Zader for that report. Again, we will be keeping tabs on any news breaking out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, as we await the verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial. Meanwhile, a lot of locals and a lot of people living in the Twin City area are on edge. They have been dealing with protests that have erupted outside of the courtroom and 20 minutes down the road in Brooklyn Center, Minnesota, following the shooting of 20-year-old Dante Wright. Now, we have a team out there, Fox 9 Minneapolis. They have been boots on the ground providing us updates during this entire trial. And yesterday, they spoke with local business owners and people living in the Minnesota area who say they just want this verdict to be over and they want to move on. So let's get the latest on that story.
It's been the talk since day one, and it's tired. It's tired.
At the Urban Touch Barbers in South Minneapolis, employees and customers have been following every move in the trial of Derek Chauvin. But now that closing arguments are over, the waiting begins.
A lot of anxiety, a little fearful, but at the same time, really excited and just waiting to just really get this over and done with and moving on.
The barber shop is about a mile from 38th in Chicago, where George Floyd died at the hands of Minneapolis police. And owner Billy Hill says the fear of the unknown and what the jury will ultimately decide is hard to put into words.
The seed has been planted. Now we'll see what type of harvest that we have. We'll see what type of harvest we have.
Meanwhile, in Uptown, some say the presence of National Guard members, which is supposed to make them feel safer, is actually putting them more on edge.
Honestly, I feel less safe. I don't like seeing armed guards on the corners of AR-15s. I feel like it's making the community feel less safe.
It's like we've got National Guard outside, we've got helicopters flying over. It's hard to sleep, so yeah, I'm tired. I want the trial to be over, but I don't want the conversation to be over.
Across town at Sammy's Avenue Eatery on West Broadway in North Minneapolis, manager Eureka Johnson hasn't been following the trial on purpose.
Just anticipating what the atmosphere is going to be like. I don't even want to think about it.
Johnson says the cafe went untouched during the unrest last year, and she hopes the same thing happens after the verdict in the Chauvin trial, too.
I think we're going to have a little bit of unrest no matter what. I just think it just doesn't matter which way it goes. Someone's going to be upset. We want peace. We want community. We want unity. We just want all of this to go away, but it's not.
In Minneapolis, Maury Glover, Fox 9.
It's been the talk.
And again, a huge thank you to our Fox 9 team for providing us with not only stories from outside of the courtroom and inside of the courtroom, all of the information and breaking down all of the testimonies we've heard from the last couple of weeks, but now they are speaking to local community members, people who have lived in the Twin City metro area their entire lives. And, as they had said, they have never seen anything like this. And we did again hear Minnesota Governor Tim Walz issue a state of emergency in the 7 counties that make up the Twin City metro area. And he also did say that he is bringing in police and National Guard backup from Ohio and Nebraska as they brace for the Chauvin trial verdict. And speaking of our Fox 9 Minneapolis team being out there, boots on the ground, they were out there as protesters marched down the streets of downtown Minneapolis last night as jurors deliberated the charges facing Derek Chauvin nearby. So they did provide us a story from within the crowds of those protests. So I do want to bring you that story here on NewsNOW from Fox.
This is a common sense trial. It should be a common sense verdict.
As the jury begins to deliberate in the murder trial of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, just outside the courthouse, a crowd gathered with a message.
It's time for us to acknowledge how the sins of racism have been allowed to breathe.
While many protesters said they don't know what to expect in a verdict, they have made up their own minds.
Everybody saw with their naked eyes that he was aware of what he was doing, and he didn't care. He kept going even though he was on camera, because he felt that the system protects him.
If I murdered somebody, you murdered somebody, we'd go to jail for a long time. And so that's what he shouldn't be any different just because he's a cop.
Just as the jury gets the case here in the Chauvin trial, this crowd marching through downtown Minneapolis, blocking some streets in order to get their message across. They are demanding an end to police brutality here in Minnesota and around the world.
The narrative of the bad apple among the police is false. The system is the police system is made for Chauvins in the streets.
This is a common sense trial. It should be a common sense.
Taking a live look outside of Chicago, Illinois, and I genuinely hope that that is not snow that I see right now coming out there in front of the camera. I'm actually going to head to Fox 32 Chicago's website, to see what the weather is out there. It does just say 38 degrees and cloudy, so I do believe that's rain out there. I'm not trying to scare anybody if you're joining us from the Chicago or Illinois area, but I'm taking you out there to Chicago because certainly this verdict is affecting everybody from coast to coast. Protests are expected to erupt around the nation no matter what the verdict is. And Chicago is looking to avoid a repeat of last year should there be any violent unrest at all. So Fox 32 Chicago's Joni Lum has more on what is being done to protect the Windy City during this time.
I'm Joni Lum in Chicago on the Magnificent Mile. The city is preparing for a reaction to the Derek Chauvin trial verdict. The jury has the case in Minneapolis, and that could cause reaction all over the country. Here on Michigan Avenue, more businesses are boarded up, more than twice as many as last week. Governor Pritzker activated the National Guard to support Chicago police as requested by Chicago Mayor Lightfoot. 125 personnel will pre-position in the city to, as the city puts it, ensure the safety of residents, neighborhood commercial corridors, and critical businesses. The governor said that the National Guard will help manage street closures and not interfere with peaceful protesters, similar to what they did over the summer. Police patrols were increased last week for reaction to any of the latest news events. The downtown area is heavily patrolled, and the city has parked some of their big trucks in strategic places. In Chicago, I'm Joni Lum reporting.
And people are continuing to take to social media and express their thoughts on the Chauvin trial verdict and provide certain information. This tweet is from Geoff Bennett saying President Biden is expected to deliver a statement once the jury renders a verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial per multiple officials. No matter the outcome, I'm told it will acknowledge the grief and outrage sparked by George Floyd's killing and other unarmed black men by police. This next one is from Joe Walsh saying, I don't know what the verdict will be, but I do know that Derek Chauvin tortured George Floyd to death. Of that, there is no doubt. This next one is from Saeed Jones saying, it's odd trying to organize the emotional logic of my week knowing that a verdict in the Derek Chauvin trial will explode whatever rhythm I'm able to establish for myself. It's so strange that we just live like this. This next one from Roxanne Gay. I am quite anxious about the verdict in the Chauvin trial. I cannot fathom how the jury could do anything but convict, but it's still possible. This final one from Fox's Megyn Kelly. Ignore the disgraceful Maxine Waters rhetoric. Pray for this jury to come to a verdict based on the evidence and their common sense. When the verdict comes down, respect those 12 citizens who, unlike the press, took an oath to render judgment fairly. So again, a lot of people taking to social media to express their thoughts and their concerns over what the verdict will be. Again, we have heard that the jury will be deliberating again at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. And be sure to stay with NewsNOW from Fox for any updates concerning this verdict. I'm going to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. More top stories when you return. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for waking up with us here on this Tuesday, April 20th. Lots of top stories to bring you here on News Now from Fox, where we are live, raw, and unfiltered, bringing you a front row seat to everything happening now. And we have been covering several top stories this morning as we continue to follow the anxiety and, nerves being felt across the nation as we await the verdict of Derek Chauvin, the Minneapolis police officer accused of killing George Floyd. But I do want to bring you out to Atlanta, Georgia, where you are taking a live look at right now. Cloudy, rainy day out there in the Peach State, and a very tragic morning for the Atlanta area as we are now learning that a late night mass shooting in southwest Atlanta has sent 5 men to the hospital. So I do want to bring you this report from this morning from Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teichner, giving us an update on the situation.
Police say 5 men were hanging out in front of an apartment building on Oakland Lane in southwest Atlanta. Around 10:30 Monday night, an unknown number of gunmen came on foot from behind an adjacent building and started shooting. All 5 victims, who range in age from around 20 to their early 30s, were hit. 4 of the victims took themselves to the hospital. 2 were shot in the leg, 1 in the buttocks, and 1 in both the leg and buttocks. All are expected to survive. The 5th victim was hit in the head. Paramedics rushed him to Grady in critical condition. Detectives tell us the gunmen or men took off on foot. At this point, investigators don't have a motive for the crime, nor do they have a suspect description. Police are hoping the victims can help with the investigation and are trying to determine if the area has any surveillance video.
All right, thank you to Mark Teichner for that report. Again, we will keep you posted on any updates regarding that shooting out there from this morning in Atlanta, Georgia. Again, we have learned that 5 men are now being hospitalized after a mass shooting at a local apartment complex. So the 5 men in front of the building, who range in age from around 20 to their early 30s, were all hit by a gunman who we believe he was on foot. So again, we will keep you posted on that situation out there in Atlanta, Georgia. But taking you out live right now to Austin, Texas. That's the beauty of News Now from Fox, everybody. We can bring you live from one place to another. If we don't have live events happening, we most certainly have live cameras posted up in cities across the nation. But taking you out to Austin, Texas, because if you were tuning into our show very early this morning, just after 6 a.m. Eastern time, we did get a live report from Fox 7 Austin's John KRINIAK, who was updating us after a nearly 24-hour manhunt came to an end early yesterday morning as 41-year-old Stephen Broderick was taken into custody by Manor Police and Travis County Sheriff's deputies. He was the suspect in the shooting that happened Sunday in Northwest Austin. So let's get the latest from our Fox 7 Austin team on what we know about this suspect.
Court documents say Stephen Broderick rammed into a car with his wife Amanda, her daughter Alyssa, her boyfriend Willie Simons, and his and Amanda's young son before shooting at them. A bystander was able to get their son to safety. He's the only survivor of Sunday's killing. Before Sunday's horrific killings, Broderick was accused of sexually assaulting a teenager in June 2020. He spent 16 days in Travis County Jail before posting bond that was eventually raised when he was accused of harassing the victim and their family. Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza wasn't in office when the case began. He says he's still conducting research.
What is clear in this case is that a wealth-based approach to bail simply does not work. Mr. Broderick had a $50,000 bail, which he made, and committed this heinous crime while out on that cash bail.
In July, Amanda Broderick filed for divorce. With a protective order and under conditions of Broderick's release, he was ordered to turn in all firearms, barred from buying any more, told not to contact family, to stay 200 feet away, and to wear a GPS tracking device. 5 months later, that tracking device was removed.
And it's sad. And I hope people are not going to be afraid to speak up. But these people, if it's the truth, they spoke up and they paid with their lives.
Shannon Ryan, Fox 7 Austin News.
All right, thank you to Shannon for that report. Again, that was a story that we were following very closely all weekend here on NewsNOW from Fox. And again, we are learning that a suspect is in custody and he did know the victims. It is being treated as a domestic incident. Taking a live look over El Paso, Texas, from Austin to El Paso right there at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, there is growing confusion over whether President Biden feels the situation along the southern border is a quote-unquote crisis. He used that word Saturday for the first time in public, but his top spokeswoman seemed to contradict that. Fox News White House correspondent Kristen Fisher takes a look.
After weeks of administration officials describing the situation at the border as nothing more than challenging,
We are challenged at the border.
over the weekend, the president himself described it as a crisis when explaining why it's taking so long to raise the refugee cap.
The problem was that the refugee part was working on the crisis that ended up on the border with young people. We couldn't do two things at once now. Now we're going to increase the number.
Is that now the official White House position, that there is indeed a crisis at the border?
The president does not feel that children coming to our border seeking refuge from violence, economic hardships, and other dire circumstances is a crisis. He does feel that the crisis in Central America, the dire circumstances that many are fleeing from, that is a situation we need to spend our time, our effort on.
As the White House downplays the president's use of the word crisis, his predecessor is calling it a horrible situation.
There's never been anything like what's happened at our border. And people are coming in by the tens of thousands. They're walking in. All he had to do was leave it alone.
On Friday, it appeared the White House was leaving alone the cap on refugees that was put in place by the Trump administration, only to walk it back a few hours later after enormous pushback from Democrats on Capitol Hill from Senator Dick Durbin to Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Does this have anything to do with the pushback from Democrats on Capitol Hill?
I don't think you've articulated what our change in policy is, so go ahead.
My job to do that. That's not my job to do that.
It is if you're asking a question. Go ahead.
I'm asking about the pushback from progressives on Capitol Hill.
So you can see the White House press secretary never fully answered the question. Jen Psaki insists that this was all a misunderstanding, noting that the initial order included a caveat to potentially raise the increase in refugees past 15,000, which is the current threshold once that limit had been reached. But Jen Psaki also noted that it is now seeming very unlikely that the president will be able to keep his initial promise of raising the refugee cap to more than 62,000. At the White House, Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much for that report. Good morning, everybody. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and if you are just joining us here on News Now from Fox, we are a nonstop stream of breaking news, live events, and stories happening across the nation. We are a front row seat to the news that you want and need to know every day. The situation at the border being a very big topic that we are closely following here on News Now from Fox. But I just wanted to show you this a really cool shot that we have here in our studio. So again, if you are new to our show, we are the future. We are the future of news. The hosts that you see, first of all, have no teleprompter. We have no script. Everything that we say is our own knowledge and our own thoughts. So if we sound a little crazy, I promise it's just our minds. But you know, we control our own audio, our own graphics. You can see we have a bunch of boards here, a bunch of monitors. So all of the video that you see, all of the graphics that you see, that is all your hosts. And it is so much fun. If you are new to News Now from Fox, we are here in the Orlando hub. This is the East Coast hub where myself, Pilar Arias, and Rain Augustine join you from every day. And then at 11 a.m. Eastern time, we pass things off to our News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, which I believe, we don't have a cool shot of it anymore. We, like I said, are able to take you to a bunch of locations around the country live every day. So I know there was a cool shot of Phoenix there for a second, but it looks like we don't have it anymore. But again, if you tune into our show on the weekends, you won't only see Rain Augustine join you live from Orlando in the mornings, but you're also seeing Stephanie Weaver, who joins you from Los Angeles, California. So we are a nationwide operation here at News Now from Fox, and we all love it. We're having so much fun bringing you the news in a new and improved sort of way, live, raw, and unfiltered. That's what our show is all about. So I'm going to send you on a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to head back out to space because we not only had the Ingenuity become history. Yesterday, NASA successfully flying the first small helicopter on Mars, but now we are sending more humans to the ISS, the International Space Station, from right here in Florida on Thursday. So we've got lots of cool stories coming out of space here on our show. So that's coming up right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. 9:46 a.m. here on the East Coast. If you are waking up with us on the West Coast, good morning and thank you so much for joining us. So we are taking a live look over this absolutely dreary day here in Orlando, Florida. It is, we're expecting a lot of rain here today, actually. I really do want to take you out to our XRAD radar to show you just how much rain we are expecting. So you are taking a live look at our radar, courtesy of a system we like to call XRAD. This is live, and you can just see, if you look at all the temperatures changing across the country, you can see some fronts moving across the Midwest. But if you look to the lower right-hand corner, to the lovely state of Florida, what is typically known as the Sunshine State, you can see lots and lots of lightning bolts. We are on severe weather watch for not only today, but tomorrow as well. Yesterday, we did see a decent amount of rain, and it actually ended up becoming really nice out towards early evening yesterday. But yes, most of the country looking pretty calm besides the Sunshine State, where you can again just see all of those lightning bolts, all of those storm systems, thunderstorms moving across the peninsula, not only out here in Central Florida, but in Southwest Florida as well. So something we're keeping a close eye on here at News Now from Fox. If there are any weather updates, we will bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered on our show. But once again, taking a live look over Orlando, Florida, and that's because we typically have a camera close to Cape Canaveral, literally in Cape Canaveral, but at the ports. It doesn't really have a good shot on it right now, so I did just want to bring you to this shot because SpaceX's Crew 2 astronauts arrived here at the Kennedy Space Center. Now that's right down the road from us here where we're housed at Fox 35 Orlando. They got here on Friday ahead of Thursday's scheduled liftoff. The space company is gearing up for its third astronaut launch in under a year after getting the green light from NASA a week ahead of the planned flight. So let's get the latest from our team here at Fox 35 Orlando on these astronauts arriving here in Florida.
The COVID-19 pandemic, an international team of astronauts was getting ready for next week's launch. Crew members Shane Kimbrough and Megan MacArthur of NASA, Japanese astronaut Akihiko Hoshide, and European astronaut Tomas Pesquet will be launching to the ISS aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I just am really looking forward to the whole experience getting started.
And amid the COVID-19 pandemic, astronauts say they've had to adjust to this new reality.
It's definitely played into our training, as you might imagine. It's really a testament to the training teams at all the centers around the world that have adapted and been able to train us.
Kimbrough, the mission commander, says even simple logistics have been tough.
Even just getting travel between the different countries has been a challenge, but it's all worked out.
But he says the staff still got the job done despite the pandemic.
The training didn't, miss a beat. Honestly, we had to make some adjustments, but the teams did a fabulous job getting us ready to go.
Kimbrough says, if anything, COVID-19 forced them to spend more time together, which will help on their 6-month mission.
Spent a lot of time with these folks behind me, and we've gotten to be really, really good friends, which is only going to play out further on the space station. And that's really only because of the pandemic, so there's some silver linings, believe it or not.
The crew is set to blast off at 6:11 a.m. Thursday morning. At the Kennedy Space Center, Matt Trezza, Fox 35 News.
And thank you to our very own Matt Trezza for that report. Again, our Fox 35 Orlando has an entire plan of coverage for this launch happening at 6:11 a.m. Eastern Time here in Cape Canaveral, Florida. Be sure to tune in to our live coverage on News Now from Fox here as well. We are very excited to see, again, a third launch of humans to the ISS. and it is a combined effort from NASA and SpaceX. But that's not the only exciting news in the space exploration world. There's a new flying object in the thin air of the red planet. NASA making a major breakthrough on Mars Monday morning, flying a helicopter on another planet for the first time in history, and it even had a piece of history on it. Fox News correspondent William LeHNERT has more from Los Angeles.
Deals with the COVID-19 pandemic and international team of astronauts.
Confirmed that Ingenuity has performed its first flight, the first flight of a powered aircraft to another planet.
A breakthrough rivaling the Wright brothers. NASA successfully launching an experimental helicopter from the surface of Mars on Monday, marking the first controlled flight on another planet. The vehicle, a 4-pound mini helicopter named Ingenuity, has been in development for more than 6 years and cost around $85 million. And NASA says today's flight was considered a high-risk maneuver.
I totally believe it's a Wright brothers moment. It is at the heart of kind of opening up a new dimension, the aerial dimension in Mars exploration.
The historic flight lasted only 39 seconds, but all mission objectives were accomplished. Ingenuity hovered for about a half a minute, 10 feet off the ground, and transmitted data back to NASA through the Perseverance Mars rover. No small feat because of the thin air. The rotor blades had to spin 5 times faster than they would on Earth.
That's like on Earth being elevation 3 times the height of Himalayas. So the air is very thin, and Ingenuity had to be really light, small.
The stage now set for more advanced flights on the red planet. And engineers say it could have a big implication back here on Earth as well.
That's the kind of partnership, the kind of push of technology and pull of science that we are now seeing to be very productive within NASA.
NASA says it's planning 5 more flights for Ingenuity with increasing difficulty, possibly laying the groundwork for a fleet of Martian drones. In Los Angeles, William LeHNERT, Fox News.
All right, everybody, it is almost the 10 a.m. hour, and we've got live events upon live events starting here on News Now from Fox. So you are currently taking a live look at a House Republican news conference. So let's listen in here on News Now from Fox.
What happened on 6 January? So to me, I feel in parallel what's going on. But I have to read the actual wording of the bill, I think, too, before I totally commit. But you know what happened on 6 January? Those folks deserve to be held accountable. I think the president's comments were wrong. I criticized it. I can also criticize Maxine Waters for her comments. Thank you. Appreciate you.
All right, everybody. Regina Gonzalez cutting in here to let you know that this event is slated for 10 a.m. Eastern time to begin. It appears that congressman was just making some comments to the media. So what I am going to do is see, we've got several events on standby right now. So I wanted to let you know that we are on standby for the House, the Senate. The Senate is convening at 10 a.m. Eastern time as well. We are on standby for that, as well as a hearing, a Senate infrastructure hearing where Senate Appropriations will convene on the American Jobs Plan, infrastructure, climate change, and investing in our nation's future with Secretary Buttigieg, Secretary Raimondo, and EPA Administrator Reagan. So that is slated to begin as well. And then it looks like here we've got a Senate Judiciary hearing on voting rights. So all of these events are slated to begin at 10 a.m. We will most likely be taking the House Republican news conference, but if anything changes or anything breaks, we will bring it to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on News Now from Fox. I do want to listen in here and see if this event is about to get started. So let's do that. All right, guys. Yeah, it does appear that we're a little early to the party for this event. So what I'm going to do is send some of you on one last quick 2-minute commercial break. Whichever event starts first, we will most likely be taking. These are all extremely important. And, you know, at the 10 a.m. hour, we've got lots of events starting to begin here on News Now from Fox. So if we air one, we will then air the other at another time. So don't worry, you won't miss a beat here on our show. But some of you will see that quick 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is on the other side. Welcome back to News Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us and waking up with us on this Tuesday, April 20th. My name is Regina Gonzalez, and I wanted to say goodbye from our News Now from Fox East Coast hub in Orlando, Florida. Pilar Arias will be hopping on with you for the next hour before we pass things along to our News Now from Fox headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona, where you will have Christy Larson and Mike Page hosting our show before Daytona Everett and Andrew Kraft hop on to host this evening. We are on standby for several live events that have not exactly started yet. So in the meantime, I do want to bring you this latest press conference where Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law an anti-riot bill which increases penalties for crimes committed during riots and is aimed at combating public disorder. But I have spoken too soon. It does look like the House Republican News Conference is getting underway here live, and we are going to play it out for you in its entirety here on News Now from Fox. I will see you guys next week.
The other set of issues that we've been discussing are the national security set of issues, which we're watching around the world. Our adversaries are testing this new administration. Whether you're talking about what's happening in Russia with the troop buildup on the border of Ukraine, the new CIA director, Bill Burns, said that this could well be a preparation for a limited military incursion. Whether you're talking about what's happening with the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party, and the extent to which they're threatening Taiwan and continuing their malign influence and activities around the globe. What's happening in Iran, the announcement that they're now going to 60% enrichment, and their continued aggressive pursuit of nuclear weapons, whether you're talking about North Korea and their continued nuclear buildup and potential resumption of testing, long-range testing. Around the globe, we're watching as our adversaries test us, as our adversaries threaten us. And so far, the Biden administration has been lacking, sadly, in its response. Our adversaries need to know that we have the will and the capacity to defend ourselves. That is the only way to deter the kind of threat that we see. When you combine the continued response by the Biden administration, which seems to be, if the Iranians threaten their nuclear buildup, then what we need to do is get back into the JCPOA. The JCPOA obviously gives the Iranians a pathway to a nuclear weapon. So they do not seem to recognize that it's in fact weakness that's provocative. And we in certainly the House Republicans are absolutely dedicated, committed to ensuring that we do our part in terms of oversight, in terms of highlighting the extent to which we know that military that is second to none and a strong relationship with our allies, those two things are very important for us to be able to defend ourselves. So we're going to continue to focus on and work on those issues. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to the gentlelady from South Carolina, one of our new members, to talk about D.C. statehood and our concerns about that bill. So I'm going to turn things over to Nancy Mace.
And I want to thank Congressman Cheney and Congressman Scalise for their leadership on these issues today. I never thought in the first 100 days that more damage could be done in 100 days by this administration than in 4 years. The Democrats have taken a very sharp left turn to a place I never thought possible this quick. After January, we heard a lot about unity, and it's been nothing but division. It's been 100% partisanship. And it's been a grab for more power. And I can tell you today, I don't believe that most of the American people want to see this power grab by any member of Congress on either side of the aisle. And so when you look at H.R. 1 right now, this is totally unconstitutional. The right of elections and how they are facilitated, how they are authorized to be completed, that's the power of the state, not the power of the federal government. If you look at Iowa 2, they tried to steal a legally certified election in Iowa with Congresswoman Marionette Miller Meeks. The American people voted. They voted legally, and it was legally certified. We're seeing it now with D.C. statehood. D.C. wouldn't even qualify as a singular congressional district, and here they are. They want the power and the authority of being an entire state in the United States. And they want that power. We're seeing it with packing the Supreme Court, going from 9 to 13, or attempt to do that. And they want to change the system. Like, I literally have a front row seat to the dismantling of our Constitution and our freedoms, and seeing more power gained by the federal government and less for the American people. And that's why I'm here today, to fight back against that. And I thank you for your time this morning. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thanks very much, Nancy. And now I'm going to yield to the gentleman from Indiana, Congresswoman Sparks, who has just recently returned from the border. Victoria.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. We spent about 15 hours in Judiciary Committee debating these two bills. And I wanted to share some thoughts with you as a member of the committee, but also as an immigrant to this country. I went to the border with both my Democrat colleagues and my Republican colleagues. And we have a real national security and humanitarian crisis at the border. And it is unfortunate for me to see that instead of having hearings and debates about solutions, maybe to improve our legal immigration, to improve legal infrastructure, the other side is playing politics. So I just wanted to briefly, and hopefully you can pass it along to Speaker Pelosi, because, you know, it seems like she's the only one who runs the show. 3 things. Number one thing, that she needs to realize that President Biden is in charge right now, not President Trump. So they need to start governing this country, not playing politics. Thing number 2, national security is #1 core functions and protected our people from national threats. It's the most important thing that federal government has to do. And number 3, we actually are not a middle school class that complaining about recess. We're a serious institution which has to work on the serious issues and serious policies that people expect from us. What's happening right now, it's unacceptable, it's un-American, and we have to get to governing and not politicking and drama. And as a freshman, I'm very, very disappointed to see that. I'll do my part, and I hope you will do your part to put pressure on the other side that we can get to work. Thank you for having me.
And now I'd like to turn things over to our whip, Mr. Scalise.
Thank you, Liz. Thank my colleagues for their comments. And we still continue to have a crisis at America's southern border. So much so that President Biden himself finally the other day admitted that this is a crisis. And what was the White House's reaction? To try to distance themselves from the comments of the President of the United States. I've never seen a White House before try to say that statements by a President of the United States regarding a crisis doesn't constitute the White House position. It is a crisis. I'm glad that President Biden is finally acknowledging it. I wish Vice President Harris, who President Biden put in charge of this, would actually go down and see this right now. And the fact that she still hasn't, after weeks of being in charge of it, shows that they don't take this seriously. And in fact, they've self-created this crisis. We see the drug cartels taking hold of America's southern border. The drug cartels are making millions of dollars a day running our southern border, bringing people across illegally. And by the way, we had Dr. Fauci before the Select Subcommittee on Coronavirus last week. Dr. Fauci, under oath, testified that President Biden's violating the CDC guidelines that he set in regards to coronavirus. So we all know the social distancing guidelines. We all know that any restaurant in America that was operating above capacity would be shut down today if they were rated for 250-person capacity. Imagine if that restaurant had 4,000 people in it. Dr. Fauci testified that, yes, that restaurant would be shut down, but yet the Donna detention facilities opened, operating under those kind of extreme conditions. And I asked Dr. Fauci if that violated CDC protocols, the way the Biden administration is running that Donna detention facility. And Dr. Fauci testified under oath that, yes, President Biden is violating CDC protocols as it relates to the way he's running the facility. We further went on and asked about the protocols that CDC has set up for American citizens that travel back from Mexico. So if an American citizen travels to Mexico and then returns, before they get on an airplane, an American citizen has to produce a negative COVID test. It's not a recommendation, it's a mandate that CDC has issued, so an American citizen couldn't even get on that airplane without a negative COVID test. And yet today, you will see maybe hundreds of people from the Donna detention facility put on airplanes without a COVID test. Some of them, our own Border Patrol agents acknowledge, are COVID positive, being put on an airplane without a negative COVID test. So once again, the Biden administration is making us live by one set of rules when they're not even following their own rules. And Dr. Fauci testified under oath that that is violating CDC protocols as well, the way that they are transporting people that came here illegally throughout the rest of the country. And the Biden administration still won't tell us how many people have been put on airplanes, where they're being sent, because clearly those states now should be concerned about the public health crisis that is being created by the Biden administration, violating their own CDC protocols, the way they are mismanaging this crisis at the border. This continues to be a problem. We're going to continue to raise awareness until this gets solved. The president could solve it today by restoring the Remain in Mexico policy, by reestablishing those relationships with the Northern Triangle countries that were in place during the Trump administration and working very well, working with our partners, with our neighbors on our southern border to help control our border. That is all gone right now because President Biden got rid of it by executive action. President Biden created this mess. He can fix this mess, and we call on him to do it today. And then finally, when you look at the additional push by Speaker Pelosi and her socialist allies in the House to push such a broad left socialist agenda, just the other day, one of our top leaders, Jerry Nadler, filed a bill to pack the United States Supreme Court. And while Speaker Pelosi initially said it wasn't going to come up right now, Jerry Nadler himself said that Speaker Pelosi will come around. And we couldn't even get the majority leader last week to commit that this bill will not come up. So no doubt they will continue to try to pack the Supreme Court if they can. They have opened America's southern borders, and the drug cartels have exploited it to the hilt. And then you look at some of the other policies that they're talking about bringing, adding D.C. statehood against the 28th Amendment of our Constitution, among other provisions, Article 1, Section 8 of our Constitution, just ramming through a socialist agenda, not working with Republicans on infrastructure. We want to improve America's infrastructure, and we want to do it in a responsible way. President Biden still has not met with Republican leadership to talk about how to do this. Instead, they're talking about a go-it-alone bill that would include tax hikes, major tax hikes that every American would pay. When they say that, oh, it only will be the rich, I guess if you pay utility bills, you're going to be one of those people because their charging stations that they want to spend billions of American tax dollars on would be paid for by monthly increases on families' household utility bills. So if a hardworking family out there wants to pay more in their utility bills, that's what the Biden infrastructure bill would do. That's not roads, bridges, ports, waterways, and broadband. Those are the things that we want to work on. That's not what the president is working on. He said when he ran for office that he would unify and work with everybody. He has yet to follow through on that promise. Day 100 is coming closely. All he's got to show for his 100 days in office is more lost jobs, killing the Keystone Pipeline, killing many energy jobs, pushing a very far left radical agenda, opening America's borders, trying to pack the Supreme Court. Now, that's not what America elected President Biden to do. We're calling on him to follow up on the promises that he made during the campaign. With that, we'd be happy to take some questions.
Yeah. If Congressman Waters' remarks were worthy of...
All right, everybody, again, good morning. You're watching News Now from Fox. We are going to depart the House GOP leaders' news conference and take you out to the Senate Judiciary hearing on voting rights. This is called Jim Crow 2021, the latest assault on the right to vote. Let's watch.
Their fact checker was shocked that after the 4 Pinocchios, Biden kept repeating the same false claims. It goes to show that these claims about Georgia aren't about truth, they're about politics. And it goes beyond politics. The concerted efforts of liberals and their allies to mislead about Georgia voting laws have had terrible effects on Georgia itself. There's an organized campaign started to make big business punish the people of Georgia for their political choices. When you make political comments and it hurts people's pocketbooks, it ought to be something everybody be offended by. Most infamously, Major League Baseball moved the All-Star game from Atlanta, a move that's likely to cost the city's economy 100 million jobs, and that's affecting the income of Georgians and probably some jobs in Georgia. A state senator lost his job at a prominent law firm after a political activist took a break from fleecing their donors to get him fired for his work as a citizen legislator. When partisans and companies collude to ruin the livelihoods of their opponents, there's a term for that. It's economic terrorism. The American people don't like this. A recent NPR poll asked whether people support or oppose professional sports using their public roles, positions, and events to influence politics. 55% opposed it, only 40% supported it. On the other hand, the American people do like secure elections. A recent poll showed that 77% of the Americans support voter ID laws, including 74% of the independents. 66% even support voter ID for absentee ballots. 80% agree that states need to balance no-excuse voting with election integrity safeguards. 93% say that the voter registration rolls should be accurately maintained, with 83% saying states should remove old registrants. I don't get it when we hear, not just in Georgia, but other states, that there's something wrong when somebody died, that they ought to be removed from the voting rolls. In 2021, I'm not sure that apple pie would poll as well as the common sense election integrity. I can tell you the people of Iowa, whom I represent, like secure elections. That's why we recently passed laws to do just that. I have a statement for the record from our Secretary of State explaining how we work to make election laws easy and honest. This last election showed why secure elections are necessary. We'll be hearing from our Democrat friends that voter fraud is so rare. Second District, Representative Marianne Miller Meeks won a race last fall by just 6 votes. That's 6. Every vote counts in Iowa, which means they better be legitimate. In fact, during each election in Iowa, we find numerous instances of double voting. It's not a big number, but it does happen. And with congressional races being decided by only 6 votes, it obviously matters. At the same time, I want to be clear. There's no evidence of anyone being unable to vote in Iowa due to our voting security provisions. All this talk about the importance of voting from Democrats is less than amusing. Just last month, Speaker Pelosi tried to use the power of her majority to throw Dr. Miller Meeks out of the House 2nd District in Iowa, even though her election was fully certified. It was fully certified by a committee of 3 elected Republicans and 2 elected Democrats. Her opponent didn't want to admit she lost, but she skipped court, and Democrat super lawyer, who, by the way, is facing sanctions in Texas, tried to change the results of the House instead. When people will stop at nothing to win races, it's more important than ever that our election laws be secure. Sadly, my friends on the other side seem to disagree. Elections and voting legislation that's been proposed in Congress will take away the ability of states to establish their own voting rules. I hope to hear from Secretary Gardner why it's so important for states like Iowa, New Hampshire, and Georgia to manage their own elections, and why federalized election rules are bad for election integrity and for voter participation. I hope to hear from President Pro Tem Jones about what really happened in Georgia, not the made-for-TV headlines about Jim Crow 2021, but a sensible, fair, common-sense effort that they made to increase voter confidence in their election. Basic claims of voter suppression are just as corrosive to our democracy as baseless claims of voter fraud. And we heard too much about that from last November. We should all be committed to making elections accessible and secure to maintain the confidence of the voters. And when I hear about voter suppression And the loser in this election lost by more, with more votes than anybody loser ever in the history of the country got. And the winner won by more than any winner in the history of elections. And you're telling me about voter suppression, the way people turn out? Give me a break.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. We're speaking about what happened since that election in state legislatures across the country. Since 2014, Senator Leahy has led the efforts in the Senate to restore the Voting Rights Act. Due to a conflict with the Appropriations Committee hearing this morning, he may not be able to question witnesses, but he's asked to make opening remarks, and I'm going to extend the same courtesy to Senator Cornyn after Senator Leahy is finished. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the courtesy. I think it's excellent that you're holding this timely hearing. I think this is the greatest crisis facing our democracy today. I look at my own state of Vermont, where everybody can vote, is encouraged to vote. We do everything possible to vote. We elect a Republican governor and a Democratic lieutenant governor. Every vote counts, and we make sure they do. And people in my state look at what happened in the Georgia legislature. They cannot understand that is happening in the 21st century. You know, the 2020 election should be a great source of pride for our nation. We suffered through a deadly pandemic, but even so, more Americans voted in 2020 than in any modern time in modern history, both Republicans and Democrats. But instead of celebrating that significant achievement, the former president mounted a campaign of misinformation, spreading the big lie that widespread voter fraud led to his defeat. And his disinformation campaign led directly to the violent assault on the nation's capital that took the lives of 5 Americans. I was proud when the Republicans and Democrats in Congress stood bravely together amid the broken glass in ransacked offices to reject the former president's big lie. I was proud that we crossed party lines to certify one of the most secure elections in our history. And when Republicans and Democrats came together again days later for the inauguration of President Biden, America sent a powerful message to the world. Neither a deadly pandemic nor a violent insurrection can defeat our American system of self-government. Now, that was just 90 days ago. But instead of capitalizing on measures that resulted in the highest voter turnout in over a century, dozens of states have moved forward to restrict access to the ballot. As of March, more than 360 bills have been introduced in state legislatures to make voting harder for Americans. These cynical efforts have been justified on the grounds it should be harder to cheat, which, of course, falsely implies that voter fraud was a widespread problem. Did we not just go through an election where there was virtually no evidence of voter fraud and it was looked at by the courts, and that's the conclusion they came to? Did we not just reject a violent attempt to overturn our election based on the utterly false claim that it was stolen through fraud? Now, I realize memories may be short, but this wave of voter suppression laws is premised on a little bit more than the big lie with a slapdash paint job. If you rejected the big lie then, you should oppose these efforts today. We should all easily agree that when any voters in any party are disenfranchised, our democracy suffers. Depriving Americans of the foundational right to vote also denies them representation in our democratic republic. It's exactly why the 1965 Voting Rights Act, which helps the federal government prevent voter disenfranchisement, has been bipartisan. Every Congress, from 1965 to 2006, repeatedly reauthorized the Voting Rights Act on a bipartisan basis, including in our body, Mr. Chairman, in 2006, by a vote of 98-0. Now, among those who joined me in voting yes in 2006 were Ranking Members Grassley, Senator Graham, Senator Cornyn. The reason the Voting Rights Act has always been a bipartisan bill is this pro-democracy, not pro-Republican or pro-Democrat. So I hope will be increased support for the already bipartisan John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act.
All right, everybody, we're going to head on out to the Senate floor here really quickly because Senator Chuck Schumer is speaking. Let's listen in live.
Voters waiting in line at the polls, even though in minority areas the lines are often much longer because there are fewer polling places. I know my Democratic colleagues on the Judiciary Committee are going to shine a spotlight on all of these efforts, and I applaud Chairman Durbin for holding this very important hearing today. Voting rights are a topic that deserves continued national attention. It's a top priority for this Democratic Senate majority. Finally, Mr. President, you couldn't find a better study in contrasts than the Trump administration and the Biden administration. On so many issues, the executive branch is finally returning to competence, undoing the damage wrought by 4 years of Trump's presidency. One important example came last night. Beginning in 2017, the Trump administration maliciously held back billions of dollars in congressionally approved disaster aid to Puerto Rico, which was devastated by Hurricane Maria, resulting in the deaths of thousands of Americans. This was vicious on the part of Donald Trump, nasty, so typical of the pettiness and inhumanity of his administration. Well, the Biden administration has finally ended this appalling delay and will release the much-needed disaster relief funds that Puerto Rico has waited for almost 5 years. The release of these funds means that the people of Puerto Rico can finally and fully rebuild their homes, their schools, their businesses. Puerto Rico, unfortunately, has too often been an afterthought to work here in Washington. Funds that would normally go to any state after a natural disaster like Hurricane Maria got delayed for years over the course of an entire administration. Puerto Ricans are American citizens and should be treated exactly as such when disaster strikes. That's why in the American Rescue Plan, Democrats passed the largest, most comprehensive relief package for the people of Puerto Rico in a long, long time. I'm proud to have worked with my House colleagues, particularly Representative Nydia Velázquez, to get that done. Prior to the American Rescue Plan, the federal government had never supported Puerto Rico's tax credit for low-income workers. We did that for the first time ever. Shockingly, prior to the American Rescue Plan, only families with 3 or more children in Puerto Rico could claim the child tax credit. That seemed to me to be racist in its application. We fixed that and made sure that every family in Puerto Rico could claim the credit, just like every other American family. So as long as Democrats have a majority here in the Senate, I'm going to make sure that Puerto Rico is treated fairly and gets its fair share of support. When it comes to this disaster aid, I am so glad the Biden administration is rectifying the issue. I hope we never repeat such a shameful delay. I yield the floor and note the absence of a quorum. Yeah.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
All right, everybody, you heard Chuck Schumer talking about the concurrent voting rights hearing. We're going to return to it right here on News Now from Fox.
This does not have to come at the expense of common sense guardrails and protections that preserve the integrity of the ballot. For every one person who votes who is unauthorized or is disqualified to vote, that dilutes the vote of legitimate and legal voters. And disparaging those same common sense protections like voter identification as Jim Crow 2021, or in other words, racist, is false and I believe dangerously so. Our founders understood that all power ultimately resides in the hands of the people. When government takes its power away from state legislators, it is effectively seizing power from the people of those states to hold their elected officials responsible. This is very important because our founders gave us a roadmap, in other words, the Constitution, as to the power residing in the hands of the people through their ability to hold their state legislators accountable. Article 1, Section 4 explicitly gives the states the power to regulate, quote, the times, places, and manner of holding elections, close quote. Congress may, however, quote, at any time, make or alter such regulations except as to the place of choosing senators. I read this to mean that the states are to chart their own course for elections, subject to guardrails, and where necessary, Congress can provide additional guidance, but cannot hijack the process entirely. Nowhere in the Constitution does it empower the federal government to completely usurp the role of the states in holding elections. Indeed, nowhere does the Congress have the authority in one of its enumerated powers, as reflected in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. In a recent gerrymandering case, Chief Justice Roberts noted that the framers assigned the issue to the state legislatures, expressly checked and balanced by the federal Congress. Yet through H.R. 1, Congress is not acting as a check. It's acting like a hijacker to take over the constitutional authority from the states and acting as the sole arbiter as how an election is run in rural Vermont or downtown Chicago. This past election, for example, we had the highest turnout ever in a presidential election. According to network exit polls, the number or percentage of African Americans who cast their ballot is roughly the same as the percentage of the African American population in America. I'm encouraged by this trend of more people voting and hope it continues. I agree we should have this hearing and we should look at appropriate bipartisan solutions to improve voter access. But using charged rhetoric to describe aspects of state voting laws like the one in Georgia is misleading. It's not constructive, and it undermines public trust in Congress and in our election system. In fact, as we've learned, the Georgia law comports with the existing laws of many Democrat-run states and also reflects the safeguards supported by the bipartisan Carter-Baker Commission. This is not to say that there's not more work to be done, but it is important that we temper the charged rhetoric and understand the specifics that we're actually talking about, rather than jumping headfirst into this debate across the country in a rush to judgment. Here's just one example. The Georgia provision requires a free ID card in order to receive an absentee ballot. That's nearly identical to the provision in the 2002 bipartisan bill supported by then Senator Biden and the current chairman of this committee. Indeed, the Help America Vote Act would have required everyone voting in a federal election to provide a copy of a photo ID. And if they don't have one, they can get one or provide a copy of the bank statement, paycheck, government document, or utility bill. In other words, they can do it for free. I don't think this is a radical proposition to suggest that voting identification coupled with the offering of free ID cards is a radical restriction on voting. It just doesn't hold up. To the contrary, it's a basic safeguard to preserve the right of people to vote and for their vote to count equally in a free and fair election. And this safeguard helps inspire public confidence at the same time. The Carter-Baker Commission, Jimmy Carter, James Baker III, named for them, looked at preserving the integrity of our elections, and they reached the same conclusion. The electoral system cannot inspire public confidence if no safeguards exist to deter or detect fraud or to confirm the identity of voters. Photo IDs are currently needed to board an airplane, to enter a federal building like this one, to operate a motor vehicle, to cash a check, to buy alcohol, and pick up will call tickets at the Major League Baseball games. I support efforts to expand voter access, but these efforts cannot interfere with the integrity of our elections. Today's hearing is an excellent opportunity to discuss that and expanding access to the ballot box for all eligible voters. I appreciate the chairman and ranking member holding this hearing. Not so much the title of the hearing, but I do think the subject matter is important, and I'm eager to hear more from today's distinguished witnesses.
Thanks, Senator Cornyn. Today we welcome two members of Congress to testify, Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock of Georgia and Congressman Burgess Owens of the 4th District of Utah. In addition to representing the state of Georgia after his election earlier this year, Senator Warnock serves as senior pastor of the historic Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta, where our late colleague, Congressman John Lewis, was a member. Senator Warnock, could you please proceed with your statement?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Grassley and members of the committee for inviting me here today. I'm especially glad to join these distinguished witnesses. Mr. Chairman, I've come here today to stress the critical need for the federal government to act urgently to protect the sacred right to vote.
All right, everybody. Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next.
Democracy. Our vote is our voice, a chance to help determine the direction of our country and our own destiny within it. Record numbers of Georgians used their voices and voted in the last election. And in response to this swell in Democratic participation, politicians in our state legislature responded not in celebration, but with retaliation. They could have gotten busy having not seen the outcome that some of them wanted. They could have gotten busy changing their message or adjusting their policy. Instead, they got busy changing the rules as if the democracy belongs to them and not the people. We've seen voter suppression bills since the election in November and January all across this country. 360 voter suppression bills in 47 states, an increase of 100 bills since I highlighted this issue on the Senate floor just a month ago. As of today, 5 of these bills, including in my own state of Georgia, have been signed into law. These efforts vary in exactly how they suppress voting. Some new laws, like in Georgia, will make it harder to vote by mail. Some will make lines that are already too long longer. Harder. The new law also gives state politicians, some of the same politicians who still today refuse to acknowledge President Biden's lawful and decisive victory, the power to override local election officials. We may be tempted to dissect these bills as if analyzing them piece by piece makes them more rational. But that narrow analysis only obscures the larger, unmistakable picture. This is a full-fledged assault on voting rights, unlike anything we have seen since the era of Jim Crow. For all of their differences in exactly how they suppress the vote, what these bills all share is that they are predicated on the big lie, that the outcome of our last elections were the result of fraud, or at least the presidential election. I guess the members who won their elections are okay with that outcome. The truth is, politicians in their craven lust for power are willing to sacrifice our democracy by using the big lie as a pretext for their true aim. Some people don't want some people to vote. To be sure, we have seen these kinds of voter suppression tactics before, aimed at the same communities. They are a part of a long and shameful history in Georgia and throughout our nation. But that history is also filled with moments of hope and promise, when our nation has come together in recognition that preserving our democracy is absolutely essential. Voting rights are preservative of all other rights. Just 15 years ago, the United States Congress reauthorized the Voting Rights Act of 1965 under a Republican president, and with a bipartisan vote in the Senate of 98-0. At the time, our colleague, Senator Mitch McConnell, praised its passage, declaring it a law that would make a difference for all of America. Many members of this committee, including the chair and the ranking member, enthusiastically voted in favor of it. That was 2006. Why shouldn't voting rights legislation be just as bipartisan now in 2021 as it was in 2006, voting rights should always be bipartisan. It is not the difference between right and left, but the difference between right and wrong. Many argue that the United States Senate is dysfunctional and incapable of governing in a bipartisan manner. We can boldly refute these claims by coming together not as Democrats or Republicans, but as supporters of democracy itself to pass the For the People Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. Together, these two bills would turn the tide against state-level voter suppression proposals all across our country. These pieces of legislation would expand and protect access to the ballot for every citizen, Democrats, Republicans, and independents. Because strengthening our democracy does not benefit one party over another. Instead, democracy reform benefits all of us by ensuring that our government is of the people, by the people, and for the people. John Lewis was my parishioner. I was honored on many occasions to stand with him as we took people to vote after church at Ebenezer. He understood that our democracy transcends all else, and he nearly died on the Edmund Pettus Bridge defending it. Today, our country faces the most widespread assault on voting rights since that era. The four most powerful words in a democracy are "the people have spoken." The highest and most sacred action that the Senate can take is to protect the right of the people like it did in 1965. As we move forward in this discussion, I've asked myself on many occasions, what would have happened had we not passed federal legislation affirming the covenant of our democracy in 1965? Where would Georgia be? How would it prosper on the other side of a segregationist curtain? If we had not acted in 1965, what would our country look like? Surely I would not be sitting here, only the 11th black senator in the history of our country and the first black senator in Georgia. And maybe that's the point. It concerns me that some don't hear the irony in their statement that we must protect minority rights in the Senate while refusing to protect minority rights in the society. We've got to act. History is watching us. Our children are counting on us. And we must pass federal voting rights legislation no matter what.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Senator Grassley, would you please introduce your guest?
It's a great pleasure to introduce him, and most people probably know him better as an outstanding NFL football player, but it's my pleasure to introduce Congressman Burgess Owens. Congressman Owens represents the great state of Utah, along with our colleagues, Senator Mike Lee and Romney. Congressman Owens is a new addition to the House, and we're so pleased to have him here with us this morning.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and the members of the committee for the invitation to join you today at this hearing. My American story begins with my great-great-grandfather, Silas Burgess, who arrived in America as a child, shackled in the belly of a slave ship. Silas was sold on an auction block with his mother in Charleston, South Carolina, to the Burgess plantation. He escaped through the Underground Railroad and later became a successful entrepreneur, purchasing 102 acres of farmland paid off in 2 years. My grandfather, Oscar Kirby, served our country in World War I and was a respected and successful farmer, raising 12 children, all of them graduating from college. My father, Clarence Burgess Owens Sr., was stationed in the Philippines at the end of World War II. When he returned home to Texas, actual Jim Crow laws denied him a postgraduate education. Raised in a generation that used this as motivation, he received his PhD in agronomy at Ohio State University and had a successful career as professor, researcher, and entrepreneur. I grew up in the era of actual legalized institutional racism. I grew up in the Deep South in Tallahassee, Florida, in the 1960s during the days of KKK, Jim Crow, and segregation. My first experience with white Americans was at 16 years old. At 18, I was the third black athlete to receive a scholarship to play football at the University of Miami. Now I proudly represent Utah's 4th Congressional District in the U.S. Congress. I sit today before you as someone who's lived the American dream, as have millions of other Americans of all races from every background. This is due to our country's mission statement that all men and women are created equal. A mission statement that every American should have the equal opportunity for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as someone who's actually experienced Jim Crow laws, I'd like to set the record straight on the myth regarding the recently passed Georgia state law, and why any comparison between this law and Jim Crow is absolutely outrageous. Here are a few examples of my own life of what Jim Crow laws actually look like. At the age of 12, my father allowed me to participate in a demonstration with college students in front of the segregated Florida State Theater, where because of our color, we could not enter. I was the youngest participant there. Only 50 years later did I learn that my father had parked across the street to watch and make sure I was safe. In the 7th grade, my school never received new books. Instead, we received books from the all-white school across town. At service stations, there were white men-only restrooms, white women-only restrooms, and a filthy restroom in the back of the station for black Americans designated as colored. In addition, Jim Crow laws like poll tax, property tests, literacy tests, and violence and intimidation at the polls made it nearly impossible for black Americans to vote. The section of the Georgia law that has brought so much outrage from the left simply requires any person applying for absentee ballot to include evidence of a government-issued ID on their application. If a voter does not have a driver's license or ID card, that voter can use a current utility bill, bank statement, government check, paycheck, or any other government document that shows a name and address of this voter. If a voter somehow cannot produce one of these above forms of ID, that voter can still vote and cast a vote, provisional ballot. By the way, 97% of Georgia voters already have a government-issued ID. What I find extremely offensive is the narrative from the left that black people are not smart enough, not educated enough, not desirous enough for education to do what every other culture and race does in this country, get an ID. True racism is this. It's projection of the Democratic Party on my proud race. It's called the soft bigotry of low expectation. President Biden said of the Georgia law, this is Jim Crow on steroids. With all due respect, Mr. President, you know better. It is disgusting and offensive to compare the actual voter suppression and violence of that era that we grew up in with a state law that only asked that people show their ID. This is the type of fear-mongering I expect in the 1960s, not today. And by the way, literacy tests and poll tests were initiated by the Democratic Party. The intimidation of black Americans by the KKK was initiated by the Democratic Party. Jim Crow, that I grew up in the South, of segregation, was initiated by the Democratic Party. The soft bigotry of low expectation now projected on black Americans, not Italians, not Asians.
We will continue to listen into this hearing on voting rights on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, though, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break.
Where black misery today thrives and is prevalent, lack of education, lack of jobs, high crimes, the call for defund the police is all done in Democratic parties. By increasing illegal votes and not giving voice to those legal Americans, black Americans, who are seeing and waking up today is the real tragedy of this process. We're seeing 18% of black men turn away from the Democratic Party because they're seeing that their vote can count and their future can matter. We're seeing twice the percentage of black women doing the same. A record number of Hispanics, Asians, and gay community members doing the same. So no, all American Express very simply expect is fairness, security, to walk away from the poll booth knowing that my vote counted. If we didn't win, we work harder next time to make sure our message resonates. But to call this Jim Crow 2021 is an insult, my friends. For those who never lived Jim Crow, we are not in Jim Crow. And for black Americans to go out every single day and vote the way we feel we should is a right that we should have, and not being demeaned by something 60 years ago in which we had no right to do any of the above. Thank you very much.
We will now turn to our panel of witnesses. We thank the members for attending. Today, we welcome 5 witnesses to testify about the latest assault on the fundamental right to vote. I will introduce the majority witnesses, then I'll ask Senator Grassley to do the same for the minority witnesses. Our first witness is Professor Carol Anderson. She's the Charles Howard Candler Professor of African American Studies and Chair of African American Studies at Emory University in Atlanta. Professor Anderson's research focuses on public policy and the intersection of race, justice, and equality in the United States. She's the author of multiple books, including White Rage, The Unspoken Truth of Our Racial Divide, and One Person, No Vote, How Voter Suppression is Destroying Our Democracy. Sherilyn Ifill is well known to the committee and others. She's the president, director, counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense and Education Fund, a civil rights organization founded by Thurgood Marshall in 1940 that has led some of the most significant legal battles for racial justice and equality. She first joined LDF in 1988 and took over as director counselor in 2013. Finally, the Honorable Stacey Abrams, joining us from Atlanta. She served for 11 years in the Georgia House of Representatives, including 7 years as Democratic leader. In 2018, she became the first black woman to be the gubernatorial nominee for the major party in the United States. After witnessing the voter suppression efforts during the 2018 election, she launched Fair Fight and Fair Fight Action to protect the voting rights of Georgians and other Americans. Ranking Member Grassley, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Yes, I'm going to introduce Speaker Pro Tem Jan Jones, and then Senator Cotton is going to introduce Secretary Gardner. So it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Jones. In her nearly 20 years in office, Speaker Jones has distinguished herself as an advocate for changing lives and increasing economic opportunity through improved public education and government that responds to the people. She was elected by her peers to serve as the highest elected woman in the Georgia General Assembly in 2010 after serving as Majority Whip. She has authored various bills involving local control, transparency, and accountability. She has also done much to reform Georgia's K-12 education. Speaker Jones lives in Milton, Georgia, with her husband. She is a graduate of the University of Georgia and has an MBA from Georgia State. She's a businesswoman and a mother of 4. I thank her for appearing today. Senator Cotton.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. I am pleased to introduce New Hampshire Secretary of State Bill Gardner, the longest-serving Secretary of State in the country. Secretary Gardner was first elected to serve the people of New Hampshire in 1976, just 1 year before I was born, and Senator Grassley doesn't even want to know how many years before Senator Ossoff was born. He's been serving for that long because he has been serving the people of New Hampshire so well. I would point out that Secretary Gardner is a Democrat, and of course I'm a Republican. I'm sure there are probably some things we don't agree on, but I invited Secretary Gardner to appear because this is not a partisan issue, or rather it shouldn't be. Free and fair elections administered by our 50 state governments are an American issue. That's what our founders intended, and that's why there is bipartisan opposition to these bills that would federalize our state-based system. Secretary Gardner is well positioned to talk about these problems and how this bill would wreak havoc on our elections, but more fundamentally, he can talk about the real problem, the fact that this legislation is a complete takeover of our federal election system. I want to thank Secretary Gardner for being willing to testify. I would suggest to all of those watching that the longest-serving Secretary of State in America and a Democrat has a lot to say that we should probably listen to before we make radical changes to our state-based election system.
Thank you, Senator Cotton. The procedure will follow today. We will swear in the witnesses, and each witness will then have 5 minutes to provide opening statements. There'll be one round of questions, and each senator will have 5 minutes, and I ask them to please try to stay within their allotted times. I would like to ask all the witnesses, and they are in remote status, to please stand in place to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I'm going to assume that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you all. Professor Anderson, please proceed with your opening statement.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you about the history of voting rights. I will focus on three key themes that echo powerfully in today's electoral landscape. One, the target of disfranchisement. Two, the use of race-neutral language to evade the 15th Amendment. And three, the cloaking of disfranchisement under the banner of election integrity. In 1890, during the rise of Jim Crow, legislator James Big Chief Vardaman bragged that the sole reason the Mississippi legislature revised the state's constitution was to eliminate the Negro from politics. Similarly, Virginia Representative Carter Glass, like so many others, rushed to champion a bill in the legislature that would inevitably cut from the existing electorate 4/5 of the Negro voters in the state. I call it bureaucratic violence because it is designed to attack and undermine African Americans' voting rights and other citizenship rights, while providing an aura of legitimacy that physical violence simply cannot bring. What Vardaman and Glass were advocating was an omnibus disfranchisement program, the Mississippi Plan, which was modified throughout the South and included the poll tax, the literacy test, the grandfather clause, and other barriers to the ballot box. Not surprisingly, Black electoral participation dropped precipitously. In 1880, for example, Black voter turnout was 81% in North Carolina.
All right, everybody, we may have lost that feed. We do have another way to get it, though, but I'm going to be on standby here really quickly. Meanwhile, I do want to show you guys here. We are going to have a news conference in moments. Trying to get some details for you. This is what's being called the Green New Deal news conference. Should be getting underway here any second in Washington, D.C., but we are working and we don't see that source anymore for the Senate Judiciary Committee. I'm actually going to go to their main page because normally they do post their hearings there and see if we can get it back for you. We may or may not. We are on standby for that. Meanwhile, though, before we approach the top of the 11 o'clock hour, we are going to take most of you on a 2-minute commercial break. Some more news now from Fox's Text.
The tax The U.S. Supreme Court ruled in the 1898 Williams decision that the poll tax and the literacy test did not violate the 15th Amendment because they applied to everyone who wanted to vote. That decision, of course, ignored that not everyone had to deal with the legacies of having their ancestors enslaved for centuries. The result of the court's blessing of a Jim Crow electorate was that by 1940, only 3% of age-eligible African Americans in the South were registered to vote. These states justified erasing millions of American citizens from the ballot box by claiming they were fighting election fraud and protecting democracy. They knew that wasn't the case. The lie of massive rampant voter fraud is serving the same function today as it did during the rise of Jim Crow. It stokes fear in a segment of the population that democracy is in peril and thus provides cover for laws that target Black voters with race-neutral language. In the 21st century, as Indiana implemented the first voter ID law in the nation, Secretary of State Todd Rokita recalled that back in 2001 and 2002, election integrity was a huge issue. There was a fear of votes being stolen, even, he added, if that fear didn't pan out to be true. the fear was still there. In 2021, as Georgia passed SB 202, State Representative Alan Powell admitted that widespread voter fraud wasn't found. It's just in a lot of people's minds that there was. That fictional Loch Ness monster has led Republican legislators in 47 states to propose 361 voter restriction bills to address concerns about supposed voter fraud. If left unchecked, this onslaught of bureaucratic violence will make the Mississippi Plan look tame by comparison. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Secretary of State Bill Gardner is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today about a critically important issue that impacts all of us, the integrity of our elections, a foundation of our free society. While I certainly support efforts of individual states to improve their own elections, the states have long been testing grounds for innovation in enhancing and protecting the most fundamental right of the citizens in this country. That's our right to vote. With that said, I am deeply troubled and concerned about the direction some in Congress would take the states in terms of the conduct of elections. An unjustified federal intrusion into the election process of the individual states will damage voter confidence, diminish the importance of Election Day itself, and ultimately result in lower voter turnout. We only need to look at the history of the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, that was commonly called the Motor Voter Law, to see that federal involvement in the election process does not render the promised results. When the NVRA was enacted by Congress, it was believed that many more United States citizens would be able to vote and thus vote. Millions of dollars were spent by the states to comply with that act. It completely changed the voter registration process in the states. In contrast, New Hampshire maintained an exemption to the NVRA due to having Election Day registration at the polling place, and as a result, saw its voter turnout of voting age population surge to the top tier of voter turnout among the states, and has consistently maintained its position in the top 3 states for the past 4 presidential elections. Since the year 2000, New Hampshire has been double-digit percentage points higher than the national average, again using voting age population. The attached voter turnout charts will illustrate these trends, and be very important to take a close look at those charts. In a one-size-fits-all federal approach, legislation known as For the People Act would trample New Hampshire's state constitution, which requires all votes to be received, counted, and the results publicly announced on the day of the election, and permits absentee ballots to be used only by voters who will be absent on Election Day or who have a disability preventing the voter from attending the polling place. The election process in New Hampshire is a relatively simple one. The massive federal legislation contemplated by Congress will overcomplicate our election system at tremendous financial cost. It would negate traditions and procedures that have served New Hampshire voters well, some for over 200 years. I believe the charts that I have provided, based on facts, are self-explanatory, and why I believe this legislation, H.R. 1, will hurt, or S1, will hurt voter participation in the states, and especially in my state of New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Cheryl and
Thank you.
Eiffel is the next witness.
Good morning, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Eiffel, and I'm the President and Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, or LDF. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this morning. Since its founding in 1940, LDF has been a leader in the struggle to secure, protect, and advance voting rights for Black voters. We represented Martin Luther King Jr. and the marchers in Selma, Alabama in 1965. We've litigated seminal cases interpreting the scope of the Voting Rights Act over decades, and we continue to litigate on behalf of and work with communities in the South to strengthen and protect the ability of Black citizens to participate in the political process free from discrimination. Beyond litigation, we monitor primary and general elections every year through our nonpartisan Prepared to Vote and Voting Rights Defender initiatives, and we're a founding member of the nonpartisan Civil Rights Election Protection Hotline, which is now administered by the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. Last year, we partnered with LeBron James and the More Than a Vote initiative to recruit young poll workers for the 2020 election to ensure that polling places could remain open in Black communities despite the COVID-19 pandemic, and over 40,000 new poll workers were recruited as a part of that effort. Our experience last year, outlined in detail in my submitted written testimony, makes clear that contrary to numerous news reports, the 2020 election did not go smoothly. Instead, voters overcame a litany of barriers and obstacles with determination and resilience to produce the highest turnout ever recorded in a presidential election. And voters did so during a nationwide pandemic. Throughout the spring and summer of 2020, LDF was involved in numerous lawsuits and other efforts challenging the lack of safe and accessible voting options for Black and medically vulnerable voters during the COVID-19 pandemic in Texas, Louisiana, Alabama, and South Carolina. Our lawsuits resulted in changes in mail-in voting requirements, identification policies, and curbside voting access, significantly increasing voter protections and accessibility. Nevertheless, voters stood for hours on long lines to cast a ballot during the primary and general elections, up to 9 hours in some instances. Their determination was extraordinary. One elderly African-American woman who fainted while waiting hours online to vote in the general election in Alabama refused to get into an ambulance, insisting that she would stay and cast her ballot. Polling place closures and consolidations created confusion for voters. Robocalls targeting Black and Latino voters in Flint, Michigan, and Detroit encouraged voters to vote on Wednesday rather than the Tuesday, November 3rd election. The Civil Rights Election Protection Hotline received over 30,000 calls from voters facing obstacles to voting in the general election. And in one of the most disturbing features of the 2020 election, voter intimidation at levels not seen for decades became an alarming feature. For example, during early voting, numerous Floridians received emails threatening that the Proud Boys, an extremist far-right group, would come after voters who did not cast their ballots for the Republican presidential candidate. And the efforts at voter suppression continued even after Election Day, stoked and encouraged by the former president. People across the country in Michigan, Arizona, Pennsylvania, and more participated in a campaign to disrupt the counting and certification of ballots cast in those states. The violent attack on the Capitol on January 6 was the result of concerted efforts to undermine faith in the election and to overturn its results. And since January 7th, state lawmakers in dozens of states have unleashed a wave of restrictive voter laws. According to the Brennan Center, as of March 24th, state legislators have introduced 361 bills with restrictive provisions in 47 states. Georgia enacted a law which, among other restrictive provisions, criminalizes the provision of water to voters standing online. Arkansas and Florida are following suit. A bill in South Carolina would effectively prohibit the Souls to the Polls voter participation effort favored by Black churches by outlawing early voting on Sundays. Litigation is the principal tool we've had available to us to challenge discriminatory voter suppression laws and practices since the Supreme Court ended the preclearance provision of the Voting Rights Act in the Shelby County versus Holder case in 2013. But litigation cannot fully meet the challenge we're facing. It is slow and it is expensive. The average length of Section 2 cases is 2 to 5 years, during which thousands, if not millions of voters are effectively disenfranchised. This is not a model that can be sustained in a healthy democracy. We need Congress to act. The framers of the 14th and 15th Amendments gave Congress the explicit power to enforce the guarantee of equal protection and the protection against voting discrimination based on race. For 100 years, after the ratification of those amendments, until the passage of the Voting Rights Act in 1965, Congress abdicated its obligation to use this enforcement power.
All right, everybody, most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. We've got a bunch of different live events happening right now at the same time. So for the 2 minutes, I'm going to take you out to Washington, D.C. to listen to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez talk about the Green New Deal really quickly, and then we will return to that hearing here in just moments on News Now from Fox.
Ago, every single member that was here and co-sponsored this legislation took a risk. And Senator Markey, first and foremost, took an enormous risk. And he did it for us. He did it for our planet. To take a risk working with a first-term congresswoman, co-sponsoring enormous legislation that is huge in scope, not because it's the convenient thing to do, but because it was the right thing to do. Because for so long, our movement towards a sustainable future has been divided with really just this false notion that we have to choose between our planet and our economy. And we decided to come together in sweeping legislation that not only rejects that notion, but creates a plan for 20 million union jobs in the United States of America, to rebuild our infrastructure, to restore public housing, to make sure that we expand our access not only to EV and EV infrastructure, but mass transit. Everything from coast-to-coast chargers to making sure that we have an Amtrak, a resilient Amtrak infrastructure to the New York City subway system. It is going to be an all-hands-on-deck approach, and we refuse to leave any community behind in the process. Not only do we refuse to leave any community behind, but those who have been left behind come first. We refuse to allow, for example, an economy that goes from oil barons to solar barons. That's what we're not going to do. Because what we're going to do is that we're going to transition to a 100% carbon-free economy that is more unionized, more just, more dignified, and guarantees more health care and housing than we ever have before. That's our goal. That's the goal of a Green New Deal. What we're going to do is going to make sure that communities like Flint, Baltimore, the South Bronx, St. Louis, rural communities whose infrastructure was never properly built in the first place are first in line to rectify the injustices of the past, to make sure that they get everything that they need to thrive in the future. That's what a Green New Deal is all about. And so in these last 2 years, what has happened? What has occurred since the introduction of the Green New Deal? How has it been impactful? Well, a lot has happened. One is that over a dozen pieces of legislation have been introduced in the House of Representatives, most recently the Civilian Climate Corps and Representative Cori Bush's Green New Deal for Cities have recently been introduced. We also have an Agricultural Resilience Act from Chellie Pingree. We have the Green New Deal for Public Housing, the Build Green Act, the EV Freedom Act. Many pieces of legislation have been introduced adopting the Green New Deal framework of jobs and justice to decarbonize our economy. And not only have they been introduced, but elements have already passed the House. Last year, repeal of the Faircloth Amendment, which would end our decades-long ban on construction of new public housing in the United States, passed the House of Representatives. We also had an enormous amount of new and additional... Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. We also have dozens of new and additional pieces of legislation that adopt a Green New Deal framework that ensures that we can make sure that we create millions of jobs in the United States and advance the cause of racial and social justice. The Green New Deal also, importantly, recognizes the systemic cause of climate change. Because while climate change is a planetary crisis, it is not caused by an environmental or random, it does not have a random or environmental genesis. It's not just human caused, it's societally caused. The climate crisis is a crisis born of injustice, and it is a crisis born of the pursuit of profit at any and all human and ecological cost. That's right. Which means that we must recognize in legislation that the trampling of indigenous rights is a cause of climate change. The trampling of racial justice is a cause of climate change, because we are allowing people and we are allowing ourselves to make sure, we are allowing folks to deny ourselves human rights and deny people the right to health care, the right to housing and education. So I'm so thrilled. Again, I'm so thankful to each of our record high level of congressional co-sponsors. We are now at 103 House co-sponsors for the Green New Deal in the U.S. House of Representatives. And we have our allies here today: Jared Huffman, Cori Bush, Juan Vargas, Kai Kahele, Jan Schakowsky, John Larson, Tom Swazi, Sarah Jacobs, Lloyd Doggett. Am I missing anybody? Oh, not Earl Blumenauer. Got Earl Blumenauer. And we're so incredibly excited to have all of them here today. And of course, our grassroots and community activists for whom this legislation would not exist and would not have the momentum without. We have Ellen Ciales of Sunrise, Kari Fulton of Climate Justice Alliance, and Judith Howell of 32 BJ. We're so thankful, and we'll continue that on as well. So thank you all so much, and I'll hand it back to Senator Mark.
All right, everybody, we wanted to listen into this Green New Deal news conference in Washington, D.C. That was Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. We're going to go back out to the voting rights hearing that we were listening to earlier on NewsNOW from Fox.
John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act does occur against the backdrop of a resurgence of Jim Crow-style voter suppression measures sweeping across state legislatures, grounded in the big lie about fraud and insecurity in the 2020 election. As a necessary reminder, post-Reconstruction laws known as Jim Crow that targeted Black voters never explicitly excluded eligible citizens by race. Then, as now, the laws surgically aimed at behaviors to limit access. With hundreds of bills pending, a significant number of the worst attacks on the right to vote are made possible by the Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the 2013 Shelby County v. Holder decision. That decision authorized states and localities with a history of voting discrimination to again impose limits, restrictions, and barriers to participation. The dramatic proliferation of state-level anti-voting laws across the country in 2021 demonstrates the urgent need for Congress to bring the VRA's pre-clearance formula into the modern era, to reinstate federal oversight over discriminatory voting practices, and to strengthen and protect voting rights wherever suppression occurs. Throughout its history, Georgia has been among the worst actors, including malicious prosecution of lawful absentee ballot users in 2010 and intimidation of Black voters by deputy sheriffs in 2015. Under pre-clearance, the Department of Justice objected to 170 discriminatory voting changes in Georgia at the state and local level. After Shelby removed pre-clearance, analysis showed that Black voters were 20% more likely than white voters to not vote due to poll closures, including an estimated 54,000 to 85,000 voters being unable to cast ballots in 2018 alone after 214 such poll closures. Had the VRA been in effect, these changes would have been examined by a federal court or the DOJ to determine whether they were discriminatory before being put into effect. Georgia voters are now anticipating the deleterious effects on elections created by Senate Bill 202, which relies on misinformation, falsehoods, and flawed analysis to restrict access for voters, primarily targeting communities of color. With dozens of attacks on voting rights embedded in the law, I will highlight only a few. voters of color in Georgia were more likely than white voters to vote by mail for the first time in the last 2 election cycles. Suddenly, SB 202 shortens the time period to request to return an absentee ballot application and imposes new restrictive ID requirements that will have an amplified effect on disabled voters, older voters, voters of color, and Black Georgians in particular. Voters of color in Georgia are more likely than white voters to stand in long lines, including the 8-hour debacle that occurred in June 2020. SB 202 criminalizes a volunteer handing a bottle of water or food to voters or their children while in line. Across the country, these state laws target voters of color by restricting access to the ballot for Black, Latino, Asian American and Pacific Islander, and Native American communities. In Texas, Arizona, and Michigan, each are considering laws to restrict voting rights by people of color. When the fundamental right to vote is left to the political ambitions and prejudices of state actors, one who rely on suppression to maintain power, federal intercession stands as the appropriate remedy. Simply put, the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act is essential to the protection of democracy. Protecting voting rights has been a bipartisan endeavor since the enactment of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and through every subsequent reauthorization. While each of us may likely have a declared party loyalty, our first obligation is to the fundamental standards of democracy, which must be aggressively nonpartisan. Actions taken to restrict access, thwart participation, or discourage engagement are antithetical to our national creed and should be condemned by every patriot. Instead, we must advocate for voting rights, not to ensure the success of a single party or ideology, but to guarantee a vigorous and fair debate amongst Americans of goodwill. It is my profound hope that we will honor the legacy of my late friend, Congressman John Lewis, and the lives of those lost in the fight for a more perfect union by enacting critical legislation into law. I thank you for the opportunity to take part in this important discussion, and I urge you to continue to strengthen our democracy.
Thank you, Ms. Abrams. Let me concede at the outset that Jim Crow at its worst was more violent than the situation we face today. I don't want to recount all of the horrors of that bigotry and racism that occurred in that era. But I think the bottom line question which we are addressing in this hearing is whether there is a design or an intent in legislation that is being considered and passed in many states, including the state of Georgia, to limit or restrict the right to vote of minority populations with the intent of having influence on the outcome of the election. I think that goes without saying. Clearly, there's a difference in the witnesses who appear before the committee. But I'd like to ask Stacey Abrams, for example. The Speaker Pro Tem, Ms. Jones, said earlier that the new Georgia law made it easier to vote in the state. You've recounted a few instances, but can you think of elements in the law that was signed by Governor Kemp which do the opposite?
Well, first is this falsity that's been proposed that this is an expansion of rights. Let's be clear. In the state of Georgia, 60% of Georgians live in counties that already had, for example, 2 Saturdays of early voting. What has changed is that now additional counties will join the ranks, and that is a good thing. But at the same time that those counties will join those ranks, they have reduced mandatory dates. They have eliminated weeks of early voting during federal runoffs. And let's be very clear that federal runoffs in Georgia were predicated on a racist premise of eliminating access to the right to vote for African Americans. And they eliminate access to a mandatory weekend voting day. Another example is the falsity that this expands hours for voting. Yes, it codifies that you can vote between 9 to 5 as business hours. But for 78% of Georgians, prior to this bill, the hours for voting during early voting was 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So this actually eliminates hours of voting and mandates only a shortened period of time. That was the misunderstanding that I think is still misunderstood by the Washington Post, because early voting hours that exceed that are now optional and not mandatory. We have 78% of Georgians who experience longer voting hours and now will see shortened hours. In addition, there is a narrative that says that the use of a Social Security number is allowed for returning your absentee ballot if you do not have access to the ID. Well, let's be clear. You cannot apply for an absentee ballot with your social security number. You must have some forms of identification that are unavailable to currently 200,000 Georgians. Those are just a few of the issues. And I will certainly address the criminalization of the handing of water. We have to be clear that in the state of Georgia, 8-hour lines for communities of color has become not an unusual circumstance. Usually we've seen between 4 and 8-hour lines. People do not often come prepared to stand in line for the whole of a business day. They certainly don't often bring their food with them, and this ignores the fact that the overworked poll workers who are inside those buildings do not have the time to come out and hand out refreshments since they are busy processing so many voters who have been underserved. And so I would use those as a few examples of why this bill is deleterious in its effect and malicious in its intent.
Ms. Jones, I would like to ask you to respond to this question. There was an allegation made by the former President of the United States relating to the voting in the state of Georgia. He went so far at one point in the recorded conversation to say that 5,000 dead people had voted. Mr. Raffensperger replied that there were only 2 that they could find, and that was 2 too many. But I would like to ask you if you would comment on the 2020 election. Do you believe there was voter fraud in Georgia, as President Trump alleged?
You know, I'm here to discuss what's in Senate Bill 202, not relitigate the 2018 election in which my former colleague Stacey Abrams never conceded, nor am I here to relitigate the 2020. What I can say is that the bill does increase accessibility. 47 counties had no 2 Saturdays of voting and will be required to now under this bill. Additionally, not one single Georgian will have reduced hours of voting and early voting because it allows up to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But what it does do is mandate from 9 in the morning to 5 p.m. And we had 134 counties with less or fewer voting hours for early voting.
Ms. Jones,
the bill absolutely does increase the amount.
If I could follow through on that, the reason for my question is this. I'm trying to understand the logic behind new voting laws, which would give less time to request absentee ballots, strict new ID requirements for absentee ballots, illegal for election officials to mail out absentee ballot applications and the like. In light of the 2020 election, I believe Mr. Raffensperger spoke the truth, and there certainly was no evidence to suggest otherwise when he suggested that the election in 2020 following the old law was absent any major voting fraud and should not be questioned in terms of results. So if the premise was 2020 was sound, why the changes that restricted certain practices that created opportunities for people to vote in Georgia?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, for the question. Since 2003, 59 elections bills have been passed by the Georgia General Assembly, at least one each of every year. After the 2018 elections, we had an elections bill that addressed some of the concerns expressed by Democrats. In this bill, after a worldwide pandemic, record turnout, a new election system, once again, we're coming back to address concerns expressed by both Democrats and Republicans. The bill absolutely will reduce the long lines, and it will make clear that it makes clear there has to be proper notice so that voters can know if a precinct is changed. It has to require notice at the old precinct location with a 4-foot by 4-foot sign, also at the new location. There are many provisions in it, but let me just mention specifically with regard to your question about shortening absentee days to request an absentee ballot. As recommended by the Association of County Commissioners, which is a bipartisan group, and the U.S. Postal Service, our timing to request an absentee ballot allowed someone to request one the Friday before the regular election, which almost certainly meant they would have an unsuccessful vote. And so this moves it back to 10 days, which is more expansive, I will admit, 11 days than what the U.S. Postal Service recommended, which was 14 days. But it, I do believe, will result in more successful absentee ballots cast regardless of whether one lives anywhere in the state and whether they're a Democrat or a Republican.
I'd just say in conclusion that giving Georgia voters under the new law less time to request absentee ballots and shutting down the number of drop boxes from 94 to 23 cannot make it easier to vote or create more opportunity. I think just the opposite is the case. Senator Grassley?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Speaker Jones, did you look at any other states for guidance or inspiration in the provisions of SB 202?
Yes, sir, we most certainly did. We wanted to make sure that although our voting system is more expansive than many in the country, particularly in the Northeast, we wanted to make sure that any changes we made were mainstream, common sense, and made it easier, more fair, more transparent, and secure for a voter, regardless of their geography or whichever party they tended to vote for. And I do believe this bill does that. We, unlike, frankly, most states in the union, we do have a voter ID, which is common sense regulation and required to pick up a child from daycare, board a flight to go visit grandmother. It's to cash a check. And I think the bigger issue for the 3% who do not currently have a either driver's license or a free, and I emphasize free voter ID, I'm most concerned about their ability to participate in the 21st modern century and society as a whole. And that's perhaps where we should give our efforts to, is not undermine the security of elections for absentee ballots, but rather help the few that don't have one to obtain one. Thank you, sir.
Also to you, Speaker Jones, can you tell me what SB 202 does to reduce lines at vote? And if it's got 10 examples that you can give me just one or two.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Because particularly in the June primary, when we had a brand new election system, elections officials, poll workers were learning how to utilize the machines. We did have some long lines in some areas of the state. They were primarily in counties that are Democrat run. But regardless of that, what we did was we have required that at any single point in time in the next general election, if there is a line of 1 hour or longer, at the next following subsequent general election, the election superintendent for that county must either split the precinct, add poll workers, add machines, or all of the three.
I'd like to ask Secretary Gardner, Iowa and New Hampshire brag about first in the nation, one for caucus, one for primary. In fact, H.R. 1 or its state equivalent, S1, is passed. If so, what effect do you think that would have on the ability of our states to preserve their first in the nation status?
Senator, S1 would not specifically have an effect. However, I've made the statement that it could put the New Hampshire primary in a perilous position, and I stand by that statement.
Okay. Let me ask you one other question. Your state has voting laws that are seen as restrictive, yet as you told us in your opening statement, it's consistent that consistently has some of the highest turnout elections in the country. Would you agree with me that voters tend to turn out more for elections when they have more confidence that their vote will be counted appropriately? And what effect has your voter ID provision had on turnout?
Absolutely. The trust and confidence voters have in the process is a huge boost to turnout. And New Hampshire had a voter ID law for the first in the 2012 presidential election. And so 2020, 6 months ago, that was the third presidential election that we had voter ID. We had, in 2012, the highest turnout since 1960 in New Hampshire, over 14% higher than the country as a whole, and higher than we had had in over a half a century among our own presidential elections. In 2012, in 2016, we even went higher than that, 14.5% higher than the country as a whole, with the second presidential election using voter ID. And 2020, it was the same. When voter ID was going through the legislature, there were people saying that 10% of the population was not going to be able to vote. This would hurt certain groups more than it would hurt other groups. And there were polls that nonprofits like Pew published and came and testified in our hearings saying that it could be 11% decline. And in our state, it was just the absolute opposite. As I said, 3 presidential elections in a row, averaging, you have to go back a half a century. So those are the facts on that issue in New Hampshire.
Thank you, Mr. Gardner. Senator Whitehouse, remote.
As you know, I am inclined to ask why about things, and I can't help but wonder why, after the Trump administration top election security official and Georgia's own election officials vouched for the integrity of the last elections, did seemingly every Republican-controlled legislative body in the country pivot, as if on command, to file and move voter suppression bills. 361 of them by one count. When you see group behavior, it's often interesting to look for the motivation. Well, you have the big lie that the election was stolen, which allows for skepticism to be brought against elections, even if it's not founded in fact. And at the same time, you have unpopular policies demanded by a Republican donor elite that has every interest in building an electorate that will give the donor elite its policies rather than giving up on their policies in order to attract voters. As our friend Reverend Warnock says, limiting voters serves this, particularly when limiting voters is to make sure that some people aren't voting. And of course, dark money is that donor elite's weapon of choice. And we see the conservative dark money groups have already announced $39 million in spending campaigns to restrict voting rights at the state level and block passage of the For the People Act. And that number is likely going up because these very same groups spent over $100 million in dark money during just the 2018 election cycle. At the state level, we see 2 particular groups very prominent. One, the State Policy Network, and 2, the American Legislative Exchange Council, the so-called ALEC. ALEC is toxic enough that Exxon severed its ties to ALEC. When ExxonMobil thinks it needs to clean up its act by severing from you, that's a pretty strong signal. So ALEC has singled out Representative Jones for praise, calling her an ALEC legislator. ALEC is funded by Koch Industries. It has received millions of dollars from right-wing foundations like the Charles G. Koch Charitable Foundation, the Searle Freedom Trust, the Bradley Foundation, and also through the Identity Laundering Donors Trust and Donors Capital Fund. It's working now with the Heritage Foundation on a $24 million campaign to produce model voting legislation for state legislatures like Georgia's to adopt, and even to hire lobbyists in what they call crucial states. ALEC has created a secret working group on election-related matters led by Cleta Mitchell, who many people will remember for her role backing Trump's efforts to flip Georgia's election results. So ALEC has its hands all over this. There's also the Georgia Public Policy Center, which is the local affiliate of the State Policy Network. Representative Jones has said, I want to publicly say how much I appreciate Georgia Public Policy Foundation. We rely on Georgia Public Policy Foundation's research and work. They've been an invaluable resource to us. Well, guess what? ALEC is an official associate organization of the State Policy Network with the Georgia Public Policy Center. And the overgroup, the SPN, State Policy Network, has paid for dozens of its think tanks to become ALEC members. So there's a lot of back and forth between the dark money ALEC group and the dark money State Policy Network. Like ALEC, State Policy Network is largely funded by big corporations and right-wing family foundations, including the Koch brothers, the Waltons, the Bradley Foundation, the Roe Foundation, the Coors family, and of course, the ubiquitous identity launderers, Donors Trust, and Donors Capital Fund. There are lots of other familiar names moving into this space. The Heritage Foundation, the Koch-funded dark money group's political arm, Heritage Action for America, announced plans to spend $24 million on a 2-year effort to shape states' voting laws and to work at the federal level to block the For the People Act. In March, Heritage Action boasted that Heritage Action recently launched an effort to strengthen Georgia's election laws and restore voter confidence in the state, including a $600,000 TV ad buy, digital advertising, and a grassroots advocacy initiative for an initial total investment of $1 million. And that's a quote from them. At the same time, we have the so-called Honest Elections Project, which is Leonard Leo's new outgrowth of his vast dark money network that has pledged tens of millions of dollars into conservative election efforts.
Most of you are going to see a 2-minute commercial break. More News Now from Fox is next.
That can use all of the anonymous funds given to its pre-existing judicial education project, which Leo used to steer Bradley Foundation grants into coordinated amicus brief efforts that I've chronicled elsewhere. His Honest Elections projects for Georgia released a string of press releases urging Georgia to investigate its 2020 results and to take up voter suppression legislation, and congratulated the state for enacting SB 202 last month. Last is True the Vote, a group whose main aim has been to recruit poll watchers, whose task of finding suspicious activity is often focused on voters in neighborhoods of color. Like the other groups, its finances are largely opaque, coming through anonymized donations via a Donors Trust, as well as the Bradley Foundation and, of course, the State Policy Network. So there is this complex interlocking network of billionaire right-wing dark money that I think tends to signal why the whole herd would have moved at once based on no actual evidence of fraud or dishonesty in the elections.
Thank you, Senator.
Has my time expired?
I'm afraid it is.
My apologies. My clock doesn't run when I'm remote, and I will yield my non-existent remaining time. Thank you, Chairman.
Senator Graham.
Thank you. To my dear friend Sheldon, I appreciate your consistency. So what would account for the elephant herd is apparently marching in one way. H.R. 1, I believe, is supported by most every liberal group in the country. Most of my Democratic colleagues support H.R. 1. Why? What motivates you? Redistricting. Under your proposal, you would take redistricting away from state elected officials and give it to some independent commission. What's that got to do with voting? That's about trying to change the ability of red states to be able to draw new lines based on population shift. H.R. 1 has a 6-to-1 match for low dollar donations. What's that got to do with voting? Nothing. It's got to do with political power, trying to have the federal government subsidize campaigns favorable to you. And if 6-to-1 match had been in place in my recent election, South Carolina would have probably had over $1 billion spent. I think the people of South Carolina deserve better than that. I raised 110. My opponent raised 132. If you had a 6-to-1 match, it'd have been about $1 billion. I think that's cruel and probably violates the Geneva Convention. So H.R. 1 is not about righting wrongs. It's about power. It's about trying to grab power and.
And thank you again for being here with us on News Now from Fox. Christy Larson here at the desk with you. I do see we do have some Minnesota representatives as well as community leaders speaking in Brooklyn Center. So let's jump out to that live for you right here on News Now from Fox.
Real raw feelings of how many people in this community feel. In this state and in this country feel. And so I am excited and really honored to be here in solidarity with my constituents, community leaders who have gathered here to make sure that in the midst of the commotion, that their voices are being uplifted and being centered as residents of Brooklyn Center. We are here at the site of where Daunte Wright was murdered in the hands of police, what I call state-sanctioned violence. We all know that there is a trial taking place at the neighboring city in my district in Minneapolis. And our communities are tired and exhausted, really, at this repeated offense and assault that continues to happen, where we continue to find ourselves in a state of mourning, in a state of exhaustion, in a state of trauma, and constantly seeing so much pain unearthed every single day, not just with the visual reminders of the lives that have been taken too soon by those who were sworn to protect, but also the actual witnessing that takes place, because this violence isn't taking place in some remote space. It's taking place in the midst of community where people are bearing witness every single time this violence is perpetrated within our communities. I have had the honor of representing Brooklyn Center in Congress for the last 2 years. And I know, as somebody who grew up in the neighboring city in Minneapolis, that Brooklyn Center really has been for all of us an example of how diversity thrives. This is a city where a beautiful fabric, mosaic of beautiful people from all over the world have gathered and created a community where they can all rely on one another and live peacefully together and work in supporting each other as they create a space of stability and survival for so many people who have come here as refugees as well into our state and into this city. And we have seen that example play out in the last week and a half, where people have gathered to collect resources to distribute to community members, where so many of us have called into the residents of the buildings that are by the police precinct doing wellness check-ins, where you are seeing today community members share stories of how they have collectively bonded in the midst of this tragedy, and how their resilience is going to get them through these challenging times. I know that we've been asking for accountability, we've been asking for transparency, we've been asking for transformational change. And I know, to me, that Black Lives Matter is not a hashtag and should never just be a hashtag. When we think about the police state, the police system, and we think about all of the systems of injustice that exist in this country, they are systems that have been created by men and they are codified in law. And so all of the pain and the hurt and the trauma, not just experiencing by this community, by Minneapolis, by our state, by this nation, are pains and traumas that we can try to create relief for by implementing policies that move us forward. And so our community here in Brooklyn Center and my district and our state and our country is asking for us to take a leap of faith to say the current policing system that we have is not doing anything to protect and serve. And so what will it take for us to have a system where we are all protected by? And what does it take for us to have the resources in our communities that would essentially provide the safety that we all need? I am constantly appalled by the fact that it is easy. It is easy for municipalities, for the state, for the federal government to readily come up with resources to police and brutalize people. But when it comes to coming up with resources to provide health care, to provide mental health services, to provide housing, to provide the things that we need for our well-being as a community so that we can thrive, they are put in the back burner. And people oftentimes will say, this is not the time. We don't have the resources. We're not sure how we're going to pay for it. We can't get people on the other side of the aisle to agree. And they are willing to do their press releases, to have their press conferences, to talk about how Black Lives Matter, to talk about racial justice, to talk about equality without actually lifting a finger in creating proposals that actually speak to those words. And so we have a slew of legislation that we've introduced on a federal level, some bills that we've actually passed in the House that are currently sitting in the Senate that move this country forward. And I am tired about people talking about the filibuster. I'm tired about people talking about the narrow margins we have in the Senate. It is time for people to go beyond the press releases, to go beyond the press conferences, and to actually do the right thing in moving our country towards progress. So I am thankful to all of you. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for the invitation to be here. Thank you for giving me the honor to represent you. And I know that in this dark moment, we will walk together towards the light. And transformation will happen, and we will not rest until we get this country to be the one that we all aspire it to be. So thank you all.
I certainly can't follow that, but we have one more community speaker to finish us up today, John Solomon.
Good morning. My name is John, that's John, and last name is Solomon, which is spelled Solomon. I come to you as a 26-year resident of Brooklyn Center here, and I'm very proud of that here. It's a great community. I know we're in the national spotlight, actually the world spotlight right now, and within that, I want you to know that we're coming together as a community to show you the best of Brooklyn Center and not just what might be highlighted in the looting and things like that here. We got great people here. We got great families. And if you look around right now, you'll see shining examples of how we come together. We got 2 buildings, resource centers, making sure that we got people fed, the needs that they have, that while some of the stores are closed down are being taken care of. We got churches coming together that are housing people. They're providing safe havens. They're providing food for not only just the residents, but they're providing food for the law enforcement as well here, as a olive branch to reach out and say, we're all here together, and even though you have a job, understand that this community tries to take care of everybody here. Now, not only as a parent do I come together here, but I come together out here as a community activist and as a school board director here. And I say that because that's one of the most important things to me, is that my job is making sure that our children have access to the best education they possibly can get here, and that we improve it, that we make sure the finances get to them, and but that also that they learn about themselves and about who they are in this country here, the history and everything they need to know to come back out here and contribute to not only Brooklyn Center being a greater place, but this whole country being greater here. Police violence. I have a real problem with that, and I have for a long time, because number one, as a black man, it's automatically assumed that we don't like the police here, and that's a total myth. We, like everyone else in this country, want to have safe communities. We don't want crime around here, but we do want to be treated fair and just. And that's the biggest thing here. I believe in police work. I was actually a police officer for 5 years in the city of Washington, D.C. here. I have a very respected record there, and I did a lot of responsible things in a city that was 69% black, that needed police to be responsive to the community's needs. And we did that. But just like any other black man, I've been pulled over. In fact, I've been what you call profiled and have pretext stops 18 times here during my time here in Minnesota. Most of it in the course of my job as a social worker here. And I testified in the year 2000 at the Capitol on Senator Ranum's racial profiling bill. Back then we were talking about trying to do something effective on this profiling, that it was a real issue here. I think I was talking to Stone at that particular time there, because I can see, looking across the room, a lot of these senators are basically reading papers and doing everything to ignore it. And in turn, we didn't get much out of it here. Now, after that, I live every day with the simple fact that because we couldn't get across to these people, we lose people like Philando Castile, we lose people like Dante Wright, young people who haunt me at night, because I say if they would have listened to me at that particular time, maybe those young people would still be here. So it's a problem. And it's a problem when you have 49 officers that don't even live in the community, and they don't care about the community here. But they come here every day with a Call of Duty type mentality, that it's like the gun is the first option here to deal with something. I've heard different officers at different places, overheard them say things like, we have to keep these animals in the cage here. you know, or as I heard a couple of them say, I come into Minneapolis every night, and every time I drive in, I feel like I'm coming to Africa. What kind of mentality is that for people? History. We go back from the time 156 years ago to when we had those 4 million ex-slaves walk off the plantations out in this world, and those little bit under 1 million free slaves that were already out here. And what did they ask for? Nothing but get out of the way. 6 years now to be part of the equity, the inclusion, and to be able to contribute to this country. And we're still fighting for it. But when you hear somebody say, be confrontational, people want to go run and say they want to be violent. And all we're saying is that we got to get past this mentality of people telling us you're asking for too much too soon here. Why do you want so much so soon? Take this and wait for this. Well, we can't do that anymore. We can't lose any more lives in the process. We have to be involved. One of the things I like about Brooklyn Center is that we got people out here that want to contribute to the success. They understand our plight, and they're asking, what can I do to help? And that's a community. And we're going to show country here. What you see is what you're going to get. We're going to set the example for this country that how a city works together and how a city comes together in creating a direction that makes this country better here. So I just want you to look around and see, as you're here in our city, the good things that are going on, not just the boarded up stores and the things like that. You got people doing great things. And I'm going to continue to contribute, and I know the majority of people, if not everybody out here, is going to do that here. So that's all I have to say today, and I hope that you understand that we're making moves here that are going to be effective for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you all, and this is going to summarize our press conference today, our speakers, and we are open for questions from the press. If she will, she's actually on her way out, so she has to be somewhere else.
Any others?
Any other question? No? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you for coming, everybody.
All right, everybody, let's take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox. And now we will go out to another news conference, National Crimes Victims' Rights Speaking Out.
They're ignored in our justice system by some. They're ignored sometimes by the court, and sadly they are ignored sometimes even by prosecutors. But not in the Office of Attorney General. Our agents work directly with victims of crime. We see what survivors and their families go through each and every day, day in and day out. For so many, being a victim of a crime is one of the worst experiences of their lives and the lives of their families and loved ones. Children who are the victims of abuse, victims of violent crime, people suffering illnesses because of the actions of polluters. Anyone can be a victim of a crime. And each and every victim deserves the support of our institutions of justice. It's why a victim advocate is embedded in our office. They coordinate with counties like Montgomery County and regional offices to support victims in the cases that we take on. It's why I've held the hands of grieving mothers who lost a son or a grandson to gun violence on our streets. And it's why I've sat with the victims of child abuse, old and young, victims who were victimized by trusted members of their communities. I've listened to their stories, and I have vowed to help. It's why my office works with victim advocates to ensure that their stories are heard in front of juries, that their statements are read, and that their rights are protected at each phase of our justice processes. It can be confusing and oftentimes difficult to understand what your rights are, to know where to turn, and to know where you fit in to the process. And that is why Marsy's Law is so critical. Marsy's Law provides that help and clarity to victims. It enshrines those rights in our Constitution to make it clear and to make it make sense. It ensures fairness and respect throughout the justice process, protection from the alleged perpetrator, notification of court, parole, and other legal proceedings, and, importantly, the right to be heard in court, because the voices of victims matters in our process. It's a cause that has united people from all across this Commonwealth, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, people from urban, suburban, and rural Pennsylvania. I want to thank those people for making this possible. The constitutional amendment, known as Marsy's Law, was adopted in 2 separate sessions of the legislature. It's supported by an overwhelming number of Pennsylvanians, 74% to be exact. And it is the right thing to do to stand side by side with victims in the Commonwealth. And what's more, as the Commonwealth's top lawyer, I'm here to tell you that Marsy's Law is legal and it is constitutional. Our position is supported by the text of our state constitution. The court's body of case law, including the Grimaud decision, which was disregarded by the Commonwealth Court, speaks to the legality of Marsy's Law. That is why I have filed a brief to the Pennsylvania Supreme Court in support of Marsy's Law. And it's why I'm going to continue to do everything in my power as the Commonwealth's Attorney General to see to it that Marsy's Law becomes a reality. We're joined here today by Linda Sposato, who lost her daughter in a crash in Chester County 15 years ago. You're going to hear the story of what she's had to go through, the story of her daughter. I want to remind everyone, and I hope Linda's words remind you, that this isn't just about legal briefs. This isn't just about an interpretation of our state constitution. This isn't about legal proceedings. This is about real people who have been victims, real people like you and me who live in this Commonwealth, who deserve to make sure that their voices are heard. Let's never lose sight of that fact. Let's always remember that this is about real Pennsylvanians who deserve better, who deserve to see Marsy's Law enshrined in our Constitution of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us here today, and thanks for standing up for victims. And I think that's what this is about. There are a lot of victims out there. There are victims of an opioid crisis that we're dealing with. There are victims of gun violence across our region, across our state. There are victims of domestic violence. There are victims of sexual assault. There are victims of child abuse. as a chief law enforcement officer here in Montgomery County, I work every day with some of the best victim groups that are existing across the state. We get to work with our Child Advocacy Center, Mission Kids, and you'll get to hear from Abby in a moment. We get to hear from Linda, who I've worked with for many years in MAD. We get to work with our victim services, our Laurel House, our Women's Center, all agencies that are doing the critical work and partnering with our victim witness group every day. And I appreciate this week, Crime Victims Week. I appreciate the attention on this because I fear right now that enough attention is not being placed on the victims of crime. We hear a lot about the defendants' rights. We hear a lot about the defendants within the system. And there's a voice that needs to be heard and needs to be heard often. And that's the voice of victims and survivors. These folks don't choose to be victims. They don't choose that on whatever day it happened to them or a family member. We need to approach this in a balanced approach, which is one of the things that Marcy's Law does. A balanced approach to critical issues within our system. And I support a balanced approach. I support rights for defendants. That's part of what we do. I support rights, for community members. I support rights for the victims, and we will continue to do that. Now, I am concerned. There are matters right now before the State Supreme Court of Pennsylvania. There is Marcy's Law, which the Pennsylvania District Attorneys Association has worked very hard with. I know the Attorney General's office has worked very hard with, and hope that these critical issues for victims will be supported. Whether survivors can testify in cases where a victim of sexual assault has testified. Whether a comfort dog can come in to a courtroom to support a victim. We've had a partner here for many years who unfortunately is retiring, named Turks, who goes to court with victims to support them in some of the difficult and most trying times that they did not choose to be in. Whether that dog, whether other dogs that are being used to support victims can get into a courtroom. These are critical issues for victims that are presently before our state Supreme Court. And I hope and pray that the victims' voices will continue to be heard and continue to be heard loudly as we move forward. We stand here in support, of Marcy's Law, in support of survivors, in support of comfort dogs, and hope that as we move forward, we can continue to move forward and not take steps back, not move backwards in a place that the victims should not be. So I want to turn it over now to my friend Abby Newman, who has done this critical work for many years on behalf of children. Children not just in Montgomery County, but across the state of Pennsylvania, across the nation, across the world. So my pleasure to introduce Abby.
Good morning. There's a lot of wind out here. My name is Abby Newman. I'm the CEO of Mission Kids Child Advocacy Center. Thank you very much for that introduction, District Attorney Steele. I'm so grateful to be invited to say a few words this morning by Jennifer Riley of Marcy's Law. I want to thank Linda for all that she's gone through and comes out and advocates for. And of course, I need to thank Attorney General Josh Shapiro and District Attorney Kevin Steele for their staunch support of all victims of crime in Montgomery County and across the Commonwealth. In addition to this being Crime Victims' Rights Week, April is also Child Abuse Prevention Month. And as we talk about crime victims' rights, I'm going to talk about some of the most vulnerable victims, abused children. Many of you know that Mission Kids coordinates a multidisciplinary team response to allegations of child abuse with the District Attorney's Office, the Office of Children and Youth, and all 50 police departments in Montgomery County. And we provide a child-friendly and child-focused location for abused children and non-offending family members. Without a child advocacy center like Mission Kids, an abused child needs to tell their story repeatedly to professionals who are trying to help them. And each time they tell their story, they are re-traumatized by the pain of their abuse. At Mission Kids, with a multidisciplinary team watching in a separate room by closed-circuit television, the child gets to tell their story to a trained forensic interviewer who asks age-appropriate and non-leading questions. The interviews are recorded, and therefore the child usually only has to tell their story once, removing the additional trauma of the constant repetition over and over again. We work with victims of child sexual abuse, serious physical abuse, and witnesses to violence, including domestic violence, and have worked with over 5,500 of these vulnerable victims in Montgomery County alone. 90% of these children know their abuser, and most often the abuser is a trusted friend or family member. Many victims of child sexual abuse don't talk about their abuse until months, years, adulthood, or sometimes never. They're threatened by their abusers. They're told that they have to keep their...
Okay, everybody, we are going out to live breaking news out of New York right now, where we are being told that there is a shooting at this grocery store right here. We have live Sky Fox aerials at the moment. This is the latest that we are getting from the Nassau County Police Department right now. Active shooter incident at West Hempstead Stop and Shop. Police are canvassing the area, and schools nearby have been notified to lock down and secure their buildings. Still not a suspect has been located at this moment here. So it's still a very active situation that we are seeing all taking place right here. As you can see, this is at the Stop and Shop. There we go. Sky Fox is pulling out there. You do see the police presence right now, and we are actively taking a look at this. Remember, News Now from Fox, always on here for you, newsnowfox.com. When there is breaking news, we are covering it for you right here. And you can see that several police agencies have come to this situation. Now, we don't know as far as how many victims there are, but we are being told still no suspect in custody at this moment. As you can imagine, during these situations, news comes very fluidly and very hard to get information at the very beginning, but that's what we bring to you. As soon as we get aerials or any sort of shot, we try to bring our best right to you here on News Now from Fox. As you can see, you got the different police agencies out and about. Just joining us here on News Now from Fox, taking these aerials right now of a shooting that happened at a grocery store. And the police still calling this an active situation. No suspect right now at this moment. And as you can see from this vantage point that we are getting, not an immediacy that we are looking at from the police standpoint. We have another crime tactics RV coming through. They'll be posted up for most of the day as this investigation will happen. As of right now, police are canvassing the area and schools nearby have been notified to lock down and secure their buildings. Still a very tense situation for the people that are around this neighborhood right now, not knowing, okay, where did this shooter go? Did he get in a car? Did he drive? Still right now, so many questions, but police doing their very best to investigate this matter as of right now. Thanks to all our viewers from across the country and around the world right now of this police situation in Nassau, New York, right here. Just joining us here on News Now from Fox, suspect still outstanding at this moment in Long Island area at this Stop and Shop right now, and you are seeing an active investigation taking place at this moment. Nassau County Police saying that there has been an active shooter incident at a West Hempstead Stop and Shop. Police are canvassing the area and schools nearby have been notified to lock down and secure their buildings. Nassau County Police is asking all area residents to remain indoors. Suspect is not yet apprehended, said county spokesperson Christine Jeed.
Round on LTN 7.
And soon we will be getting a update from Fox 5 in New York at this moment. We will continue to monitor this right here. Sky Fox aerials continuing in the Long Island area of New York at the shooting. Still waiting on an official update on just unfortunately how many people have been shot. And we'll be waiting for that update here. Suspect still at this moment at large here. But we continue to bring you the very latest always here on News Now from Fox of this breaking news situation. Looks like we could be getting maybe a police update as well. There is a reporter there live on the scene. As soon as she begins her report, we're going to bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. Fox 5 right now with the latest.
Schools are in lockdown there, so we continue to monitor the situation carefully. If you live in that area, please wait for police to speak officially about this, whether or not they have it under control, whether or not they have the gunmen loose in the area before proceeding. And obviously, given schools are in lockdown, to respect the protocols there. If you show up at a school right now, that could go differently and can get complicated. So wait for official word before proceeding there. Right now, we wrap this up with by checking in with Jim Smith in the chopper for the latest from where he sits.
And what we could tell you is that the police still are maintaining a presence at the scene. We have seen some police officers begin to leave, but overall still a large police presence at the Stop and Shop off of Cherry Valley Avenue in West Hempstead. Situation that began about 11 o'clock this morning. Early reports of possibly 3 people shot in this incident, and police as well as ambulances still remain on the scene. Back to you.
We have, as we said, we had a reporter, Dana Arshan, en route to the scene before. She's arrived right now. Dana, I know it's early on, but can you tell us what it looks like, what you can glean from your arrival over there?
Arthur, yes. So it was very, very difficult for me to get here because depending on what area you're coming from, there are streets closed off really in this entire radius. So it is very chaotic. Doesn't matter where you're coming from. Streets are closed off. There's one entrance where they were able to let media come in, and it is incredibly crowded here just behind my cameraman, Morrow. Tons of media. I do see some people speaking to them now. It looks like they possibly might have heard or seen something, so I do hope to speak to them soon. But I'll step aside and just show you what we see here on the ground. So police tape this whole area closed off. There's a detective with Nassau County walking around, and he is supposed to speak to us shortly after. Actually, I think you might be able to see him on the camera right now. That is a detective who is expected to speak to media later this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me. So Nassau County Executive Laura Curran also just released a statement saying that schools nearby have been notified to lock down and secure their buildings. And again, law enforcement sources telling us that they're hearing that at least 3 people have shot, also telling us that it's possible the suspect is on the loose right now and that detectives are working right now and investigators to try to find that suspect. Of course, this is all still preliminary and more details are expected to come in throughout the afternoon. Arthur, let me send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Dana. Obviously, this is developing. We're going to continue this. We will bring you the latest. If you're out in that area, do take precautions and acknowledge that authorities want you to be very careful as schools are in lockdown mode.
And that was the latest update from Fox 5 New York. We take you back out live aerials right now. As you can see, active investigation happening right now in Long Island. Reports there of 3 people shot. Obviously, it's a fluid situation, so those numbers can change, and we will be waiting for the very latest update right here on News Now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world. Right now, we are awaiting an update here. It looked like we could be getting one pretty soon from the police here. We want to know the very latest on what happened in this situation. We heard from the Fox 5 New York report that there could have been at least 3 people shot at this grocery store in Long Island, and we wait for those details right here on News Now from Fox. Looks like maybe Sky Fox could be leaving the scene here, and yes, they are. So what we will do is keep an eye on this ground shot that we have available here to you. We are awaiting a news conference at any moment right now. We are hoping to get that update. Latest from Fox 5 New York, at least 3 people shot. That was the preliminary info that the reporter at the scene was getting. Obviously, those numbers can change, and we will keep an eye on this active situation. The very latest that police did not have a suspect at this moment here. Active investigation still ongoing at this moment. As you can see here, we have another crime scene RV coming here to help with the investigation. And this is at the Stop and Shop in Long Island right now. Preliminary info was that 3 people were shot, and we're hoping for a police update pretty soon here. And we'll be giving it to you on News Now from Fox. As you can see, we have more police investigators here on the scene. Looks like they might be coming to the camera to be giving an update. Want to hear that fresh update? This is what we do here on News Now from Fox. When there is live breaking news, we bring it to you. As you can see, this camera is he is setting up right now, photographer, for this update. Let's give you the aerials at this moment. So this is the neighborhood right by the grocery store in Long Island, where the police told people to shelter in place at this moment. You don't know where that suspect is. Was it a person that on the foot or in a car here? So schools are on lockdown. People, obviously, if they are at home, they are locking all of their doors here at this moment. But it looks like we will be getting some sort of update at any moment right here. It looks like they are also providing a podium as well.
How's the audio already?
We would have had it over here. We didn't get the
How's the audio?
What do you say? That's not what it is? Give it down. Just hold it. Yeah.
He's loud enough
Let me
anyway.
take this line.
I believe they are.
Ooh, sorry. Gotta pull this out.
I just don't want anyone to step on my phone. I don't have a pocket.
Yeah. Okay. You want to put that?
Okay. I mean, I guess we should, Frank, put it in.
Can I combine up right here?
This is going to be hard because I have to notes.
Hold.
We have Joe to hold it back and take notes.
You want to put it in right away?
I'm going to have to go.
I'm here now.
Everybody set yet or?
Recording this thing.
We're waiting, hold on.
And then I'm going to go get sound for Carolyn and video.
Okay.
Get him a check.
We are live. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Okay. Are we all set? Okay. I'll give you a minute.
As you can see here, this is what we do right here for you on News Now from Fox. Provide you the updates as they are happening, and we are getting this update in just moments.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to give you some... You all right? All right, here we go. So again, good afternoon. I'm going to give you some brief details about the shooting that occurred down the street here. I'm not going to take a lot of questions. It's an ongoing investigation. At approximately 11:19 this morning, at the Stop and Shop at the 50 Cherry Valley Avenue here in West Hempstead, there was an active shooter. Right this time, we have one subject that has been killed and 2 others that have been wounded. The deceased is a male, approximately 49 years of age. The other 2 victims are at area hospitals right now. They are conscious and alert, speaking to law enforcement, and will wait to notification to family. We do have a person of interest. A person of interest. His name is Gabriel DeWitt Wilson. It's the best picture I can give you right now is on my phone. Gabriel DeWitt Wilson. Date of birth, 2/17/1990. He's got Long Beach and Hempstead addresses. He was or may still be an employee of the Stop and Shop. We're not sure. We're trying to confirm that now. He is a male black. He is 6'2". He is approximately 30 years of age. He's wearing a black baseball hat, a black sweatshirt, and he was last seen westbound here on the turnpike. We have over 150 assets out here right now looking for Mr. DeWitt to question him about the events that occurred here today. He did have a small handgun. That is what the witnesses have given to us. And again, we're out there looking for him now. I'll try to see what questions I can ask.
Commissioner, can you say if this was some type of workplace dispute that led him to shoot?
So the investigation is ongoing. We don't know the reason for the shooting. We know that he did shoot one of the employees and kill him, and 2 that are wounded.
Where did the shooting happen in the store?
So the shooting happened upstairs in the manager's office, in the upstairs office area.
Were all 3 managers?
I don't have that information at this time.
And he definitely at least worked there at some point, right?
He did at least work there at one time. We're not sure if he's still employed by them at this time.
Did he say anything or any words exchanged?
We don't have that. It's still ongoing.
Were any of the shoppers threatened?
Still ongoing. We probably had a couple of 100 shoppers in the store at the time. You saw the line trying to get out. We stopped the question to make sure we have anybody that was a witness. Their information is being given to our homicide unit who's doing the investigation.
Is he considered armed and dangerous? If the public sees him, what are they supposed
Absolutely.
to do?
So this is a person of interest. That person of interest, we believe, is the shooter. Again, but as we wait, he left the scene and he was still carrying the handgun.
What do you do if you see him?
You call 911. You always call 911. Let us do our job. We have our officers out and about in the areas now.
Do you know how many shots were fired?
I do not know. Ongoing at this time.
We're hearing he's on a public bus.
Say it again?
You're saying they were wearing all black when he walked in.
Yeah, he was wearing all black, as I gave it to you a second ago, yes.
Was he on a public bus? Did he get away on a public bus?
I don't have that information. I know just that he went westbound on the turnpike. We don't know his priors, and again, we're getting all of that as we're developing it now.
Now, was there a plan in place for if an active shooter is ever in this store, what happened, what type of protocols were followed?
So the protocols and what to do in an active shooter always are designed sometimes on the fly. But from our standpoint about what we do and what we've done and spoken to many of our critical infrastructure stores here in the county, is we tell them what to do in the event of an active shooter. And again, it's always calling 911 first and get that description out.
Was this office an area that only he would have known, people who worked in the store would know?
I did not walk into the crime scene, so it's still ongoing.
Who called 911?
I don't have that at this time. No, I do not. There's still victims. We have to notify families.
So what happened? People just all started running at once to exit?
I don't have any of that. I wasn't there at the time. But again, this is ongoing. It's active. We'll get back to it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody stay here. We're going to keep you updated.
All right, suspects still at large here at this moment. And they do have a person of interest. They know who they are looking for, but at this time, they do not have that suspect in custody. And you are taking a live look here of that news briefing that just wrapped up here. And looks like Sky Fox aerials continuing in this area in Long Island of this active police investigation. Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
Kept safe, but it also means do not go to a school right now to pick up your child. Let everybody just sort of hold in place until police are able to locate the shooter. It appears they have some idea of who it is that they're looking for and which direction he fled in, but that can obviously change at a moment's notice. So we will keep you updated as this goes along. Right now, police are out on Long Island at an active shooter situation, still looking for the gunman after a shooting that took place at a Stop and Shop in West Hempstead. We'll bring you the latest as it becomes available.
That was the latest update there from Fox 5 New York. We just heard that update from police officials. Suspects still at large at this moment. You are looking at an active investigation. All right, folks, and it looks like we are getting some updates right now.
4 or 5 shots, and then everybody started running around upstairs where the offices are. And we called the police, 911. They came, got us out of the store, put us at the end of the parking lot along this street, and then eventually moved us across to the other parking lot just so we were out of the way.
What did you personally do when you heard the shots?
I just stopped shopping. I kind of got together with some of the other people who were in the store. We just sort of all banded together, and we were trying to figure out, in the produce department, there are places to hide under the counters. So we were just trying to figure out if the shooter came along, that we had a place to go.
So you were in the produce department?
I was in the produce department, yes.
What type of emotions were running through you?
I just couldn't believe that something like that would happen here in West Hempstead. Apparently he is still an employee. I heard that he was supposed to start work at 12 o'clock.
Who'd you hear that from?
One of the other ladies who was gathered outside with the rest of us. And she evidently works up in the office, also in the office area. And I don't know where he works. I didn't hear anything about that. And then when we were outside, all of the other employees were discussing who it was that was shot. I didn't hear any names or anything of that nature. And That's about it.
Can you characterize those moments as you, after you heard the shots, characterize them?
I just was kind of shocked a little bit that this would happen in this town, in the place that I've been shopping in for so many years. That's all I could say.
Go back here?
Of course.
And your name is?
Barbara Butterman.
And spell Butterman. Barbara, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it. Nice meeting you.
That was just some witness testimony there at this shooting here. Police still investigating at this moment. Let's give you some live aerials. As you can see, police still actively looking for the suspect. They have an idea of who they think the suspect is. They are looking for him at this moment. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. Thanks to all our viewers here from around the country and around the world right here as we are taking you once again, Sky Fox aerials continuing to try to give you the very latest updates as they're happening here. Active police investigation going on right now. There was a shooting at a grocery store. Suspects still at large at this moment. And Sky Fox aerials continuing to show you police looking and trying to talk to as many people as they can about this shooting that took place at a grocery store. What we'll do is just go back to moments ago. Police were updating and giving us this fresh update.
Still ongoing.
Were any of the shoppers threatened?
Still ongoing. We probably had a couple of hundred shoppers in the store at the time. You saw the line trying to get out. We stopped the question to make sure we have anybody that was a witness. Their information is being given to a homicide unit who's doing the investigation.
Is he considered armed and dangerous? If the public sees him, what are they supposed
Absolutely.
to do?
So this is a person of interest. That person of interest, we believe, is the shooter. Again, but as we wait, he left the scene and he was still carrying the handgun.
What do you do if you see him?
You call 911. You always call 911. Let us do our job. We have our officers out and about in the areas now.
Do you know how many shots were fired?
I do not know. Ongoing at this time.
We're hearing he's on a public bus.
Say it again?
You're saying they were wearing all black when he walked.
Yeah, he was wearing all black, as I gave it to you a second ago, yes.
Was he on a public bus? Did he get away on a public bus?
I don't have that information. I know just that he went westbound on the turnpike. We don't know his priors, and again, we're getting all of that as we're developing it now.
Now, was there a plan in place for if an active shooter is ever in this store, what happened, what type of protocols were followed?
So the protocols and what to do in an active shooter always are designed sometimes on the fly. But from our standpoint about what we do and what we've done and spoken to many of our critical infrastructure stores here in the county, is we tell them what to do in the event of an active shooter. And again, it's always calling 911 first and get that description out.
Was this office an area that only he would have known, people who worked in the store would know?
I did not walk into the crime scene, so it's still ongoing.
Who called 911?
I don't have that at this time.
Do you know the names of the people who shot?
No, I do not. There's still victims. We have to notify families.
So what happened? People just all started running at once to exit?
I don't have any of that. I wasn't there at the time. But again, this is ongoing. It's active. We'll get back to it more. Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody stay.
All right, so the latest right here that we are seeing, 1 dead, unfortunately 2 injured in this shooting at the Stop and Shop on Long Island here. Sky Fox aerials continuing right now. Nassau County Police continue to descend in this area of Cherry Valley Avenue. And it looks like, unfortunately, the shot is going a little bit in and out at this moment. So what we will do is keep an eye on the very latest here. We do have a reporter there, Fox 5, with the very latest. As soon as she gives more updates, we'll bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. But unfortunately, 1 dead, 2 injured, suspect still at large at this moment. All right, folks, as soon as we get more information, we will bring it to you here on News Now from Fox. At the very latest, suspect still outstanding at this moment. 1 dead, 2 injured at a shooting at a grocery store in Long Island. We'll bring you the latest as it happens right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. But we continue on right here. Let's go out to the White House. Moments ago, President Biden breaking his silence on the Derek Chauvin trial that is underway and continues to be deliberated by the jury.
And his brother, both brothers, as a matter of fact. I can only imagine the pressure and anxiety they're feeling. And so I waited till the jury was sequestered, and I called. And as I wasn't going to say anything about it, but Thelonious said today on television, and he accurately said it was a private conversation because Joe understands what it's like to go through loss. And they're a good family, and they're calling for peace and tranquility, no matter what that verdict is. I'm praying the verdict is the right verdict, which is, I think it's overwhelming in my view. I wouldn't say that unless the jury was sequestered now, not hear me say that. But so we just talked to them. I want to know how they were doing, just personally, and we talked about personal things. Thank you very much for coming in.
All right, and that was the update there from President Biden just moments ago at the White House. We should also mention, moments away from a White House briefing. We will bring it to you as soon as it happens right here on News Now from Fox. We continue to monitor the breaking news there out of Long Island with the grocery store shooting. So we got you covered. Of course, if anything breaks in the Derek Chauvin trial, we also will break in with that as well. The jury continues to deliberate at this moment. This is the bum shot that we got from inside of the courthouse here. Just moments away from more updates.
It started out as a normal 4th of July. All my children are grown, and they have their own families. So one of my daughters was away, the other one was at a wedding, and my son was at work. He had just had a 3-month-old child. Later that night, we touched bases, as we always do. And before the end of that phone call, my son said, "Mom, I love you." And as I always say, I love you more. The next phone call I would receive was from his girlfriend's mother, who called me crying, saying, "Get to the hospital now. We're taking him to Roxborough Hospital. Naeem's been shot." Roxborough Hospital is a neighborhood hospital. It's not a trauma hospital, so I didn't think anything of it. And I was about an hour out of Philadelphia. So I called my other daughter and told her to get to the hospital to meet my son. When she got there, she called me crying, saying, "Mom, they're talking about transferring them to Hahnemann Hospital." Again, Hahnemann Hospital.
Welcome to all our new viewers from around the country and around the world. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thank you so much for joining us here today on News Now from Fox. Let's go out to the breaking news that we continue to follow here at this moment. In Long Island, a police shooting, a shooting that happened at a grocery store in Long Island. Unfortunately, one person has died, 2 people have been injured, and the suspect still at large here at this moment. And we continue to follow this breaking news. Fox 5 with the latest has it right now. Let's go out to that.
Let police look for this individual. Right now, Jim Smith is in our chopper overhead. What can you tell us about this? I imagine the scene has expanded far beyond the borders of that parking lot there at that Stop and Shop.
That's right. You can see this is Cherry Valley Avenue, just outside of the parking lot of the store. That is also blocked off with police activity. We were getting some initial reports that area might be expanding, but to this point, that street remains blocked off. We have not seen any other large street closures in the area, but the parking lot of the Stop and Shop still remains with a large police presence. You can see those police command vehicles now on the scene. Ambulances are still on the scene as well. We could see many police officers in the parking lot earlier. We did see several police officers going in and out of the store. So again, a situation that began sometime around 11 o'clock this morning, a shooting at a Stop and Shop in West Hempstead. Police are still on the scene investigating this situation as the search still ongoing for that gunman. Arthur, back to you.
Jim, let's go to the ground now where our Dana Arshan is on scene. We're learning a little bit more about this shooting. We're learning a little bit more about the suspect that police are looking for. Can you fill us in, Dana?
Yeah, so we just spoke to the commissioner a short time ago. He confirmed that, yes, at least 3 people have been shot inside this Stop and Shop. They were all employees, and one of those people did die. And I'm going to get to the police commissioner in a moment, but I want to tell you about a woman I just spoke to. Her name is Barbara Butterman, and she lives right here in West Hempstead. She was shopping for strawberries in the produce aisle when she heard about 3 or 4 gunshots. She said everyone around her, other shoppers, they got together, they banded together to try to figure out what to do. They started calling 911. They were also scared. They didn't know if they should run out. They didn't know which direction to go. They were scouting the area to see if there's anywhere that they could hide. And then fortunately, they say police came quickly, and then everyone started running out of the building. So it was really dramatic to hear that from her, someone a first-hand witness the account. But now I want you to hear from the police commissioner of Nassau County, who went into a little more detail about the victims.
The deceased is a male, approximately 49 years of age. The other 2 victims are at area hospitals right now. They are conscious and alert, speaking to law enforcement, and will wait for notification to family. We do have a person of interest. A person of interest. His name is Gabriel DeWitt Wilson. It's the best picture I can give you right now is on my phone. Gabriel DeWitt Wilson. Date of birth, 2/17/1990. He's got Long Beach and Hempstead addresses. He was or may still be an employee of the Stop and Shop. We're not sure. We're trying to confirm that now.
And of course, our hearts go out to those victims, especially to the family of the victim who passed away. And to reiterate, police are now on the hunt for that person of interest. My producer is telling me that they are showing a photo of that person of interest. Police tell us that if you see the suspect, that you should call 911 right away. That's the latest from West Hempstead outside of the Stop and Shop here. I'm Dana Arshan. Let me send it right back to you.
Shelter indoors right now. Schools are in their lockdown protocols. We will continue to bring you the latest developments on this active shooter situation, including if and when the person of interest is located by police. Right now, we rejoin the programming already in progress.
This has been All right, so that was the latest from Fox 5 New York. We will continue to follow that breaking news in Long Island. Just to recap, everyone, 1 dead, 2 injured in a grocery store shooting. They still looking for that suspect in Long Island. We will bring you the very latest as it happens right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. We should also point out that we are monitoring a White House news briefing that will be happening at any moment. We'll bring that to you right here on News Now from Fox. But in the meantime, we will go out to Pennsylvania, where community members coming together to really try to stop shootings in their neighborhood, coming up with a coalition to really track how these shootings take place. Where are they coming from with guns and ammunition? Let's bring you the latest here.
For me, was not a trauma hospital. So again, I'm calming my daughter down, thinking positive thoughts. He's going to be all right. 5 minutes later, my daughter calls me back and says, "Mom, they're taking him to Temple." That's when my heart dropped. And we raced up Broad Street because now we're in Philadelphia. We had to make a U-turn to go back to Temple Hospital because we were on our way to Hanneman and then back to Roxborough, and now we're en route to Temple. We get to Temple, we beat the ambulance there. Finally, my son arrived in the ambulance. A team of doctors is working on him, giving him breaths, and I said, "Please just let me touch my baby." And one doctor allowed me to touch his foot. And I'm screaming, "Naeem, Naeem, Naeem." At that point, my son never responded. Normally he would make a gesture or say, "Mom, you're drawing." But to see your child laying there, no response, it does something to you. So they rushed him in, and of course, they came and got myself and my husband and took us to the room, as I call it. In the room, it's just you and your spouse, and you're sitting there, and we talked about good times, and we're speaking positivity and all. In my heart, I knew my son was going, but I could not come to grips with it. At that point, the doctor comes in about an hour later and let us know we did everything. We're waiting for one test, and that one test has to come from New Jersey, and it won't be until July 5th. and it is to do the brain activity. They let us go.
Okay, folks, we are now going out to another live event that just popped up here, Capitol Hill right now. Texas delegation of congressmen and women coming together to talk about the border. Let's listen.
Welcomed it. Folks, that's the message, and it's been heard loud and clearly throughout Central and South America and the rest of the world, and our citizens and our families of this great nation are suffering as a result of it. My co-leader, but the real driving force behind this trip is Brian Babin from Texas 36, and I would invite him here to share his remarks with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you so very much. I'm just extremely proud to be standing here and want to thank my Texas colleagues that went down there. We had a total of probably 12 or 13 of us that went down to the border for this trip and went to the Rio Grande Valley and made numerous stops along the way. We visited with DEA. We visited with the Coast Guard. We visited with the National Guard troops. We saw a lot of the facilities and infrastructure there on the border. We saw with our own eyes just exactly how terrible and exposed this border is to all levels of problems that have been foisted upon the American people by the, whether you call it ignorance or foolishness, but the rolling back of the Trump policies, which after the 2019 surge that we had at the border under President Trump, they implemented some great policies that absolutely worked. And so the Trump people that with DHS and with ICE and a number of his professionals, a couple of which even went down with us. We had Tom Homan and Mark Morgan with us. Very happy to have them there and their expertise. The professionals, they said over and over again they had meetings, and actually with Mr. Cuccinelli, who spoke with us this morning. I'm the Border Security Caucus co-chairman. And we had Mr. Cuccinelli come speak with us this morning, and he said over and over again the Trump officials told the Biden officials in these transitional meetings, please do not reverse these policies. You will open this border up for a crisis, for a catastrophe, and they did not heed those warnings. And so when we got down to the border, and we absolutely saw with our own eyes some of the things that mainstream media, I hate to say it, have not been reporting on. It was quite an eye-opener, to say the very least. And we also, I want to say that not only were there 12 or 13 of us and some professionals that went along with us, 13 of us Texas colleagues, representatives in the U.S. House, but we also invited Vice President Kamala Harris to come as well. We sent her a letter signed by, there, he's got a copy of that letter right there. Jody and I both signed this letter inviting her to come, since she was handed off as the new czar, Biden's new czar of border security. And here we are, we're closing in on 4 weeks since she has taken the reins of czar of the border security, and we have not seen nor heard from her. I don't think, at least my office never received any response from her office, and I don't think we did. But she needs to be down there. And if she's going to be the border security czar, she needs to be there. But never have we seen, and the professionals will tell you this, never have we seen the numbers and the crisis like we're seeing on the southern border of the United States of America. And to think that just a year ago, we were in the best economy that we had had in 50 years. And then suddenly we have this pandemic, and we have a change of administrations. And now, in just a short period of time, we go from highly secured and controlled border with great policies that help to implement this to now wide open. And we saw numbers down there that would just knock your eyes out. 173,000 illegal immigrants came across the border in March alone, 19,000 of which were unaccompanied minors. And we went and saw these facilities for ourselves, and it was quite an eye opener, I should say, when we walk into the Donna facility, where the border detention center at Donna, and we saw a facility that has capacity for 250 individuals. These are unaccompanied children. There were 5,700 kids in this facility. 5,700. This was several weeks ago when we were there. I'm not sure what it is now. But our system, our infrastructure for our border security is simply not built for these types of numbers. Why do we have these numbers? Because we have an open border with a blinking neon sign, figuratively, out there that says, welcome, come on in. You step 1 foot over and you'll get to stay, and you'll get on public assistance. And you bring a kid under 6 years old or under. If you're an unaccompanied child, he comes in, and catch and release was reinstituted, and all the great policies that we saw from the Trump administration have been reversed. And so what is it? What has actually happened down there? As Jody said, the cartels have been re-empowered. They are making tens of millions of dollars, not only off of the drugs that are coming across, which kill, by the way, 70,000 plus Americans each year in overdoses, but also in human trafficking, the horror of human trafficking that goes on down there. And each one of these individuals has paid the cartels to come across. If they don't pay, many times they...
That's the latest there from Capitol Hill. We continue to bring you live details and updates right here on News Now from Fox. Let's now go out to Dallas, Texas. They are giving an update right now on a police shooting that happened yesterday at a CVS where a suspect was shot. Let's listen right here.
Store employees before fleeing on foot. At about approximately 3:54 p.m., officers received a call from a female who stated a male pointed a gun at an unknown person near a school parking lot in the 1400 block of Rolling Hills Lane, appearing to be attempting to carjack that vehicle. At approximately 4:32 p.m., officers located the suspect on Esperanza Road and confronted the suspect. The suspect reached into his back waistband, produced a handgun, and pointed it at officers. The officers did not return fire at this point. Pictured is the individual, is a picture that was taken at the scene, the individual pointing his weapon at officers. At approximately 4:54 p.m., the suspect is seen running through an apartment complex in the 1300 block of Esperanza Road. At approximately 5:09 p.m., a robbery call came in from the CVS at 13033 Coit Road regarding a suspect who entered, took property, and fled out the back door. The suspect pointed his gun at the manager as he was fleeing. At approximately 5:23 p.m., a 911 call came in regarding a man with a gun who was on foot. The suspect was located by officers and ran across LBJ. The suspect pointed his gun at the officers, at which time our officers discharged their weapons, striking the suspect. You'll see that's the individual on the on-ramp there with what appears to be the firearm being extended out with both of his arms. At this point is when 3 uniformed Dallas police officers fired their weapons, striking the suspect at least 2 times. Here is the picture of the weapon. The picture on the right is the weapon, or the item that the suspect had, the replica firearm. The picture on the left is an actual firearm, as you can see. As a matter of fact, even the one on the right, that's the replica firearm, has 357 written on the barrel. And that's what the suspect had in his possession. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but the suspect has not been identified as of yet. We're waiting on the medical examiner and notifying next of kin. The officers are in the process of being interviewed. We're not identifying them as of yet. and we will be releasing additional video of the incident within the next 48 hours.
We will take a quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox.
And with that, I know it's a follow-up to yesterday. I know we covered a lot yesterday evening. I know the weapon, the firearm, the replica firearm is something that we wanted to make sure that that we communicated with you about. With that, any questions?
I know you're not releasing the ID yet, but with this person, is he familiar to police in the past? Is he criminal?
Again, I don't want to go too far into it. We think we have him tentative lead, but until we get confirmation from the ME and notify next of kin, we're going to hold off on that. Yes, sir.
How common are these replica weapons? How often do you guys see these, and what exactly is their purpose?
Well, I tell you, obviously, been doing this job for nearly 30 years. I'll tell you that it happens more often than you'd think. Unfortunately, I don't know this individual's state of mind. Certainly, when you have a replica firearm that you're pointing at a police officer after having committed multiple robberies, the expectation is there that if you point that something's going to happen. And so, it's a tragedy. I certainly can tell you it's a tragedy for our officers to have had to use lethal force on an individual that has a replica firearm. But unfortunately, as you can see in the picture, it certainly looked real to the officers, and it certainly looked real to the victims that this individual was victimizing throughout the day, and how terrorized they were throughout that incident. And so, unfortunately, it does happen. Really, obviously, to perform the robbery, it was successful for him. As far as confronting officers, it's tragic when those things happen.
Chief, I have a question about the scene where the shooting happened, that it was potentially close to drivers and putting bystanders at risk. Can you address that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you, recently, when at one of the first incidents near the school, we had time. Actually, the school went on lockdown when the individual was there and officers were responding. Again, I've said this before, I wish we could be perfect. But when officers are responding, their number one priority is to deal with the threat. And that situation, the individual, as you saw, running across the lanes of LBJ, and the officers in pursuit, he had just committed a robbery. The officer's priority at that point is to stop the threat and deal with the individual. And so, had we had more time, certainly that would have been in our plan. But at that point, we wanted to ensure that the individual was taken into custody. Claro que sí, déjame terminar en inglés primero y entonces podemos hablar en español.
That was the update there from Dallas there, where the police did shoot at that suspect during the robbery. Let's continue to bring you the live feeds that continue to come in. Let's now go out to Minneapolis right now. Community members, civil rights attorneys coming together as the community not only braces for the Chauvin verdict, but also the country as well. Let's continue to listen.
For those who have been brought up against other types of drugs who they themselves have called out for help. So in this moment right now, we call on federal government, President Biden, you need to come to the state, you need to come to Minnesota. It is time for you to meet the people, and it's time for you to actually deliver what you told. Don't cry on the shoulders of families and fail families who are going to be killed by a system that you are responsible for. And so we will fight, we will continue this fight. When the cameras leave, we will not leave until justice is brought forth by any means necessary.
Next I'd like to invite Delcia Perry with Be Their Voices.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want you all to take a real good look at this picture right here and the name that is attached to it. Good afternoon. My name is Delcia Perry, the mother of Hardell Sherrill. This was my only child. Accountability. Accountability is what I am calling for President Biden and Vice President to do. And just as my brother Jelani said, they need to come. I appreciate the prayers, but I'm a prayer warrior, and I got a lot of prayer warriors that pray for me, but that is not what I need. That is not what we need. We are a hurting people, and we need you to come For those of us that have voted you all in, you need to come and show us that you are listening and that you care. So come to Minnesota. We challenge you, President Biden, to come to Minnesota, to hear the real truth of what has been going on in the state of Minnesota, in addition to the policing and the rotten, evil wickedness of the police officers that have done what they have done to George Floyd and Dante Wright, but also the correctional officers that need to be held accountable for actions such as this. My son walked into the Beltrami County Jail on August 24th of 2018. And I'm just going to tell you the Reader's Digest version, but I challenge you today to go and Google his name to see how they treated my son. 9 days later, he's carried out in a body bag. And while he was carried out in that body bag, he was medically neglected. They starved my baby to death. They did not care to treat him with what he had, which was very treatable, GBS. My son cried out for help, and they didn't care because they're ruthless and they're racist. And I say no more. I started an organization called Be Their Voices because we will be their voices and they will be heard. I started this organization for so many other reasons as well, because other families like this woman here, they called me because they saw that I was getting some traction in what was happening in my son's case. And they said, can you help us too? And I said, surely I will. That was one call, then another call, then another call. And before you know it, I was 6, 7, 8 calls of families that are leaning on me. And I thank God he's given me the strength to carry not just myself and give me the strength to carry on, but to also help them along the way. And I thank God that one of the mothers, the sisters, has come out to tell you her story about how corrupt the jail system is, and y'all know it runs over into the prison system. It is a system that is guilty as hell. And I'm going to let Clara speak on behalf of her nephew, Naj Powell. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for Be Their Voices and Delshia. I'm speaking on behalf of my
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
And of course, Najee Adonis Powell. I should not be here today. I shouldn't be here. And I never thought I would be speaking to cameras about what's just and what's unjust. My nephew went into Hennepin County Hospital mental health to get help because he had a disorder, a mental health disorder. He left out days later because the hospital called the police because he refused to take medication he wasn't feeling good with the medication. They called the police. The police picked him up from Hennepin County Hospital. Hours later, they put him in a cell by himself, in a cell with everything that could cause him to hang himself. They picked him up from a mental health ward and put him in a room with a bullet in it, a jail cell with sheets and bunk beds, and left him there. Later, they came and found him dead. We shouldn't be here. And I say the system is so unjust. And it's not just the system that's unjust, it's unjust people who work in the system. So it's bigger than that. It's bigger than the change in the system. Change the people who you hire for these systems.
That's right.
I come with a different mindset. We know this isn't working. We know who the clear enemy is. I didn't vote for Biden, and I'm going to say it. Yeah, he needs to bring his ass here. He needs to come.
That's right. That's right.
We shouldn't have to have this conversation. I stand in the shoes of my ancestors. I stand in their shoes. And they will be sorely disappointed that we're still having this conversation today. So I ask that there needs to be a full separation. Period. Point blank. I don't want to live amongst my enemies. It makes no sense. We can't keep having killing after killing after killing. How many more gotta go? How many more before we realize, and I'm about to wrap it up. How many more? And I'm done. I said what I had to say. Ashe.
Next, I'd like to invite the president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition, Jonathan McClellan.
Hello, my name is Jonathan McClellan. I'm the president of the Minnesota Justice Coalition. We're a collective of organizations that work with the families and legislators here in the state of Minnesota to pass legislation, as well as in Washington, D.C. On April 9th, the Minnesota Senate defeated a measure that would terminate the employment of police officers who engaged in or affiliated themselves with white supremacy. And this is the state of affairs that we find ourselves in today. In addition to that, we are also aware that the FBI has sent letters to the police departments here in the state of Minnesota informing them of infiltration by white supremacy organizations. On March 29th, our collective of organizations wrote to the congressional delegation here in Minnesota, the President Biden, as well as the Attorney General of the United States. And in that letter, it states, "We write today to seek and advocate for the reintroduction of the patterns and practices investigations of law enforcement in the state of Minnesota. From the time of Reconstruction through the Civil Rights Movement, the federal government has been a critical partner in regressing harms and systemic injustice. Particularly, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has, at critical moments, been instrumental in bringing light and accountability to state and municipal governments that would otherwise be scrutinized. The patterns of practice investigations here in the state of Minnesota were an example of just such accountability that began after the murder of Philando Castile. It was a matter of great distress to all of us that this program was suspended under the previous administration. That is why it is with urgency and respect that we seek to restart the patterns and practices investigations here in the state of Minnesota. The lack of trust in local law enforcement, the city officials, along with the murders leading up to George Floyd and the ones after, and the continuing assault on our communities, primarily of color, by law enforcement, warrant an intervention from the FBI. It is important that through an independent investigation, bring light of any patterns and practices that may exist. This is needed to heal the community, as well as find areas that need reform and ultimately obtain justice and build public trust in our institutions that are supposed to protect us. In order to solve the problems before us, we are taught you have to recognize that there is a problem to begin with. Without that recognition, we create a system within our law enforcement for the Derek Chauvins to thrive. Our system is broken, people are being hurt and are dying, and we need your help to bring about the change and adherence to the Constitution. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it's time for you to jump into this fight and show that you are different than the previous administration. We're waiting.
Next, I'd like to invite Chantal Allen with Black Lives Matter, Twin Cities Metro.
How you doing? My name is Chantal Allen, CHAUNTYLLALLEN. I'm with Black Lives Matter Twin Cities. And I'm also on the St. Paul School Board. As Brother Jelani said, we're tired. How many bodies do we have to lose? This is clearly a movement, and it's not just a local movement. This is a national movement. We've been saying Black Lives Matter across this nation for 7, 8 years now. People have been getting killed across this nation unjustly for 400 years now. This is just an extension of several movements from our ancestors. This is an extension of the Underground Railroad to freedom. This is an extension of the Civil Rights Movement. This is an extension of the Black Panther movement. At that time, presidents stepped up. They said, this is not what our Constitution represents. Clearly here in the state of Minnesota, this is not what our Constitution represents. We are demanding that President Biden and Vice President Kamala get involved today. Our legislators are not making any moves. This system is broken. It's not just the police officers. It's the judges. It's the legislators that won't even hear our voices. They won't even look at our bills. We need you to get involved. We need to start a reckoning in this country with black folks. It's time. We are 400, really 500 years in. When is it going to be a change? You guys ran on that ticket saying it's time for change, right? You said that you were going to be different, but I don't feel any different. I woke up the next morning after you got inaugurated, and it still felt like white supremacists were at my back door. At what point are you guys going to say enough is enough? Because we've been screaming it for years. Enough is enough. And black lives have to matter in this country. And you know that. Economically, they have to matter.
Come on now.
Culturally, they have to matter. We see it all over the TV. We feel it when the 1% is capitalizing off of our work and labor. We are an important piece of this democracy. You need to step up now. If you want this country to continue to be seen as land of the free and home of the brave and full of the liberties, you've got to step up and make that happen. We need President Biden and Vice President Kamala here. Get in your plane. I've seen it take off before. You can walk out your back door. Get here. Today, we need you in Minnesota. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to bring up the co-executive director of the Minnesota Freedom Front, Elijah Dares.
All right. We're going to read a statement by the Minnesota Freedom Fund. My name is Elijah Dares. I'm the executive director of the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Again, I am the co-executive director of the Minnesota Freedom Fund. Our mission is to pay criminal bail and immigration bond for those that cannot afford it. As we seek to end discriminatory and intimidating and oppressive money bail, that is our mission. That is what we do. It wasn't an easy road for me to get to where I am today. I spent 17 years of my life incarcerated right here in Minnesota. I was incarcerated beginning at the age of 15. I was certified and sentenced to a life prison sentence. The judge told me, you'll spend the rest of your natural life in the care of the Commission of Corrections. He told me I would die in there. They told me I would die in there. I grew up in jails and prisons across Minnesota. I know how spending even one weekend locked up can cause harm, both mentally and physically. I know what our system does to millions of people across this country every single year, especially black men like me and black men like George Floyd. That is why I'm standing here today with all of my comrades, that we stomp out here in these streets routinely. We out there in these suites routinely, chopping it up with these elected officials, holding accountable any of the officers or any of the other individuals representing this here government, holding them accountable for how they treat us right here in the state of Minnesota. Some people call it the Jim Crow of the North. In Minnesota, like many places in this country, you sit in jail if you cannot afford bail. We have people sitting in jails just because they can't afford $78. Research it. Look it up. We pay $78 bails for people. In Minnesota, it costs an average of about $140 a night to hold someone inside of a jail cell. How does that make any sense? You are punished for being poor, and the system works completely differently for you in the state of Minnesota. On any given day in Minnesota, 6,000 people are sitting in jails in pre-trial because they cannot afford bail, and hundreds more are sitting inside of immigration detention facilities across the state of Minnesota. These people are impacted every single day that they sit in jail cells, and they're impacted by this harmful and unnecessary system. We're talking very low-level crimes. President Biden, on the campaign trail, you pledged to end money bail. That was your campaign pledge. That's what you said you was going to honor. You called it modern-day debtor's prison. That's what you said. You said it's a modern-day debtor's prison. And it is. That is why we're asking you to live up to your pledge. We are here today because of the murder of George Floyd. The murder of yet another black man at the hands of another arm of our criminal legal system. That's why I said criminal legal system. I didn't say criminal justice system. I said the criminal legal system. Some people get justice, other people just get the criminal legal system. It's a system that criminalizes you for being poor, for being black, for being brown, for being indigenous. We are writing a new script, and we're not going back. We ain't going back. That's them old days. You see, when the pandemic came in, we said we're going to roll back some of them old practices. We're going to bring in some new ways of interfacing and interacting with this here system. Not just in Minneapolis, not just in Minnesota, all across America. We're going forward, and we need our elected officials to join us.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Of living, and we bring it. Y'all don't see these people behind us? We're not playing any games out here. We're bringing forth the dawn of a new era. That's some old days, and them days are dead. We are different people, and we bringing it strong. We recognize what the real virus is, and we the antivirus, and we coming to put an end to that. That's some old days. That's some old ways. That's dead. We're here, and we ain't playing no more games.
Next, I'd like to invite the president of the Minneapolis NAACP, Angela Rose Myers.
Hello everyone, my name is Angela Rose Myers. I am the president of the Minneapolis NAACP, which stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. And I'm here today to stand with community members. I'm here today to stand with black community members. We are calling for change on every single level. When it comes from the schools, when it comes from the city council, when it comes from the mayor, when it comes from the police, when it comes from the president of the United States of America, we need change. In my mind this morning, I'm thinking of a lyric from Meek Mill. He says, "What's free?"
Come on.
Slavery was abolished. And yet, the amendment that abolished slavery opened up the door for the mass incarceration system that we have today. This morning, I'm thinking of Mayan Burrell, a man who was unjustly incarcerated for a crime he did not commit. And he is still fighting for his innocence, although he is not in the prison system, he is still not innocent in the eyes of our government. So what's free? I'm thinking today of Dante Wright, who was murdered last week on a Sunday, and they said because of expired tabs. They said that he had a warrant for his arrest, that he needed to pay $156. So what's free? When you cannot afford to pay to renew your expired tabs, when you cannot afford to pay $156 so that you can get clean from a warrant. So what's free?
because it sounds like in the United States of America, poor people and black people are being unjustly incarcerated, and they're being put on modern-day plantations to benefit somebody. They're being pulled from our communities.
All right, folks, we are going to step away from that. Obviously, community members really upset out there in Minneapolis, Minnesota, as they continue to brace for that Chauvin verdict. Also, calling on President Biden and the vice president. They want some sort of action on police reform, criminal reform, and maybe Chuck D, all of the above as well. Let's continue to roll on right here on News Now from Fox.
We know how to fix this.
To the border.
We've done it before.
Capitol Hill right now on border security.
Responsibilities and passing the buck that we've seen from this current administration.
Thank you, Michael. We've talked about the sacred oath that every president takes to faithfully execute the laws of the land. I don't think anybody in the Texas delegation knows that better, has been closer to that tremendous responsibility than our next speaker, who has served in the White House under the leadership of multiple presidents from different parties, also served our country with distinction as an admiral in the Navy. Now he represents the great people of West Texas and Texas 13. Please welcome Ronnie Jackson.
Well, I don't have any prepared remarks either, but what I will do is I'll state the obvious in hopes that someone in the Biden administration will listen and will do something about the crisis on our border. And it is a crisis. It's a crisis economically. When these hundreds of thousands of people, we're on track right now for probably 2.5 million people to enter our country illegally this year. They're going to tax our school systems, our educational system, our healthcare system, our welfare system. It will be an economic crisis for all of us at some point or another. Number two, this is a full-blown healthcare crisis. This is a public health crisis. I'll ask the question, I've asked this before. I'll ask it as the former chief medical advisor for President Trump. Where is Dr. Fauci down on the border? He is the president's chief medical advisor. We have probably the biggest healthcare crisis that we've had in recent memory down on our border right now, and there's absolutely nothing being done about it. I'll tell you why he doesn't go down there. He doesn't go down there for the same reason that Vice President Harris doesn't go down there. Nobody wants to associate themselves with this. That's what's going on. He needs to be down there, the president needs to be down there, and the vice president need to be down there fixing this problem. Remember, the last thing I'll tell you, this is going to be a criminal crisis for us. It's not happening right now, but it will be. Congressman Arrington mentioned that we sit down and we talk to some of these immigrants and we ask them about the logistics involved and how they got there. We ask them, how did you get here? How long did it take you to get here? All the different logistics involved in getting there. I asked them a question. I said, look, it's our understanding everyone has to pay the cartel for passage. You don't just make it to the border from Guatemala, Honduras, or El Salvador as a 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old young man without some assistance. And they acknowledged that readily. They said, oh yeah, absolutely. Everyone has to pay the cartel. I asked them, I said, how much did you pay? What did you guys have to pay the cartel to get here? You know what they said? They said, nothing. We didn't pay the cartel anything. We don't have any money. They said, we have to work it off when we get there. Listen to me, work it off when you get there. Work it off for the cartel. I'm pretty sure I can promise you these people aren't going to be involved in honorable employment, mowing your yard, waiting your table, or something other than that. They're going to be involved in criminal activities on behalf of the cartel when they get here. This is going to have these people. They're coming across. They may not be criminals when they get here, but they owe a debt that they cannot pay. They owe a debt that is going to result in them being criminals in our country. I'm telling you that right now. I asked the Border Patrol agents. I said, what happens if some of these young men decide they're not going to go that route? They're just going to abandon that. They said they won't dare do that. They know where they came from. They picked them up. They know where their family lives. They still have sisters and mothers and brothers back in their home country. If they decide they're not going to fulfill their debt to the cartel will send them a video of their family being tortured and killed. That's how it works. We've known enough. We've seen the cartel enough to know that's accurate. So I'll tell you right now, we've got to fix this. The overwhelming number of American people in this country are demanding right now that the White House do something about this crisis. So I would just ask everyone, like I said, the president, the vice president, and Dr. Fauci, get down to the border and fix this problem and fix it now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Ronnie. The next speaker from the 4th District of the great state of Texas, Pat Fallon, former state senator, and we appreciate you being with us as well. Thank you, Doc. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Doc. How many people here
are rooting for the Mexican drug cartels. There's not one American, unless they work for the cartels, that are rooting for them. But we're allowing them to control our southern border. This is a Biden border crisis. And I'll be very clear, too. An open border is an immoral border. You cannot have both a welfare state and an open, porous border. It's a formula for disaster. So what did we see when we went down to the border? At the Donna holding facility, where there were supposed to be 250 folks there were, at the day we were there, 4,377. And then they were holding them in these kids in these different pens. There were supposed to be 32 kids in a pod. There were 500. Nobody had been tested for COVID. So COVID is either a concern, Mr. President, or it is not. Because that is an incubator for a super spreader. And there's two reasons why the cartels like this. Number one, they get paid either in cash or, as Admiral Jackson just said, in IOUs where it'll be worked off. But the American taxpayer is facilitating the business model of the drug cartel, because they either get paid in full and then that facilitate that transit from El Salvador, Guatemala, or Honduras through Mexico to the United States, or they work it off. They'll tell them, lie and say you have some relative in Philadelphia. Then the American taxpayer pays for them. And what Biden's doing right now, half the folks that were on the plane with me when I flew to Dallas were illegal migrants, because you could tell they had a manila folder and it said, "I don't speak English. Will you help me? Where do I go next?" All of them had this. They're not even busting them off the border. They're flying them. At what expense? We don't know, because they won't tell us. So the cartels love this, because half of the Border Patrol agents are literally babysitting. In that facility that day, 3,700 were unaccompanied minors. They're changing diapers. Well, it's a lot easier to smuggle drugs when half of the people that are sworn to try and stop you from doing that aren't on the border. They're not on the job. And then the cartels make the money on the back end as well. And the American taxpayer is facilitating this, because what Joe Biden did was take policies that were working brilliantly, the Wait in Mexico policy known as the Migrant Protection Protocols. Now it's catch and release. But not only catch and release, it's, hey, we're going to give you an airplane ticket and to go wherever you want, wherever your masters tell you. And we halted border wall construction. We made it easier to get welfare. We ceased deportations. That's what this administration has done. So again, not to belabor the point, we understand that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and our Democratic colleagues don't like President Trump, but his policies worked. They need to be reinstituted. Are we going to be concerned about the interests of this nation state? Because if we are, we need to secure the border, and we need to do it immediately. Thank you all for coming out.
Thank you, Pat. Appreciate it. Our next speaker and our last one will be former mayor of Irving, Texas, Beth Van Dyne from the 24th District of Texas.
Why go down to the border? I've had people accuse us, well, you're just going down there for pictures, for a photo op. Why go down? Why are we inviting, asking, begging for our president and our vice president to go down? Why? Because you'll see firsthand what you can't see through a lens of a camera. You'll see the context. You'll see all of the tents and tents and tents that are holding thousands and thousands of unaccompanied minors. You'll talk to the women who are working with these girls, who will tell you their stories of how they've been gang raped on the way here, and it's not just the little girls. You'll talk to DEA officers who will show you the miles of unprotected border where they've had to pull people off in order to act like babysitters at these processing centers. Why should you go? Because you'll talk to CBP, particularly the ones who have seen it in past years and can tell you what worked. They'll show you areas that now have a fence, now have a wall, and will tell you how much it helped them, that they can actually contain people and they don't have miles and miles of expanse. They know where they're going to be crossing over, and they know where to put people to be the most effective and the most efficient. Why go down there? Because it's your job. We went down there not for a photo op. We went down there to talk to the people who are making the decisions right now on how, with the limited resources and the poor policies that they are having to work with, how they're dealing with that crisis that's going down on our border. We are not just complaining, we are bringing you solutions. We're also exposing the lack of compassion, the lack of humanity that we have seen happen in our country at our border every single day. We're going to continue to do our job. We're going to continue to expose what needs to be exposed because, trust me, it is not getting any better and it's going to get worse. These policies are going to continue unless we expose them for what they are. We're doing our job. Vice President Harris, when are you going to get yourself down to the border and do yours?
Bam. Amen to that. Thank you, Beth. Thank you so much. And that concludes our press conference. And I just want to say thank you again to Jody, my co-lead with this congressional delegation down there, and all the rest of my Texas colleagues. I'd like to say one other thing, because a lot of people say, what could President Biden, what could the Democrats, what could Vice President Kamala Harris be thinking, allowing our borders to be so unprotected, to bring in thousands and thousands of people who come up and take American jobs, a coming crime wave, as we heard our one of our members say, our former sheriff. The crime wave hasn't hit us yet, but it soon will. And the public services that will be overwhelmed, our hospitals, our schools, our law enforcement officers, you name it, these are all going to be a huge toll to be taken on the American taxpayer. They all cost money. We're spending, as I said earlier in this thing, that we're spending $60 million a week just for HHS facilities. Well, I'll tell you the reason. I think everybody that's got half a brain knows why this border is open today and why these policies of President Trump that were working so well have been abolished. It's because I think this is part of the grand strategy of the Democratic Party to basically open the borders up, to replace the American electorate with third world people that are coming in droves illegally. And the government seems to just want to look the other way. Well, we're not looking the other way. We want to save this precious country, this country that is built on laws, built on our Constitution. And the oath of office that President Biden took, absolutely he must. He raised his right hand, he swore to uphold the Constitution and enforce the laws of the United States of America, and by gosh, he ought to be doing that. And it's one thing to be wanting power and control, but it's another when you endanger the American people. You endanger their safety. You bring terrorists in. You have a crime wave coming. You've got the overwhelming costs. So with that, I will just conclude by saying thank you so very much for coming out this afternoon and listening to us and our reports that we saw. And if there's any questions that you might want to ask, we'll be happy to answer them. So thank you. Yes. It is a public health crisis down there. Absolutely a public health crisis. Scabies, COVID, a number of diseases that are coming over. We had testimony, some of them, I think Jody mentioned it, maybe a couple of others, testimony from some of these young people that said they came up here because basically Joe Biden invited them up here and they knew they could get in. And they know that if they pay their money, they can come in and not have to leave. Catch and release is something that's back in fashion again with this administration. And I would say that, and I'm a healthcare practitioner, I'm a dentist. And I can tell you, when you stack 5,700 kids into a facility that has a maximum capacity of 250, you can imagine. We have photographs. And they didn't want us to take photographs either. That's in one facility at Donna. Anybody else want to say something?
I
Go
want to
ahead.
add, I just want to add real quick about that because I forgot to mention this. But when we were at that facility, we asked them when they were at the HHS facility, how many people were COVID positive? 20% were COVID positive when they received them. 20% of everybody they had. 5% tested positive after they got there. So 25% of everyone they had was COVID positive. So that's a really good representative sample of what's coming across the border. These are young, otherwise healthy young people, so they're not portraying symptoms, but they're carrying the virus, and they're moving out and they're going to communities all over our country right now with a 25% incidence of COVID. We are never going to be able to take off these masks if we let this continue.
And I think your question is right at the heart of the tension between the two sides on this issue. Democrats and some of the progressives would suggest that it's inhumane and uncompassionate to enforce the law and secure your border. What we witnessed were kids who were totally traumatized, because as soon as policies are there to encourage illegal immigration, the drug cartels take over and they prey on these desperate, vulnerable people. We have no doubt that folks would like a better life in this country. And there are millions in line waiting to do it.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Risk the lives of these poor folks and these children. 1 out of every 3 women are sexually assaulted per Doctors Without Borders. You can see and these young children, not the 17-year-olds maybe, but the 6-year-olds are used as passports. They are recycled. You saw the kids dropped from the fence. So I don't think I saw a single child that didn't look traumatized. And so all of the data that I just articulated is brought to bear when you go to the border and you look into the faces not only of our citizens who are in despair, but these poor vulnerable people who are being preyed on by the cartels and who've no doubt suffered untold abuses on their way to this country. Go for it. Absolutely.
That's a great question, because when we were there, the first thing, there was a sign that said no pictures allowed. And as we walked in, we had the Border Patrol agents with us. There was a gal there that you may have seen who had a little confrontation with Senator Ted Cruz a few days before. And she had a notepad and she was watching us as we walked in, and she specifically told us, you are not allowed to bring your cell phones in this facility. Well, we said, I'm sorry, we're members of Congress. We're here for transparency. The American taxpayers are paying for this, so we brought our phones in. And then as soon as I sidestepped her and walked in with my colleagues, she then told us we weren't allowed to take pictures. So the first thing I did was take pictures of her. And then she got into it with Admiral Jackson, and she followed us around like a KGB handler. It was like we were in North Korea. And she was writing down everything that was said. So one of us distracted her, and then some others walked in and asked the Border Patrol confidentially, are you afraid of what she's writing down? Are you holding back while she's here? Is she intimidating you? And they said yes, because they're going to report back to the bosses. They don't want the truth out there. The truth, they lose on the truth. Okay, I know that the American people, COVID is now, fortunately, people are getting vaccinated, and it's going to be hopefully in the rearview mirror in a few months. The problem is, if you check under the hood in this administration, particularly on this issue, it is alarming. It's a disaster. It is a tragedy. It's a cataclysmic catastrophe. But people are just going about their business because the left owns, in large measure, most of the mainstream media. And they say, oh, Biden, it's rosy. Everything Joe Biden does works. Everything Donald Trump did sucks, and it doesn't work out, and it's poor, and it's horrible for the American people. That's what the message is.
I want to answer her question.
And without further ado, my colleague, Congressman Beth Van
You're
Dyke.
getting all worked up there. I wanted to answer your question because we all went together, but we were put into two different groups. The first group, they did have the same individual who had been there with Senator Cruz just a few days beforehand. I went in a separate group, the second group. When you talk to them and you ask them, how are you dealing with this? What are you seeing? What are your concerns? what do you think we need to be doing, when you're legitimately asking them questions that would help them do their job better, they will talk to you. I did not find anybody that had a gag order. What I found was they were completely stressed. Many of them had been working a lot of overtime in completely unacceptable conditions. Talking to these kids who had come up from Mexico, who had experienced trauma like you cannot even imagine, they wanted to do their best ability to do their job, but their job is protecting the border from things like illegal drugs, from gang activity, from terrorists coming over. They were frustrated because they're not able to do their job. They didn't feel like they were protecting the borders. They were taken off and they were processing people in. They were acting as cab drivers, driving them to the border, releasing them, getting them bus tickets, getting them plane tickets to go into the country, and that frustrated them. But when you ask them what worked, what are you seeing? Without doubt, every one of them said, we've never seen this before. The numbers that we are dealing with on a daily basis are outrageous. There's no way that we can handle it. The policies have to change. But again, keep in mind, these aren't political people that are down at the border. They're doing their job to the best of their ability. They want people to know what's going on down there. They don't want to be stuck in the job that they are forced to do right now because of those policies, and they will tell you what needs to get done. Now, that was my experience. I don't know if the VP actually ever makes it down there, if she will have a sterilized version of it, but there's one way to find out. Get out of your nice, clean, comfy office up here. Get down there and talk to them as individuals. Talk to them and ask them directly, how are we failing you, and what can we do to do better? They will tell you.
Thank you. Y'all want to take one more question? Any other question?
Thank y'all for your patience.
Thank you so very much. We have a crisis down there, folks, and it needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed fast. God bless. Thank you.
All right, guys, things wrapping up there at Capitol Hill, and we are going to continue to bring you more news stories happening here across our country after a quick 2-minute break for some of our viewers. All right, guys, welcome back here to News Now from Fox. You are taking a live look at what is now being called George Floyd Square. This is in the city of Minneapolis. This is the location, as you may have seen, as we've continued to keep you covered on the Derek Chauvin trial, of the location where George Floyd lost his life. And as the memorial still stays up here in this corner of Chicago, we do have also Minneapolis leaders still continuing to call out for justice, not only for George Floyd, but also for action from President Biden on criminal reform. So what I'm going to do is set you up with a double box so that everyone can listen in, but then still keep their eyes out here. Both places in Minneapolis, that's happening for you again, right here on News Now from Fox.
The Democrats have no more excuses. This ain't just about Biden and Harris. They control all the three houses. And so if they fail, it's the Democratic Party that continued to fail. And in this time, they have no Republicans to blame.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Any other questions?
Hi. So I'm Judith from the paper. I am wondering what you guys think. So basically, black voters are kind of like, it's like a catch-22. There's a situation where we feel like voting for Democrats is kind of like the lesser of two evils, and that's kind of been held over our head for a really long time, especially we saw in 2020 with.
And it does look like we're catching just the tail end here of this event, as again we've had many community members and leaders in Minnesota here demanding action from President Biden on criminal reform. And I just want to let everyone know we are still waiting for the jury to make their decision in the verdict here of Derek Chauvin. Again, that's the former Minneapolis police officer who is being charged in the death of George Floyd. And it does seem like while we continue to wait for their verdict, there's been even more people who have showed up again outside of Cup Foods. This is the location where George Floyd lost his life. Again, Derek Chauvin kneeling on the neck of George Floyd. And now the jury is going to be making that decision if he will be facing and convicted with those three charges. So we, of course, continue to have you covered here on News Now from Fox in the Derek Chauvin verdict. And as soon as we do see the jury make that decision, we will, of course, break into our news programming here and let everyone know. Let's look like a few more speakers did step up to the podium in Minneapolis. Let's listen in here live for you on News Now from Fox.
The Democratic Party, until 2022, is on the clock. We will see what they'll do. And after that, I think people are no longer going back. We are going forward. And that mean without both of these parties.
Yeah, right.
I just want to add to that a little bit, because I do agree with my brother. But I also think that we have to start grooming and running people for office. It's not enough to just vote for folk who just come up and say they running for office, but who do we want in office? Exactly. How do we groom them, and how do we prepare them to be in office so that we are supporting folk who have our best interests at heart? It doesn't matter whether you're Democrat or Republican. Neither party has served us well, you know, but if we have the right people running, and if we're putting our support behind the right people, then we have a better chance of transforming systems. One of the things that I also want to say is that it's more than just voting. It's holding people accountable once they get into office. We have a habit of voting people in, and then we don't hold them accountable once they get into office. And we have to show up. We have to show up at the meetings. We have to show up at the hearings. And we have to show up before they already have the plan in place, so that we have input from the beginning. Not after the train has already left the station and now we trying to catch up. And so I think that you ask a good question. I think it's a question that we're going to have to really deeply think about. But I also think that we have to prepare people and groom people to run for office, and put people in office who have our best interests at heart and who can transform systems.
And we have time. And we have time.
And I want to add on to what Jelani was saying, because the thing is, like you're saying, that it does feel like the black community votes for the Democrats a lot because it's the lesser of two evils. But in reality, they're the same party. Systemic oppression that we see in America, that type of oppression can only be held over us if both parties was complicit in it. So that's what we need to understand. The Democrats and the Republicans, what we're talking about is the difference between someone going up there like Trump and saying, painting all Mexicans as rapists and murderers, and the difference between that and then someone like Biden, who is part of an administration that had the highest deportation rate of all time with Obama. That's the difference. They're doing the same thing, but some people say it out loud and some people say kind words and say they care, when in reality with their policies they don't. That's why we need a new party. That's why we need a revolutionary party and a party for the people. Because right now the Democrats and Republicans, the only thing that they're doing is they're trying to benefit themselves and their pockets and protect their property. And that's not what we need. We need what the people need.
I just want to give a quick fact check on black people vote for the Democrats, right? Black people this last election and elections previously have actually voted not to vote. Voted not to vote. More than they have voted for any person or party. There are a number of reasons for that. And then there are actually a lot of black people who their vote was suppressed. So let's think about this. This is the system of government we currently have. If we're going to have a new party, we are allowed to. If we want to stand up in a hearing, we are allowed to. If we want to be in the streets protesting, we are allowed to. So when we are talking about what our rights are, these are rights that the Constitution validates, but these are rights that are inherent to us being on this land as people. So let's stand by that. You do not have to be 18 to reach out to your representative. You do not have to be documented to be in the streets and to be a person for change and to say what is right. You do not have to be registered to vote to see the change in our policies. And so that's what we're calling for. Even when we're talking about this mass incarceration system, they strip our rights to vote. And they're making decisions about prisoners, and prisoners are not at the table. And then we see prisoners dying. And we see prisoners being tortured. Even in COVID-19, we see prisoners being isolated and being silenced while they're getting COVID and they're thinking, everybody got COVID in here, I'm gonna die. And so where is their voice? Who are we to not listen to them? Because this country, the foundation of the values of this country is built upon freedom of speech. Upon freedom. I mean, I'm going to say it again. So what's free?
Is there any other questions? My name is Jonathan McClellan, and I was a national delegate for the DFL party. And I want Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to know that if you think that your lack of action is not affecting the delegates who helped get you into office. I was a Bernie Sanders national delegate, but after you took it, we helped you get into office. If you don't think that we're shook and we're asking where you are, wait till 2024.
Was there another question?
All right, guys, once again, we've been listening in here to Minneapolis community leaders as they speak out and call for justice in their city and throughout their state. And what we're going to do is send some of you off onto a quick 2-minute break. And when we come back, we're going to be giving you an update to a story coming out of Florida after there were 2 teens who were shot and killed by a sheriff's deputy back in November. The family still asking for justice. We'll give you an update on that when we return. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox, taking a look at some video provided to us from our Florida station and also the Sheriff's Department after an 18-year-old and 16-year-old were shot and killed when a deputy had fired into a car as it had drove towards them. Now, dash cam video was released of the incident back after it had happened in November, and they did have both teens inside of the car, and it was in connection to a report of a stolen car chase. Now, there were 2 weapons that were also reportedly found in the car, but now attorneys representing the families claim that the deputy is at fault for opening fire on the vehicle. And this morning, more people speaking out here on behalf of the family. Florida Justice Group is calling out and speaking out, demanding the release of findings in this case by the state attorney. Let's jump into that here for you on News Now from Fox.
Press conference today. Justice for Bard is a group of concerned community members who are working to ensure transparency and justice for all in Brevard County, Florida. We are comprised of members that are students, veterans, attorneys, public officials, water activists, pastors, teachers, and many more. We came together as individuals and groups from across Brevard County after we witnessed the injustice that was taking place in Gregory Edwards' case and against Kathleen Edwards. This led to our formation of a new coalition with a common goal of transparency and equal justice for all. There is another recent case that has drawn our attention: the tragic deaths of both A.J. Crooms and Sincere Pierce. Between these cases, it is clear to us that there is a pattern of behavior in Brevard County that needs to stop. It is the duty of the state attorney to seek justice. Justice demands transparency. Today, you will get the chance to hear from some people who need justice, who want justice, and are going to get justice. First, speaking with us today is Pastor Dennis. Thank you.
Reverend J.B. Dennis, Cocoa Florida Liaison for the National Action Network. Our records have indicated that Phil Archer's office does not prosecute cops who kill black and brown people. You cannot act like a hate group member and continue to be our state attorney. We are here to demand justice for the murders of 2 teenagers who were not driving a stolen car. All the deputy had to do was run the tags. And we are demanding justice today. We also is fed up with the state attorney being an elected official for he's guilty of malfeasance, he's guilty of dereliction of duty, and the National Action Network today is asking him to step down, and we are asking the Justice Department to come in here and investigate the state attorney's office, the sheriff department, and the governor.
Speaking next with you today is going to be Miss Cynthia Green. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Green, CYNTHIAGREEN. I am the mother of Sincere Pierce. My son was killed tragically by the Brevard County Sheriff. I want justice. I want transparency. I want everything that's coming to my baby because he didn't deserve this. My son left home at 10:31 a.m. 10:33 a.m. my son was dead. There was no reason for this. When I screamed to that officer that my baby was in that car, he didn't know if I was talking about a baby. He didn't know. He opened fire on no kids in that car. It could have been a baby in there. When I said my baby just got in that car, he didn't care. He didn't care. And I'm getting all kinds of phone calls saying that Phil Archer and Ivy Wayne has made their decision. Nobody better be done made a decision and didn't let me know. Nobody. I'm sorry.
Thank you for joining us today. As you can see, there are still developments that are taking place in this case that clearly are distressing. It is essential that we communicate with families and remain transparent so that they can have some sort of justice when they lose those who are close to them and the ones that they care about. We'd like to thank you all for coming out today and braving the weather, and good evening. Yes, we will be taking questions. Just give me one moment. I will now be taking questions from any who are interested.
Thank you.
Take your mask.
What I want to see justice. I want to see those officers being charged with death, with murder, really, with murder. Because if it had been me, I'd have been tried and convicted already. Why is it taking them so long? I need to know this. There's no reason that these guys here is still on administrative pay. Leave with my tax money. I'm a homeowner, and I know my taxes are paying their salary. I have heard from no one. No one as of November the 13th, 2020. I have not heard from no one. All I'm doing is getting phone calls from different people saying that they made a decision. Somebody is talking. Somebody's talking, somebody's putting it out. But I need to know this myself. I need to hear this with my own ears from their mouth. My next step, if that can't get the justice that my son deserves, I'm going to the Supreme. I'll go as high as I need to go. As high as I need to go. And I mean that. No. No one has told me how long it would be. They just said that once FDLE finished their investigation, who would it be turned over to, and I should hear from there. I heard nothing. That statement, the file has been on Phil's Archer's desk since February the 5th, 2021. This is now April 21st, 20th? April 20th, 2021. Why is it taking so long?
All right, guys, just want to give our viewers a quick heads up. We are going to be continuing to move things along here for you. We're going to be taking a step away from this and giving you some live pictures coming to us out of Los Angeles, where there is a rally against the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. More on that after a quick 2-minute break. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Christy Larson joining you here at the News Now from Fox desk. And we do have some protesters who have been speaking out against the Sheriff's Department. Now, this week, I'm going to give you the live shot now. But this week, they did have the Sheriff's Department speaking, as we do have. Let me just turn down some of this street audio here for you. But we did have the Sheriff's Department speaking with some rights groups and Justice for Murdered Children founders, crime survivors founders, as they all talk about here the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And you can see ahead of this planned event with the Sheriff's Department, we did have then protesters speak out against the Sheriff's Department. So we had a couple different things going on here. So why don't we jump into the portion where I did record here for you just moments ago, the Sheriff's Department speaking with some of these justice groups.
We are a threat to one group of people, those that choose to harm others. Those that choose to exploit the vulnerable, the weak. We will be an existential threat to you because we will find you, we will arrest you, we will hold you accountable. Now, this week marks the 40th anniversary of the National Crime Victims' Rights Week. And I know as of late, somehow, all the fear over the Derek Chauvin trial, I can tell you this. When law enforcement crosses a line and switches from being the protector to the oppressor, yes, they need to be held accountable, by all means. And I think every single person standing behind me agrees with that. And so does everybody wearing tan and green. We're not here to support bad cops or protect bad cops. We hold them accountable, and then we move on. We keep our eye on the ball. We don't let that consume us and assume that what one does, like the Derek Chauvins of the world, represents an entire profession. But there are people out there chanting on the street that want to make that claim, that Derek Chauvin is in every organization. All 18,000 law enforcement agencies throughout the entire nation? No, they're not full of Derek Chauvins. They're full of the people that are standing right in front of me. They're the people that came to the aid of victims of crime in the middle of the night, confronting things that most people would not even dream of trying to confront. We ask them to do it every day. Every time we dial 911, that's that one thing that we hope, by golly, that is awful. Can somebody fix it or address it? They do that every single day. Sometimes they don't make it home. Throughout the nation, we lose about a cop every week to unlawful violence. One cop a week. Do we hear protests filling the squares, chanting the names of those? No. Do we hear protests and say the names of every single person on these boards? You never hear it. There's a lot of people in Chicago saying the name of Adam Toledo, and that definitely is a tragedy. It needs to be fully investigated, but it remains a tragedy. Does not look like it was a criminal act. We need to keep that in mind. But does anybody remember the name of Isabella Cortez? Another 13-year-old who tragically lost her life. But she didn't lose it in a split-second decision. She lost it at the hands of a carjacker. They carjacked her family. She was thrown out of a vehicle at speed. And this happened in Pico Rivera. Are the streets full of people chanting the name of Isabella Cortez? I will never forget her name. And I hope no one here ever forgets the name or the name of any single person standing behind me. I want to thank the organization Parents for Murdered Children for keeping their names alive and always advocating on behalf of their loved ones. I want to thank crime survivors, Patricia Westuna, the true crime survivor organization that represents true victims of crime. And I'll highlight, they are not the fake group called Crime Survivors for Safety and Justice. That is a fake organization that is neither for safety or for justice. That's a criminal advocacy group. Very well funded, very slick, very glossy, But at the end of the day, they're advocating to lessen consequences for criminal acts. And we have to separate the two and know that. So when you donate to a crime survivor organization, make sure it says crime survivors and not safety for justice. Now, this year, LA County. Last year we finished LA County with 36% increase in homicides, which is a huge number. In of itself a problem. Well, 2021, it did not get any better. It did not get any better because of that gentleman up there. His name is George Gascon. Now we're sitting on 114% increase in homicides. 114%. More than double the pace from last year, which was greater than the year before. We're in the wrong trajectory. And every single person screaming across the street there, they have nothing to say about this. They want to say, well, let's just defund law enforcement. We'll sing Kumbaya, and somehow all the murderers, the rapists, the robbers are going to magically go away because they're going to feel better about themselves. I say they're smoking something, they need to put it down. Now, aggravated assault, we're up 16%. Grand theft auto up 57.25%. Arson up 34%. All these crimes are going in the wrong direction. And it's going to take us as a community coming together, paying attention to each other. Speaking out when you see crime. When you see something wrong, see something, say something. If you see injustice, by the same token, you have to hold us accountable as well. We have body-worn cameras now, so we're well on our way to keeping that accountability up as high as we can. But if you see something, say something, and it can be fixed. If we don't see anything, it doesn't get fixed. We have, I have an issue with the supervisors across the street because they seem bent on defunding the sheriff's department piece by piece in tiny little board motions. And now the budget that we got for this year, I'm looking at a $77 million cut on top of the $145 million cut from last year. Wild crime is going in the wrong direction. They say want to give it to all these different organizations or the alternatives to incarceration, Office of Diversion and Reentry, all these wonderful sounding initiatives. Where is the money going? Where is it going? Where did Measure H money go? Where did Measure Triple H money go? Why do I see the homeless increasing? The state is now closing 2 state prisons. 2 more state prisons. They've already depopulated the state prison by 20,000 prisoners. And what do we see? More pup tents everywhere, lining up all our freeways. So we have a lot of things we need to address. We need to start holding everybody accountable. And that includes the money we spend on homelessness. All the money we're directing towards preventing crime, yes, if it works, by all means, let's fund it. But we got to ask, where's the money going? I guarantee you, a lot of it is going to all these new 501c3 organizations with very fancy and very expensive boards of directors. And the amount that actually goes to the hands of the most needy is just a trickle. This is a multi-billion-dollar problem we need to address. But somehow they believe that fixing our problems is by just defunding law enforcement. No, that's not going to fix our problems. We need to work together. We need a fully funded sheriff's department. And I can guarantee you this, every single person behind here has a tragic story of a family member who was assaulted, who was killed. Every single one. We are not going to abandon them. We're going to be with them every step of the way, including going to parole board hearings. They will not be standing alone ever. I want to convince my colleagues across the street at LAPD, LA County Chiefs of Police Association, yes, you can do the same thing. If the D is not going to be there, law enforcement can be there to do that job. And every one of you, my heart goes out to what you have lost. And let's work to make put an end to this so it doesn't happen to anyone else again. No one gets out of our state prison that's going to harm somebody else. Emily, with that, thank you for standing here with us today. And notice this, please notice this. All these efforts at eliminating law enforcement harms our black and brown communities the most. Look at all the faces behind us here. Look at all those pictures. The face of violent crime, the victims of violent crime are people of color. They're the ones that get impacted the most. They're the ones that have to live with it day to day, while Iberia billionaires are just writing big checks and endorsing the opposition. We need to start holding them accountable as well. So thank you all. Thank you for being here today, all of you. And let's keep working together. Thank you.
All right, so once again, listening in there as the sheriff speaking out for these victims of crime. And while he was giving his speech there, you heard a lot of noise in the background, and that's because there were protesters outside as well who were trying to protest against the sheriff. So what they were saying is this was a progressive justice reform rally, and they were saying that the sheriff's using this as a way to exploit crime survivors. So just wanted to give both sides of the story there as we continue to give you the latest always happening here across our country. And what we're going to go to now is we just had a few of our senators from the Republican side who were speaking on the Supreme Court, also on infrastructure. They stepped up and were giving a short briefing. Let's jump into it here for you. Again, on News Now from Fox.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I've never been one to complain about fake news, but I want to start with the total frustration I have with the coverage that most of you have engaged in with regard to the issue of expanding the Supreme Court. The two most important liberals in the judicial system in recent decades, Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer, have both said within the last 2 years that 9 is the right number, that Supreme Court packing discredits the court. And yet I read story after story after story on this issue that do not mention that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer, the two most important liberals in modern times, are opposed to court packing. So why don't you include in these objective analysis of this issue that fact? Secondly, on infrastructure, Senator Capito and others in our conference are continuing to work on an infrastructure bill that we think is about what is traditionally considered infrastructure: roads, bridges, ports, broadband, and in the hope that we can convince the majority in the House and Senate to focus on this issue in a way that is more modest than this multi-trillion-dollar bill, which is a Trojan horse for revisiting the 2017 tax bill and raising the debt even more. So I think there is a pool of people on a bipartisan basis, certainly here in the Senate, looking to get to an outcome on infrastructure, which would involve a more modest amount, targeted at what all of us can agree is in fact infrastructure, and hopefully I'd like to see a credible way to pay for it.
Well, it only took a week from the time that President Biden announced his bipartisan commission to look at packing the court or reforming the court that colleagues up here on Capitol Hill have introduced a bill to pack the court. And it is a blatant political power grab. Obviously, it's something that when people look at the Supreme Court, they see it as a revered institution. It's not a political plaything. It's actually an independent branch of our government. And as the leader pointed out even the most liberal members of the Supreme Court have said in recent days that expanding the Supreme Court is a bad idea, that it politicizes an institution that needs to have the confidence and trust of the American people. Even President Biden, when he was a member of the United States Senate, characterized it as a bonehead idea. So it's important, I think, for all of us to understand what's at stake here, and I don't think it's lost on the American people that this is a blatant attempt by the Democrats here in Congress to try and destroy the integrity of an institution and designed to simply to acquire power here in Washington. Speaking of bonehead ideas, also today the Democrats have reintroduced the Green New Deal, which in the last session of Congress didn't have any Democrat votes, or very few Democrat votes. It was largely a political messaging bill, but now it appears to be the framework for the Democrats' infrastructure bill. And as the leader pointed out, there are Republican votes in support of an infrastructure plan that truly represents infrastructure. And Senator Capito has a very clear definition, which I think most people would agree with, on what constitutes infrastructure. But what is being proposed by the Democrats, obviously, is a massive expansion of the government, financed not only with more debt, but with massive tax increases that would harm the economy and jobs and wages, which pre-pandemic were in the best place they've been literally in 50 years. So it's no surprise, I suppose, that the people who are for the Green New Deal have advised Democrats not to work with Republicans on an infrastructure bill, but there truly is an infrastructure bill out there, I think, that that could get both Republicans and Democrats to vote for, if in fact the Democrats would come to the table, negotiate in good faith, and talk about what truly constitutes infrastructure in this country.
Well, it is back from the liberal bastions of Boston and Brooklyn. What we have today, reintroduced in Congress, is what I call the Green New Disaster. We've seen it before, and they're doing this right as the economy is recovering from the pandemic. So it's very interesting that if you're somebody that pays taxes, that heats your home, that drives a car, you're going to end up paying more under the Green New Deal introduced today by Ed Markey and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They're going to change the way we use energy in the United States, the sources of energy we've used over the last history, and for the next 10 years will change dramatically. We're going to be dealing with things called climate justice and punishing regulations and much higher taxes. On average, people who, in terms of their energy family use costs, will go about $3,800 a family. But Biden's positions already, because of his executive orders, have driven up energy costs. Cost of a gallon of gasoline is up about 50 cents a gallon since Inauguration Day. And the Green New Deal isn't just about costs on things. It's a major expansion of government, a change in the energy that we use, loss of many of our freedoms. I don't know what it is about the Democrats that they just aren't happy with America's energy successes. And as a result, they're willing to kill about 1 million good-paying jobs and kill our ability to have low-cost energy. And it's interesting because this is at a time, even through the entire Trump administration, U.S. emissions of carbon dioxide have continued to go down. And the United States only contributes about 15% to the global carbon dioxide. So we know what we want in terms of energy. We want it to be clean, affordable, reliable, and available. We want to make, as Republicans, we want to make energy as clean as we can, as fast as we can, and do it in ways that don't raise costs on American consumers. And the way to do that is through innovation, not through regulation, mandates, and higher taxes.
Well, on the infrastructure.
Just a heads up for some of our viewers, you are going to be seeing a quick 2-minute break.
Colleagues here in the Congress are why we've always looked at infrastructure as something that the users themselves of that infrastructure would pay a substantial part of the bill. People think that's fair because it is fair. They think it makes sense because it does make sense. And whether that's the highway system, the road and bridge system, where we've traditionally paid for that by people who power their vehicle at the gas pump, we got a lot of people who don't do that now. And we need to figure out, and there are going to be more people not doing that all the time, we need to figure out how they begin to pay their fair share. For water systems, I'd be for replacing every lead water pipe in the country, and that's not an imposition on the users of that system. If you figure out how to have a low interest or no interest loan, which we've done for decades now as programs to encourage things like that, and you pay that no interest loan off over 25 or 30 or 35 years, the people who benefit from the improvement get assistance from the federal government, but they also wind up figuring that in long term into their bill, or new things like public-private partnerships. Senator Warner and I, Senator Bennett and I have repeatedly introduced pieces of legislation to try to open the door a little further there. This would be a great time to do this. We can continue to move down the road with infrastructure in a way where the people who use the road of infrastructure pay for the road of infrastructure, and that's the fairest and best way to do this.
The Democrats are showing their true colors, and the American people are very alarmed. We see a number of steps right now to go completely against who we are as a United States of America. Packing the court, the Green New Deal, extreme spending on liberal wish lists, D.C. statehood. We could go on and on and on. And as I said, Americans are alarmed at what they are seeing. We are going fundamentally against the grain with all of these proposals coming from the liberal left. And so, folks, what do we need to do to regain the trust of the American people? It's work in a bipartisan manner. In the last Congress, we actually had a highway bill, roads and bridges, a bill that came out of our EPW committee, 21-0, unanimous, the ultimate testament of bipartisan work. And yet the Democrats have turned their back on being bipartisan and instead continued down this path of their liberal wish lists. So again, we have to regain the public's trust, and in order to do that, we need to start working together. I am willing to work with whatever partner we can find in order to find a positive move forward, whether it's on infrastructure, protecting the environment. As long as we are doing it in a bipartisan way, our constituents will believe in us and restore their trust in Congress. So I'm encouraging the members to the left, let's bring it back to center. Let's start working on these things together, and we will make a difference.
A month ago, I visited the Arizona-Mexico border with Governor Ducey from Arizona, and we saw the crisis on the border, the wall not being finished, the cameras and lights set up but not being electrified, the roads not finished because the Biden administration decided not to go forward. I'm positive, as Joe Biden acknowledged, there's a crisis. There's clearly a crisis. Unfortunately, he's done nothing in 30 days to get anything fixed. I talked to sheriffs who are seeing more fentanyl come across the border and getting into communities around the country. We had 170,000 plus people apprehended, and we don't know how many people weren't apprehended last month, March. So it's time for Joe Biden to stop working for the left-wing puppeteers. It's time for him to do his job, show some real leadership, and secure a border.
Well, I've had no discussions with her, but the way to go forward with a 9/11 type commission on the events of January 6th is twofold. Number one, the commission needs to be balanced. And number two, the scope of it needs to deal with a little bit broader than just January the 6th. We've also had a number of violent disturbances around the country last year, and I think we ought to look at this in a broader scope and with a totally balanced 9/11 style commission. If she were willing to put that forward, I think it would enjoy broad bipartisan support. I can only tell you we've not talked about it. Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could speak to the gravity of the moment we're in as the nation is on edge waiting for a verdict on the Derek Chauvin trial. An acquittal would assuredly exacerbate the anger so many black Americans feel about what is often described as a dual system of justice in this country.
Well, look, one of the hallmarks of our system is people are entitled to a fair trial. Sometimes a fair trial is difficult to conduct under these kinds of circumstances, but it is certainly not helpful for a member of Congress and even the President of the United States to appear to be weighing in public while the jury is trying to sort through this significant case. They're entitled to a fair trial, and hopefully that's what will happen in Minneapolis.
As we wait for Chauvin's verdict, some Democrats say the Justice and Policing Act should be passed through the Senate, and of course we know Senate Democrats have already rejected Senator Tim Scott's 2020 counterproposal. Do you think Congress and the Senate is doing enough for racial justice and police reform?
Well, on police reform, your question implies the answer. We were prepared last year when Republicans were in the majority in the Senate to take up and hopefully pass an important police reform bill. It had been crafted by Senator Tim Scott, who's experienced some of the issues that bring this to the fore. And yet the Democrats, who are now decrying the use of the filibuster, used it repeatedly to keep us from even bringing the bill up and having a debate. We're still open to looking at police reform, but it ought to come up before the Senate, open for amendment, and our ideas, led by Senator Tim Scott, ought not to be just summarily dismissed in the process.
Leader McConnell, have you been briefed by the Republicans who are trying to negotiate with the Biden administration maybe a scaled-down infrastructure package, and how optimistic are you about them getting a deal?
Yeah, we've been talking about it at lunch. Shelley has been giving reports about what she's working on. At the risk of repeating myself, we're open to a more modest and targeted infrastructure bill. And for myself, it's one thing to run up the national debt when you have a 100-year pandemic, but just to keep routinely adding trillions of dollars to the national debt, I think is ill-advised for the future of the country. For myself, I'd like to see how even a modest bill is going to be credibly paid for. Thank you.
All right, last words there from Senate leaders there on the Republican side, and just want to remind everyone we do continue to keep track of all these different topics that the senators were just talking about, not only infrastructure, the Green New Deal, but also he even mentioned the Derek Chauvin trial. And earlier this morning, President Joe Biden did speak out saying his thoughts were with the George Floyd family, and he even had said that it was clear to him that the evidence was pretty clear. So we do have some of these topics also being discussed in the White House briefing with Press Secretary Jen Psaki. Let's get into that here for you on News Now from Fox.
Republican Mayor of Greenville, Knox White, Knox White is his name, underscoring the bipartisan support for the clean energy infrastructure investments in the American Jobs Plan. During the visit today, the president will make 3 stops around the manufacturing plant and speak to employees about different aspects of the company's work, including battery installation, body assembly, and final inspection of the buses. The American Jobs Plan includes a total of $45 billion to accelerate the adoption of zero-emission transit buses and school buses to achieve the president's goal for all U.S.-made buses to be zero emissions by 2030. This includes $25 billion for zero-emissions transit vehicles and $20 billion for electric school buses. There are currently 475,000 yellow school buses, that sounded like a lot to me, that serve 25 million children, and 95% of them are powered by diesel. And there are nearly 85,000 transit vehicles, including buses, that still run on diesel or gas, which are linked to asthma and other health problems that hurt our community. So replacing these buses with clean technologies will create good jobs, support domestic manufacturing, tackle a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, and improve the health for many around the country. Also this morning, our COVID coordinator, Jeff Zients, had his weekly call with governors. He announced that this week 28 million doses will go out across channels, with the vast majority going to jurisdictions. This is consistent with last week's allocation. He also reminded the governors that there is a significant amount of vaccine supply in the system, and the federal government stands ready to help states put shots in arms as quickly as possible. That, Jonathan, why don't you get us started?
Thank you, Jen. Just a few minutes ago in the Oval Office, the President spoke about the trial of Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin, and he says, quote, "I'm praying the verdict is the right verdict." And he says, "I think it's, quote, overwhelming in my view." So I have a couple of questions on this. We could start there. What precisely did the President mean? What is overwhelming? And does this mean the President thinks the police officer should be convicted on all counts?
Well, the President has clearly been watching the trial closely, as many Americans have been. He was also moved by his conversations with the family yesterday. He knows the family, and as somebody who has been impacted by grief himself, that was a large part of their conversation, the conversation he had just yesterday. As he also noted, the jury is sequestered, which is why he spoke to this. But I would expect that he will weigh in more further once there is a verdict, and I'm not going to provide additional analysis on what he meant.
You're not able to clarify what is overwhelming, the evidence, the case presented by the prosecution?
We're not going to get ahead of the outcome. I expect when there is a verdict, he will have more to say.
Okay. Well, as you say, the President made note that he only spoke out today because the jury was sequestered. But of course, everyone else in Minneapolis and around the country could hear what he said. They'd be in a position to hear what he said today. We know there are worries about unrest. Is there now concern that the President's words could add to that if the, quote, right verdict is not reached?
Well, first I would say that regardless of the outcome, the President has consistently called for peace. And our focus, as we are working with state and local authorities, is on providing the space for peaceful protest. And that will be consistent regardless of what the outcome of this the verdict is.
Okay, and then one more on this. The judge overseeing the case was pretty harsh language yesterday, sort of asked politicians to not weigh in on the matter. Is there concerns now that the President's comments could be grounds for an appeal or even causing a mistrial?
Well, I wouldn't. I think those were comments the judge made yesterday. Again, the jury is sequestered, which the President also noted in his comments. He certainly is not looking to influence, but he has been touched by the impact on the family. Hence, he called the family yesterday and had that discussion. And again, I expect he will weigh in further once there is a verdict.
Go ahead, Kristen. Thank you, Jen. Just to follow up, the President has talked about the importance of an independent judiciary. Why is it appropriate for him to weigh in on the verdict, even though the jury is?
I don't think he would see it as weighing in on the verdict. He was conveying what many people are feeling across the country, which is compassion for the family. What a difficult time this is. What a difficult time this is for many Americans across the country who have been watching this trial very closely. The jury is sequestered. That is different from where things stood just yesterday, and he noted that in his comments as well.
He did call for the right verdict, though. Why is it ever appropriate to have any type of characterization before the jury has a say, especially for the President?
Again, we're going to wait for the jury to come to their conclusion, and that is when he will have more extensive remarks about the outcome.
This administration, this President has been very clear in condemning rhetoric that it sees as adding to a climate of discord. Is it a double standard to not condemn or speak out against the comments by Maxine Waters, even if she didn't mean to imply violence?
Well, first I would say that the Congresswoman has provided further clarification of her own remarks, and I would certainly point you to that. And if we're looking in this scenario, we're looking at a family who has lost someone. They've just watched a trial. They've seen the video play over and over and over again. Families across the country have watched the trial, watched the video play over and over again. Clearly, the impact of trauma and the exhaustion is on communities of color around the country more than it is on others. And the president recognizes this is an extremely painful issue, and of course, sympathizes with everyone who feels the grief of George Floyd's passing, as well as the killings of so many other people of color at the hands of law enforcement. And, I think having a conversation with his family yesterday, as someone who has been through trauma himself, that was a big part of their conversation, as I believe George Floyd's brother also conveyed. You feel it deeply in your heart, and I think that his comments were a reflection of that.
And very quickly, I know there is a lot of focus on trying to get the George Floyd legislation passed through the Senate. It's passed through the House. Where does that stand, and will the president move that effort up in terms of his list of priorities, particularly as he approaches his 100th day in office?
Well, first I would say that addressing policing across the country, addressing what he feels, racial injustice, what he feels is one of the 4 major crises we're facing as a country, continues to be a top priority for the president. And certainly moving the George Floyd bill forward through the Senate, the president would be eager to have that happen and eager to sign that bill into law. And he is not only kept abreast of it, he remains engaged in it with his team here and also directly. Go ahead, Josh. Welcome back to Kristen. Go ahead, Josh.
May I ask for an update on the president's goal to reopen schools? Is his goal still by the end of this month to have the majority of K-8 schools open at least one day a week? And if so, do you think he'll hit that goal? And to what extent is the administration worried by some of the more recent outbreaks we've seen among older age students tied to these new variants of the virus?
Sure. Well, our goal remains to have the majority of schools open 5 days a week, and that is certainly something that is being led, that effort, by our Secretary of Education, and they've been providing regular updates. There's numbers that we look at on a month-to-month basis. We remain confident we can reach that goal. There also, because of the CDC steps that they put out publicly, it seems like months ago, maybe weeks ago is more accurate to say, we know that those measures are effective and they can help mitigate risk in schools, and our Department of Education and also, of course, is working very closely with schools on implementing those and ensuring kids can be safe, but we remain confident about our path to reaching that goal.
You're pleased with the progress so far. To what extent are you concerned that rolling closures are going to drag into the fall? This is a core promise of the president to get schools open where he can.
Absolutely, and it remains a core promise. It remains something that his Secretary of Education is leading the effort on. I think the last data we've seen was from February, I believe, because of the reporting requirements, which showed that there was an increased number of schools that were open and also an increased number of schools that were open 5 days a week. And so we feel we're on the right track. And these mitigation measures, including wearing masks, including taking steps to provide social distancing opportunities, the money that's going out the door to schools and school districts that need that assistance, are going to help us continue to make progress.
And with regards to your comment around the call with governors today, as you know, of course, the production of J&J has been relying on that one plant in Baltimore coming up. The J&J is now no longer citing its goal of delivering 100 million doses by the end of June. They're saying they'll deliver 100 million, but they're not saying when. How does this impact the president's goal? Of course, it was the availability of those shots that led him to say that every American there'd be enough shots for every American by the end of May. What is his current goal? And do you think that plant will be online soon, given the FDA is involved in it?
Well, of course, that's going to, with the second part of your question, of course, it's going to require FDA approval. As you know, there's a meeting on Friday to determine what's next as it relates to J&J, and hopefully we'll learn more then. We'll see. But our goal, we remain confident in our ability to meet the needs that we feel will be out there in the public by the end of May, and we will have enough vaccine for every American by the end of July without J&J. That is based on the supply that we've ordered from Moderna and Pfizer. And Pfizer, as I know you've probably seen, has also announced that they are going to work on expediting their own manufacturing and delivery of their vaccine. So we are confident we'll be able to meet the demand in the public. Now every American over 16 is eligible to receive the vaccine, and our focus is on continuing to encourage people to get shots in their arms.
Sorry, one other quick one. There was a report yesterday in the Journal that the administration is considering reducing the amount of nicotine that can be in cigarettes. and also restricting or banning menthol cigarettes altogether. Is that something you can update us on about whether the administration favors either of these positions?
I have seen the report, of course. I don't have any policy proposals to preview today. We will review a range of policy options in line with the President's public health goals. But to reiterate, there are no policy proposals or decisions to review today. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. One more question about the comments from Congresswoman Waters. The House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is accusing her of inciting violence, and then you had the judge yesterday calling her words abhorrent and saying that she was being disrespectful of the rule of law. I just want to be very clear here. Does the White House condone the Congresswoman's comments?
Well, first I would say again that the Congresswoman clarified her own comments. And what I can do is speak for the President's view, which is that it's important to provide a space and an opportunity for peaceful protest, but protesting should be peaceful. That's something he has consistently advocated for, and he will, regardless of the outcome of the trial.
She was calling on some protesters to perhaps get more confrontation.
And she's had additional comments since then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
She has.
Which provide additional clarification.
But I guess my question.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here on NewsNOW from Fox.
Violence and unrest.
Well, again, I can speak to what the President's point of view is, which is that it's important to provide an opportunity for peaceful protest. That's what he's continued to advocate for, what he's consistently advocated for. But I would also say that when somebody provides a clarification for their comments, that's an important context to include in anybody's reporting.
I'd also like to ask a question about, since this is 420, as Senator Chuck Schumer said from the Senate floor, he called it the unofficial American marijuana holiday. And he said that he now supports legalizing marijuana on a national level. Is this something that President Biden would support?
Well, the President supports leaving decisions regarding legalization for recreational use up to the states, rescheduling cannabis as a Schedule II drug so researchers can study its positive and negative impacts. And at the federal level, he supports decriminalizing marijuana use and automatically expunging any prior criminal records. He also supports legalizing medicinal marijuana. So that's his point of view on the issue.
So if the House and Senate pass a bill legalizing marijuana at a federal level, would the President sign it?
Well, I just have outlined what his position is, which isn't the same as what the House and Senate have proposed, but they have not yet passed a bill. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, one final question, if I could. Some people in prison on marijuana charges are asking President Biden to keep his campaign promise and release them. Where is President Biden on keeping that campaign promise?
Well, I think when I'm talking about rescheduling cannabis as a Schedule II drug, so that is also going to have an impact on the criminal justice system as well. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. It's clear that dividing lines on the traditional infrastructure portions of the President's job and infrastructure package are the paid fors. The President says he's willing to open compromise. Republicans seem willing to support new and higher user fees for Americans who use roads, bridges, and airports. But the President has insisted that such fees violate his campaign pledge not to raise taxes on Americans earning less than $400,000. Is the President's idea of compromise just adjusting the corporate tax rate, or is he willing to budge on these user fees?
Well, first, the President's pledge, which you touched on, which he outlined on the campaign, and he's reiterated since, that he's not going to raise taxes on people making over $400,000 a year. He's not going to budge on that pledge. So that is a line in the sand for him. But this package and this proposal is really about creating millions of jobs. It's about investing in and modernizing our nation's infrastructure. It's about ensuring that caregivers have the support they need. It's about providing broadband access to Americans across the country and leveling the playing field. That's what the discussion should be about. He believes it should be paid for, and there are really two options. Either you put the burden on the backs of corporations that can afford to pay more, or you put the burden on the backs of the American people. He's happy to have a debate about that particular issue.
Cool. Democratic lawmakers are called on the Biden administration to scrutinize potential bank mergers more aggressively, arguing the Justice Department has approved too many, leading to higher fees for consumers and reduced access. Is the White House looking at this issue, and does it share those lawmakers' comments, concerns?
Well, we've certainly seen the comments, and the president supports competitive markets and thinks robust competition is good for consumers and for innovation. He has appointed and will continue to appoint highly qualified people who are focused on vigorously enforcing our antitrust laws. That's one of his objectives he looks at. Of course, the Department of Justice, which handles these mergers in collaboration with the banking agencies, are probably the right sources to look to for additional content or comment.
Sure. And last question. There have been at least 3 fatal crashes attributed to U.S. Tesla drivers using autopilots. The NTSB has urged regulators to be more aggressive in overseeing that technology. Is the White House engaged on this issue, and do they share the opinion of the NTSB?
Well, I know the Department of Transportation, as you noted, is aware of these incidents involving Tesla vehicles, and that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, otherwise known as NHTSA, immediately launched a special crash investigation team to investigate the crash. They're actively engaged with local law enforcement and Tesla to learn more about the details of the crash, and will take appropriate steps when they have more information. And of course, they remain in touch as appropriate with our teams on the ground and teams in the White House.
But does the White House have any concerns or anything specific?
Well, it's appropriate for it to be handled through NHTSA and NTSB, so that's where it's being handled. Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thank you. Yesterday you said the White House did not want to get ahead of the jury's deliberations, but of course the jury is still deliberating. So what changed?
Well, the jury is now sequestered, which is a significant change, and certainly we want to allow them space and time to consider and make a decision about what they believe the verdict should be.
Does the president still feel that he can come out after the verdict and, regardless of what it is, tell people to accept it, given he's weighed in on what he thinks the verdict should be?
Well, again, I think anybody who's been watching the president, and you guys are probably tired of me saying that his position is that he believes there should be space for peaceful protest. He's been consistent in that. That will be his point of view, regardless of the outcome. That is what we've been communicating publicly, but also locally to mayors, to governors, to local law enforcement, as we're communicating in preparation. So that's consistently been his view, and he'll continue to advocate that regardless of the outcome.
And so what made him want to weigh in today on this before the verdict has come down?
Well, I think he was asked a question, if I followed it closely.
It was my question, but I asked him what his message was for the Floyd family, not what he thought the verdict should be.
Well, I think, Caitlin,
We're going to go out right now to breaking news in Philadelphia here. You can see train tracks fire happening right now. You're watching News Now from Fox. When there is breaking news, we got you covered right here. This is a second alarm fire, multiple brush fires happening in a several block radius here. As you can see, Skyfox aerials happening right now, and you can see the smoke there in the distance here, and obviously that train has stopped here, and the investigation is ongoing, and they are hoping to get this fire out pretty soon here. You got nearby homes in the area as well that you don't want it to jump to, but you're seeing the smoke smoldering right there from those tracks. Skyfox giving us a great aerial of the breaking news updates, and we'll continue to follow it here for you on News Now from Fox. We should also let you know that pretty soon we're going to keep you in the East Coast, as Skyfox going to be, well, there you go. You got several brush fires happening here in this area, and there's a good shot of the crews right now doing their best to put out this fire before it goes in other areas. So there you go. So several blocks here that they are working these brush fires right now. We'll keep an eye on that, but I was mentioning we are awaiting at any moment a Long Island, New York update on the grocery store shooting that killed one person, wounded two others. Suspect was at large for hours. We're going to be getting a fresh update pretty soon here on News Now from Fox. When that does happen, we'll bring it to you right here. We'll take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Is that he believes there should be space for peaceful protest. He's been consistent in that. That will be his point of view, regardless of the outcome. That is what we've been communicating publicly, but also locally to mayors, to governors, to local law enforcement as we're communicating in preparation. So that's consistently been his view, and he'll continue to advocate that regardless of the outcome.
And so what made him want to weigh in today on this before the verdict has come down?
Well, I think he was asked a question, if I followed it closely.
It was my question, but I asked him what his message was for the Floyd family, not what he thought the verdict should be.
Well, I think, Caitlin, he obviously has been following this trial quite closely, as many Americans have been. He has been, was obviously impacted by his conversation with the Floyd family yesterday, as somebody who has lived through loss and trauma himself. And he certainly has his mind and his heart on what is happening around the country as people are digesting and watching these videos and watching this trial go forward. So he knows the jury is sequestered, as he noted in his comments, which is certainly a different place from where it was yesterday.
And who is he consulting with about what his response should be after the verdict does come down? I know we talked about speaking with state officials and local authorities, but who are his advisors that he's speaking with about the right way to respond to the verdict, regardless of what it is?
I think that's something that will come from the president's heart, and he will be prepared to speak to it in some form or another. I don't want to get ahead of what that format will look like when we know what the verdict looks like.
Okay, and my last question, the U.S. ambassador to Russia is now coming home from book consultations, of course, amid a pretty tense week with Russia. Is he going to be meeting with the president, and can you confirm that, yes, he will be going back to Russia?
Yeah, that is absolutely the intention. He's returning home this week to visit his family. He hasn't been home in about a year, I believe. Meet with members of the new administration with whom he's not had a chance to consult with since he agreed to continue serving in his post, and he'll return to Moscow soon.
Does that include a meeting with the president, though?
I'm not aware of that being on the schedule, but it's primarily to meet with new members of the team as the administration has turned over and there's new personnel at the State Department, on the national security team, et cetera. Go ahead.
Yes, the president spoke with the Floyd family yesterday. He talked about the trial today. What does he see as his role or responsibility as president during these deliberations, and then perhaps as a verdict comes down?
Well, I think, one, the president, as I've noted a little bit in response to some earlier questions, is certainly was touched by and impacted by his conversation with the Floyd family yesterday. He met with them last year. It's a family he feels he knows a little bit, and he's somebody who has been through trauma and loss himself. And so if you put all the politics aside and everything else, that's something that is an immediate, unfortunate bond between people who have lost family members. He also understands this is an extremely painful moment for many people in this country who are exhausted, who are tired of seeing one person after another lose their life at the hands of law enforcement. He's aware of that and the need for reform. So I would say, I'm not going to get ahead of what the outcome is or what the verdict is, and I would expect you'll hear some comment from the president. I don't know what format that will look like. We'll have to see what the verdict is once it is concluded. The jury has made their decision, and that is concluded. And we'll see what his role is moving forward.
And
he'll continue to call for calm.
Okay. And what is the White House's goals for the climate summit later this week?
Sure.
And were they pleased to hear that Vladimir Putin would be speaking at it?
Well, we invited him to attend, as we did 39 other global leaders. So I would say first we're going to have a briefing call later this evening to give you all a better rundown of the schedule, the speaking, and what is planned for speaking at the summit. So I know there's been kind of a mix of reporting out there, but we'll give you more of a full rundown later this evening. But the president's goal is really to convene the world's major economies and other key voices to galvanize efforts to keep the vital goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. And we know we have had some backstep on that, which the United States has been certainly a part of over the last couple of years. We have a role to play. He'll certainly talk more about that, but during the summit, leaders will discuss mobilizing public and private sector financing to drive the net zero transition and to help vulnerable countries cope with climate impacts. Obviously, world's larger economies, as you well know, have a sometimes greater responsibility for themselves, but also for some other for economies that are not as economically advanced in helping address these issues. And he'll also talk about, it's an opportunity to also talk about the economic benefits of climate action with a strong emphasis on job creation and the importance of ensuring all communities and workers benefit from this transition. So he'll be talking about that, but it's really an opportunity and a forum to talk about how as a global community we can all come together to address what he sees as one of the 4 crises of his presidency.
Was Putin's involvement important given the tensions between the two nations right now?
Well, I think it's important for any large economy and developed nation to participate in a climate summit because the world's largest emitters are also, for the most part, aligned with the world's largest economies or the most populated countries. And so, hence, those are the people who are invited. And it just sends a message about the recognition that addressing the climate crisis is something that even when you have disagreements about other areas, we can agree on that.
We know Xi Jinping will participate as well?
I believe that almost every leader who was invited is attending, but they'll give you more of a rundown of that later this evening and a more detailed rundown of the speaking program as well. Sure. Go ahead, Francesca.
Thanks, Jen. You just suggested that the format that the president's remarks would take after the Chauvin trial could depend on the outcome of the trial. The president hasn't delivered a speech yet, though, on race relations or policing. So why not, and why wouldn't immediately after this trial, regardless of what the outcome is, be the time for him to do that?
Well, first I would say again that addressing race relations and improving equity in this country is central to his presidency and central to his focus every day. And his actions, his policies certainly play that out. I'm not going to get ahead of what the outcome of the trial will be. And I'm just attempting to set an expectation about that will decide what's appropriate and what the country needs to hear once we know the verdict and once we see the outcome.
You also said that he'd been engaged directly on policing reform legislation. Has the president picked up the phone and called any Senate Republicans, such as Republican Senator Tim Scott, about policing reform legislation?
I don't have any calls to read out for you, but I can tell you that in his conversations with Democrats and Republicans, and he's spoken with many of both, he talks about a range of issues. I'll also say that a lot of the work on the George Floyd Act is happening on the Hill. And the negotiations between members of the Senate, you referenced Senator Scott, obviously Senator Booker is playing a vital role. They're going to have to work together with other members of the House to determine where there can be agreement and what an outcome can look like, and if they can come to agreement on that. That's the status. The president would love to have a bill come to his desk so he can sign it into law.
Well, last summer, policing legislation stalled because they couldn't come to a consensus on issues like qualified immunity, no-knock warrants, as well as bans on chokeholds. So what is the president's position on qualified immunity, and does he think that Democrats should agree to pass legislation that perhaps doesn't ban no-knock warrants or ban chokeholds, but would restrict their use in some capacity, such as limiting federal funding or something like that, in order to get Republican support for that bill and get a bill passed into law?
Well, we're going to allow Democrats and Republicans in the Senate to negotiate amongst themselves about what they think a final outcome or a final agreement could be. And we're certainly hopeful that they'll make progress in that, and the president is eager to sign policing reform legislation into law. And certainly we recognize it stalled last year. There's been work since then, and we're hopeful that the president will be able to sign a law. I can tell you that there are a number of steps that he has taken that he can take as president and his Department of Justice can take. And during the campaign, he emphasized the importance of the Department of Justice using the authority he spearheaded as a senator to investigate systemic police misconduct. That doesn't have to wait for Congress to act. And last week, Attorney General Garland reversed a Trump administration memo that limited the use of consent decrees with respect to investigation of police departments. The president also pledged to appoint DOJ leadership that would prioritize pattern or practice investigations. He has 2 critical nominees pending who would do exactly that, Vanita Gupta and Kristen Clark. He, of course, supports, as I already noted, the George Floyd Act. He has also called in his initial budget for increasing funding for the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division by millions of dollars in order to advance accountability and reform for abusive police practices. And finally, multiple states have taken action. Is it enough? No, it's not enough. He wants to sign federal legislation into law, but his own administration has taken steps, even while that legislation is working through the negotiations that happen in Congress.
Do you have, and I know you need to move on, but can you share with us what the president's position is on qualified immunity, no-knock warrants, or chokeholds?
I don't have anything new to share with you from what he said on the campaign trail. I'm happy to provide that after. I'm sure you're familiar with his views. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks, John. Following up a little bit on a question earlier, President Biden still opposes the legalization of marijuana. You outlined what he does support, but why does he still oppose taking this step? At this point, public polling indicates about 2/3 of Americans support legalizing marijuana. The Senate leader in his own party obviously is pushing for it. Huge numbers of elected Democrats, many more states, are pushing forward with marijuana legalization. Why is he reluctant to sort of take that final step to support legalization?
Well, as you know from covering this, rescheduling cannabis as a Schedule II drug would allow for researchers to study its positive and negative effects. He wants to look at that. He, of course, supports decriminalizing marijuana use. He supports leaving decisions up to the states, and he supports legalizing medicinal marijuana. But he'll look at the research once that's concluded.
But right now, he's still reluctant to. Why is he so reluctant to support legalization despite the movement that's happening towards it?
Well, of course, we understand the movement that's happening toward it. I'm speaking for what his position is and what's long consistently been his position. He wants to decriminalize, but again, he'll look at the research of the positive and negative impacts.
And then on a related note, yesterday the House passed the Safe Banking Act, which is.
All right, folks, we are stepping away from that. We do have breaking news. Obviously, we have been covering the Derek Chauvin trial, and we are learning right now that a verdict has been reached. We will be hearing that pretty soon. Right now, let's go out to the coverage right now from Fox 9 in Minneapolis, right here on News Now from Fox.
In the last 3 weeks in the course of this, the prosecution stuck with a very clear theme, and that was that Derek Chauvin actually caused the death of George Floyd with his knee on his neck for 9 minutes and 29 seconds. The defense, on the other hand, said that George Floyd's health was in such a compromised state during this whole time from arrest to his death that part of George Floyd's demise was his health. He had a bad heart. He had drugs in his system at the time. There was even talk that he may have been succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning from being beneath the vehicle. And all those came into play during this as well. Amy, you've been watching this from the standpoint of the deliberations during the day, the testimony during the day, and some of the perspective from our legal analysts. They said that this was a fairly clean-cut case between the defense and the prosecution.
Are working to get Lee Hutton, one of our legal analysts, on with us here. He'll be on in about 15 minutes. I actually just got off the phone with him, and he was in the